Diving headfirst into the manosphere to woo male voters ahead of 2028. But they'll have to compete with the digital bro world's new rising star, far-left activist Hasan Piker.
And what I really want is whether it's social media influencers on Twitch, YouTube like Hasan Piker, or other kind of promoters of hate.
Revolutionary optimism. You must always continue to organize. You must always continue to agitate, because the quicker we can create enough pressure that causes the American state to recalculate its suicide pact with Israel, the quicker we can save as many Palestinian lives possible.
Being a streamer, is it?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from rainy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. In spite of the rain, it's a big day today, and there is a lot to talk about, folks. Oh, my God. Holy Toledo, ladies and gentlemen.
Holy Toledo.
We have so much to talk about, so much to discuss. It's Sunday, ladies and gentlemen. Sunday fun day for Hungary. Majaristan has a very interesting day ahead of itself. We got elections happening there. Will a guy whose last name quite literally is the name of the country, be able to defeat Viktor Orban. That's what I'm very excited to find out about. Fascinating day ahead of ourselves. Remember in January we said you'd take Sundays off? All right, shut up. Bruh. Shut up. Yeah, we got too much going on, obviously, so I can't just freaking do that. I saw Pot Save America. You did great. So many moments I was like, I hope he talks about the grapists in Israel who made them famous, and you did. And you quoted Albert Einstein. You did so great. Thank you. Yeah, I went to the lion's den of liberalism, and I spoke convincingly about why I say the things I say about Hamas and how I compare Hamas to Israel and say Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. So like that was, I think, fairly instructive for a lot of liberals. I think it'll be a good opportunity for a lot of liberals and normies to just like see what my perspective is, what our perspective is really. But in any case, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and ebbies, we got a lot going on. Ezra Klein's article came out as well. This is me being a chud-ass loser. Doesn't change the reality that, you know, I woke up at 5 a.m. this morning, and I felt like a disturbance in the force. I woke up at 5 a.m. this morning, felt a disturbance of the force, looked at my phone, boom, right there. The king of liberals, Ezra motherfucking Klein, the king of liberals, wrote an article defending me, saying I'm not an anti-Semite and that people are fucking insane, which is awesome. This is going to be a very bad day for a lot of centrist liberals who have desperately tried to maintain their grip of control, their grip of influence, their grip of power over the Democratic Party in an environment where there are a lot of people who are who demand more from the Democrats. So that was the conversation for the last 3 weeks, and it's obviously coming to a close. And there are concessions being given right now. It's fantastic. It's phenomenal. I never thought we would get there. Anyway, are you going on Israel's show now? I mean, I'm talking to him, so we'll figure it out. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, you didn't tweet all night. Proud of you, Chud. Yeah, it's because what did I do last night? I didn't do shit. I did an interview with Prem. That's why. I did an interview with Prem Talker for Zateo, Day in the Life, and it was actually very interesting. The New York Times changed the title from Hasan is not the enemy back on the list, big dog. Wait, what did they change the title to? Because that was a good title. Hasan Piker is not the enemy. President level motion for this base king currently streaming. It's a concession by Klein. Beware of libs in sheep's clothing. I don't care. That's a good thing. You have to. This is why there's no liberal Joe Rogan. Okay, that's a fine title as well. But that's good. You guys don't understand how politics works, I don't think. You should understand how politics works. This is how politics works. This is a good thing. Okay, this is absolutely a good thing. This is a healthy thing. There's healthy friction existing in the Democratic Party. They probably would have done a better job if they just like never addressed this issue and just like kept people like ourselves on the sidelines. But they chose to fight this battle over a pivotal race, Abdul El-Sayed's race, and won. I think that's fantastic because it's fantastic for two reasons. Okay, number one, it gave much needed media attention to this Michigan Senate race that Abdul wasn't getting because he's a phenomenal candidate. Okay, that's number one. Number two, this is a healthy conversation to have. It's healthy friction that is taking place in the Democratic Party. I'm going to be talking about all of this and more. But first, personal news-wise, I'm in a pretty goddamn good mood. It's raining, but I'm in a good mood regardless because I worked out. I worked out today, this morning, and in my workout, I've been experiencing like really bad gains, like just a loss of strength for like the past couple of months or so. Finally, it's picking back up. I'm finally back up to 300, 295 technically on the on the squats as my top set, so that's good because I'm 34. I'm about to be 35 in July, right? So for me, it's been really, really tough trying to both lose weight, keep the weight off, and sit at a fairly significant deficit while also making sure that I don't lose my gains. Now, the reason why I kept losing them is because I got the coveted folks tweet from Dave Weigel. Okay, he's joking, obviously. But like
I hate.
But this will do numbers with lib moms, by the way. I know there are white wine moms in the countryside that are gonna see this and lose their minds. Be like, why can't every Democrat talk like this? This is exactly what we need right now. Because this is how I feel. And this is the real me. When I'm fucked up, that's the real me. You know what I mean? This is the pivotal message for a lot of Democratic Party voters who face themselves to be centrists, right? Like, but aren't actually centrists at all. So we'll obviously go through the Pod John's interview. 80,000 views in 5 hours, not bad. We'll see where it goes. But every time I do Pod Save America, especially with John, every time I do that, usually a lot of new liberals who are fans of the Pod Johns will hear my perspective and go, oh my God, this is what the fuck? Like, why can't we have more people that talk like this? Right. And there's a good reason for it. It's because most of the mainstream media want those people to encounter me for the first time ever in short bursts, right? 10-second increments. I don't stream for 10 seconds. I stream for 10 hours, right? And this would have been very successful. This would have been very successful 5 years ago, 10 years ago. It certainly was successful against Bernard Sanders, right? It's no longer successful because independent media is uncontrollable and is not interested in abiding by whatever standards that mainstream institutions want to apply. So, yeah. In any case, ceasefire fails. JD comes home. U.S. wants to blockade the Hormuz, Lamau. Ezra Klein defends me. As centrist Dems concede on tent expansion to the left. Situation monitored. Epstein's Fury Day 43. New York City tomorrow. Yale Tuesday. Get in now. Bowden socialists have Mahmoud Mamdani coming to school. Also, Aphex Twizzy, I know your ass invited me to, or someone in your, I think someone invited me as well. What are you guys trying to like get all the people in like the Zohran Mamdani orbit? Because you know your ass can't get Zohran, so you're trying to get his dad. You're trying to get me. Your manager replied, "Yeah, I said I'd be down to do it." You ain't slick, bro. You are not slick. Also, are you trying to get the fucking chapter shut down? This is what I don't understand. Are you trying to get the chapter shut down? Because this is what's going to happen. Okay? This is what's going to happen. You want me to come on that campus? Is Zoran's dad mogging you? Yale, a demonic place. Please destroy the skull and bones. Geronimo's skull. Yeah, okay. Will do. But anyway, Orban L, ceasefire fails. JD comes home. All this stuff. We got so much to talk about today. It's a jam-packed Sunday. Normally, I don't even stream on Sundays. Normally, Sundays are fun days, but obviously today, is going to be a heavy news day. Apologies for all of the fun day enjoyers, because obviously we have to cover the situation. We have to monitor the situation. A lot going on with said situation, right? Hawkeye with the butt. Bro, you're always streaming. True. Stop saying you have fun, man. I mean, this is fun for me. Bro, it's EF day 44, not 43. It started on February 28th, day one. Added 31 days from March, goes 32. Don't stress, big dog. Maybe we just have a different way of doing the calculation. You know what I mean? I don't really care who's stressing the numbers at this point. You know what I mean? What's the difference between 44 and 43? You know, it's all shit anyway, right? Glad you're in a good mood, chipper. Yeah, you want to know why I'm in a good mood and I'm chipper? Because for the last 3 years, I've been called a fucking terrorist nonstop by dumb shitters on the internet who desperately want to be recognized by the centrist flank of the Democratic Party, who have actively made it their lives' mission to present me as this spoiler, as this bad guy. And now you have one of the top dogs on the liberal side that every centrist leans into, that every Democratic voter listens to, that treats his word like the gospel, turning around and out of nowhere, by the way, literally out of nowhere. I had no idea that this was coming. Ironically enough, I had talked to Noah Colwin about potentially, doing some possible media hits in like on Jewish papers, right? He was like, "Oh, you should do Jewish Currents." I'd be talking to Peter Beinart. Anyway, Peter Beinart reached out to me a while back. I said, "Yeah, let's do it." But I always told Noah, I was like, what would be the best possible way to have this conversation is with Ezra Klein, who is the king of liberals and also the king of like liberal Zionism as well, right? Because that would be a very productive conversation. I know that he would most likely have a very open-minded conversation with someone like me, just like he did with Ta-Nehisi Coates, right? So from that perspective, this is like, this is the greatest. He just did it on his own. I thought I would be able to like reach out to him and do a podcast with him, but turns out wasn't even necessary. He just wrote it himself. How is it that the comment section from the Ross Douthy segment was a million times more charitable than the Ezra piece? I don't know what the comment section looks like, but they probably flooded it. But yeah, I don't even need to worry about the ADL because the person who's going to be cooking my ass is going to be Z-Way today, or well, tomorrow. So, that's where we're at. Your perseverance through every bit of bullshit these past 3 years is truly incredible. Beyond good seeing your tide rising, Papa. Yeah, I mean, it's it is. This is not just about me and my reputation and the reputational damage I incurred. That's irrelevant. That's secondary, right? As long as I have you, none of that shit matters. As long as I can still have a platform that I can say the truth on, and I'll keep pushing, right? But this is a very consequential change. The reason why it's a very consequential change is because this is a concession, an open concession from a liberal who is, very important in the liberal intelligentsia, who approached the issue with charitability and said, it's fucking ridiculous. Like, this is ridiculous. And it's not just about me. It's about this movement. Said we have to align with these guys. That's huge. Because remember, initially, the conversation was like, Hasan is bad. Democrats need to stay away from him, And what did I tell you? What did I tell you at the time? I was like, this ain't about me. This is about you. This is about all of us. This is about a change that is happening in the Democratic Party, who the Democrats should be more responsive to, right? what issues the Democrats need to highlight and need to lead on. Not just Israel, but Medicare for all as well, right? Economic left populism. These are things that I advocate for, and the collection of all of those resentments is precisely what the establishment feared. The establishment wanted to push aside, right? They wanted to make sure that they never had to have that conversation. They didn't want to talk about the message, so they wanted to shoot the messenger and disparage the messenger. Because the moment that you talk about that message, all of a sudden people are going to be like, wait a minute, I do agree with that. Now I feel like you're yelling at me, right? So this is a huge step in that direction. I think this is a first of many significant concessions to the left flank, okay? Very consequential. And we only got here because all of you stood strong and you were steadfast in your approach, in your advocacy, said, nah, we're not doing that. We're not playing that fucking game, right? And here we are. Here we are. In any case, I suspect that some liberals will take this lightly and will wave the white flag quietly. I saw Trey Easton of Searchlight Institute straight up saying, you know what, that's right, we're good, right? We're good. We should be done with it, right? We should be done with this shit. We shouldn't be fighting with Hasan. Why are we doing it anyway? Like, he says something along those lines, right? Which was really funny to hear. Because he's been, one of the diehard, he's been one of the diehard, most frustrated individuals on this issue, right? He said, I don't think Hasan Piker is the enemy. I just wish that he and his followers didn't treat the Democratic Party like it's their enemy. Never Trumpers exist in the Democratic coalition without repeatedly bashing the party and demanding it take specific stances in exchange for their votes. If this is how he'd like to be treated, he should consider adjusting his own posture. See, this is the problem. Never Trumpers don't even need to make those concessions. They don't need to make those demands because the Democrats already leaned into that. That's the problem. That's the reason why we're having this conversation. If the Democrats were more responsive, to our demands, and our demands are the popular demands. Our demands expand far beyond the people that tune in and watch me here every day. Far beyond people who watch the TikTok clips and agree. Far beyond the people who go on YouTube and only watch the clips. Our demands are popular demands that many Americans across the board, people who've never fucking voted for the Democrats, people who self-identify as independents, and even Republicans living in the countryside, these are their demands as well. So not only is this good politics, it's good policy, but it's also good politics, Not only is this good policy, it's helpful in advancing people's material conditions. If you were standing proudly and saying, we are the Medicare for all party, we're gonna fix healthcare in this country, we're gonna fix housing in this country, right? We are the party that says fuck Israel, right? Like, that is a broadly populist message, right? So it's not even the Democrats being responsive to us and our needs. We're not like petulant children on the side, demanding this shit for no reason. We want the Democrats to push for these policies because it'll also win elections, ensure that Republicans never win again, and last but not least, it will improve people's material conditions. That's what is the most important, most consequential aspect of this at the end of the day. The Never Trumpers don't need to make demands in daylight. They do behind closed doors as donors. Yup.
I was talking.
Listen to her. I am always vindicated. Z-Way posted on our IG channel broadcast and asked people to drop questions for your appearance. And of course, Ethan Klein Cultist shared it on their sub. And they completely brigaded it with a bunch of questions about Kaya, about being pro-rape, helping Trump win, etc. There's barely any normal questions. It's the only question thread with hundreds of comments. I hope you reach out to Z-Way and let her know what's going on. Thank you for informing me. I'll do that. I'm sure she's aware. Yeah. Genuine question. Shouldn't leftist or progressive Democrats then run on a just 2% platform in regards to how much we want to tax the billionaires and deal with some of these issues? I mean, whichever way it works. Just another psychosexual stalker. How do you keep catching these dudes like Pokeballs? Kamala said, be transactional, my queen.
Earlier about how people are so transactional. I think we need to be transactional voters.
I mean, not only did you make zero concessions knowing that people had your back, you deserve this victory lap. Your convictions and strong moral standings keep getting vindicated. This whole past month was one big Streisand moment for the race in your profile. Yup.
I think, yes, it is right when we are trying to get folks to register to vote and to go vote, and it is absolutely right that we remind everyone of our history, especially when they're trying to erase it. We remind people of the lives, the bloodshed on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, the sacrifice of those young people at the lunch counter, the assassination of Dr. King. There are so many things that we must remember about history so that what compels us to vote includes not only our civic duty, but honoring the ancestors. Yes, and here's what I'm suggesting in addition. Get yours. Vote and say, I'm voting because I expect something out of this. You're not going to take for granted that I'm going to vote because I'm a good citizen and it's my civic duty to vote, so that you don't even worry about whether you're producing what I need because, oh, we can count on them to vote because they remember the Edmund Pettus Bridge. I'm saying it's okay to also give people permission to be transactional and to say, if you're going to get my vote, this is what I expect.
Yeah. $50,000 in tax credits for small businesses. No Medicare for all. No end to the genocide. This is what we want. This is what we want. This is how we must be transactional, okay?
I'm going to vote because I expect to get something out of this. I'm going to get mine by voting. That's what I would offer. I think it's okay to give people permission to be transactional voters.
Yeah, when I said this about Kamala Harris's election, everybody yelled at me, by the way. So what's up? She literally thought get yours was going to be a huge applause line. I just don't understand, because like this is literally what I was saying. This is at the heart of theoretical democracy. This is the principle. This is the fundamental aspect of the democratic process. Voting is a transactional experience. Voting is not given, is earned. Votes are earned by Democrats, okay? And that is at the heart of my frustration, okay? That's at the heart of my frustration with the Democratic Party, which I addressed, I brought up in my Pod Johns episode. Very excited to watch that with you guys soon as well. But yeah. Why do you always do the illegal thing of being right too early? What the hell is wrong with you? Are you evil or something? Yes, I am evil. I am evil. Okay? That's what it is. That's what it motherfucking is. Okay? Anyway, let's get started on this. This is why there's no liberal Joe Rogan. Now, originally, the title was, This is Why There's a Dr. Jihad. Just kidding. The original title was, Hasan Piker is not your enemy, right? Hasan Piker is not your enemy was the original title here. And a lot of people are picking some choice quotes out of this, okay? Great piece overall. I'm going to go through it. I'm going to read it with you guys, and a necessary one, and one that is ultimately very consequential, and one that also vindicates me even in this community, because for years, a lot of you have been very angry at Ezra Klein for good reason. I have my disagreements with Ezra Klein. I've let him know. I've let him be known time and time again, but I always maintain the position that he is far more responsive and far more open-minded than the average liberal is, right? Like, I've always said, I don't know what it is about Ezra Klein, but I think there's something about Ezra Klein that regardless of his liberalism, he's not as firmly planted his heels on the gospel of neoliberalism, or at least like he's more open-minded to and more responsive to what the fuck is actually going on, right? I said I have my differences in opinion with Ezra Klein, but I appreciate this thoughtfulness on the discussion around reducing ideological opponents to 10-second quotes, platforming, and of course, the reality that the Israel discourse is shifted out of the old constructs mainstream media clings onto. Right? This was the most hypocritical post. You live in tropes, sound bites, and racism is an anti-American neo-baby. Neo-baby? What is a neo-baby? I'm a neo-baby? Like a baby that just is a new kind of baby? The fuck's this guy saying? Jim Walden got so mad. He didn't write Nepo baby. He wrote Neo baby, who wants Marxism but chose to come back to America rather than going to Lebanon, Gaza, or remaining in Turkey. I say this plainly. America doesn't deserve ... you. Yeah, I mean, I don't think America deserves me, but America got me, baby. You know what I mean? That's Vicky Palladino's lawyer. Yeah. It is pretty funny. Opposite of a paleo baby. Yeah, true. Stop coping. He got you good, Unk. Yeah, he destroyed me. He called me a neo baby. I've never heard that before. I do not like that Ezra basically says in the article that ethno-states are a normal thing. Yeah. We have our disagreements, okay? You pick and choose. All right? It's fine. You have to understand. He's not going to come out and write an article and be like, Yahya Sinwar is like vindicated or something. He's not going to do that. Like, what are you, fucking nuts? This is a important moment because he is, in many respects, saying the truth. Okay? And unfortunately, in this day and age, saying the truth requires courage. It's important. It's an important step in the right direction. I'm not going to fucking cast aside. I'm not going to just like shit on him for doing that. Okay? I'm not going to shit on him for doing that, especially when he could have just as easily leaned in or never said anything about this, or just as easily leaned into the same exact narratives over and over again. This is an important step in the right direction. Okay? This is an important step in the right direction. You have to be more graceful and more gracious when you receive these kinds of gifts, okay? Because sometimes, if everyone is lying, saying the truth is a gift. Okay? I mean, ethno-states are a fairly normal thing. Unfortunately, a lot of states are ethno-states, but Israel's unique part is being an ethno-state while occupying an equal number of people who are not of that ethnicity. Yes. Also, ethno-states are not good regardless and are inherently self-defeating. One of the best examples of this is obviously Japan, right? That's Japan is destroying itself in order to maintain its ethno-state status. So what the fuck what more do you want to see? I mean, there are living, breathing examples of how, the maintenance of an ethno-state ends up being totally untenable. Right? All right, this is why there's no liberal Joe Rogan. Let's get started. It's a 12-minute, 55-second article. After the 2024 elections, there was panic among Democrats about the absence of a liberal Joe Rogan. Could one be found? Could one be created? It was an epic exercise in missing the point. You cannot have a liberal Joe Rogan because Rogan is not particularly political. His audience cohered around conversations with comedians, MMA fighters, bodybuilders, and psychonauts. That's what made him politically influential. He could reach millions of people who were not otherwise interested in politics. The problem Democrats actually had, one of them anyway, was that they didn't like Rogan and criticize others for going on his show. They tried repeatedly to cancel him for his comments about trans people, his skepticism about COVID vaccines, to the extent that he is now a right-coded figure. It's not because he started that way. Rogan's political views are mixed. He backed Bernie Sanders in 2020. He supports universal health care and abortion rights. He dislikes vaccine mandates and lacks border control. But it shouldn't have been a surprise when, after years being attacked by the left, he endorsed Donald Trump in 2024. The simplest way to tell people which side they're on is to tell them how much your side hates them. Now, I don't even fully agree with this assessment, right? Although I agree with the spirit of being a little bit more tactful in the way that we communicate. And this is something that the left also absolutely needs to understand, internalize when you're trying to build a fucking coalition. Because think about it this way. If I was, constantly bouldering Ezra Klein, I probably would have had less interest in taking a sincere look at, what I put out there, right? It's just, we do honestly have a problem sometimes where we behave very anti-socially. You don't have to make concessions. You don't have to concede on these people's worldview at all, right? Not the same as Rogan. No, I mean, I have been unbelievably critical of Joe Rogan, but there was never a moment where I was like, I can't believe Bernie Sanders would go on Joe Rogan. Whenever people brought that up, I was like, shut the fuck up. Of course he's going to go on Joe Rogan. He's trying to win, he's trying to win the election. Right? Like, I obviously am unbelievably critical of Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan will never have me on his show for that reason. Right? But the reality of the matter is, it's important for people to go on Joe Rogan. I would go on Joe Rogan if asked. I would go on Tucker Carlson if asked, right? Like, I don't have any issues with that at all. Many in this community would have an issue with that. They say, you're platforming, you're normalizing him. Because, we have our moral posture, we have our convictions, and sometimes we forget that, person-to-person, peer-to-peer communication requires you to be a little bit normal and to dance around, to take the victories that you get. Okay? Joe Rogan doesn't ask people on. They ask to be on. Yeah, no, I know. All right. That brings me to a more important than it might look controversy that has burst out over the leftist streamer Hasan Piker. He had a breakout moment over the past year as Democrats began obsessing over the absence of a liberal Joe Rogan, and Piker, who mixes leftist politics with a bro-ish aesthetic, was proffered as a possible answer, a category error, because, again, the whole point of Rogan's political power is that his show mostly avoids politics. But pick over Piker's years of streaming, and you can find offensive things he said, among them that America deserved 9/11, that his favorite flag is Hezbollah's, that a liberal Zionist is akin to a liberal Nazi. Now, that last two even, is not, offensive to me or to many others as well. But, I guess it's offensive to the perspective of the kind-hearted liberals reading the New York Times opinion editorial section on a Sunday morning. Streamer has said offensive things isn't really a news story. But then Abdul Al-Sayed, the more DSA-ish candidate in the Democratic Senate primary in Michigan, began rallying with Piker. That led Third Way, a centrist group that previously demanded that Democrats draw a line in the sand and shun Hasan Piker and his fellow Jew haters, to send a letter to Al-Sayed demanding details about how closely you align with his most abhorrent views. Jonathan Greenblatt, the head of the Anti-Defamation League, also known as the Apartheid Defense League, said Piker reflected the dangerous normalization of anti-Semitism in our politics. Politico then asked a number of possible 2028 Democratic hopefuls whether they would appear on Piker's show. Governor Gavin Newsom and Rahm Emanuel said they would. Representatives Ro Khanna and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez already had. Senators Cory Booker, Ruben Gallego, and Elisa Slotkin said they wouldn't. I think there's rather a lot wrapped up in this controversy, so let's take it piece by piece. Immediately goes into it and cuts away at the whole thing. He says, is Piker a Jew hater, as Third Way alleges? In an interview with the writer Aaron Regenberg, Piker addressed some of his worst comments. I find some of his answers compelling and others less so. The comparison of liberal Zionists to Nazis, for instance, is repugnant and not much improved by Piker clarifying that he opposes ethno-states. What made the Nazis notable wasn't their support for an ethno-state. Ethno-states are common. What made the Nazis notable was their effort to exterminate the Jewish people. And Piker's assertion that his opposition is to all reactionary ideology is hard to square with his admiration for Hezbollah. Okay, two things. So this is his disagreements with the way I've presented myself. Here's the issue. The reason why I say Israel is a Nazi country or Zionism is a Nazi ideology is because that is the truth. It's a reactionary, nationalistic, fascist ideology akin to Christian nationalism that we experience here in the United States of America. It's base boosted because Israel has been carrying out that violence that is the undergirding ideology of the state in order for Israel to exist as a Jewish state that is built on top of millions of Palestinians, many of which are not Jewish. You have to ethnically cleanse those Palestinians. And that's precisely how it works, right? There are plenty of states that have been designed as ethno-states or turned into ethno-states. Like Japan is one of the greatest modern examples of this, right? Japan also did its own indigenous genocide in an effort to create an ethno-state, right? It's true, except modern day liberals and modern day socialists and leftists and progressives alike do not agree with those actions. Those actions of the past, just like we don't agree with the actions of the Nazis, and therefore we must not agree with the actions of Israel when it's happening in front of us, right? The whole point of learning about history, the whole point of learning about the Holocaust, the whole point of learning about, the dangers of fascism is so that we don't fucking repeat it. It's at the core of this principle. Never again means never again for all, not just never again for Jewish people, right? So that's the point. That is why I oppose it. Now, I would love to have a conversation with Ezra Klein about this particular issue because I find it very interesting that he's like very thoughtful, but this is a glaringly obvious blindside that he demonstrates, and he demonstrated that with his Ta-Nehisi Coates conversation as well. I think he's moved since then as well, but even then, there's an element there. There's a blind spot there where it's like I grew up with this ideology. I learned about it, and it's like impossible for me. Knowing what I know, everything that I've learned, it's impossible for me to see it as anything but. And it's a glaringly obvious moral inconsistency that he actually reveals later when he's talking about. I didn't say blind spot? What did I say? Did I say blind side? Yeah, blind spot. Turkey's pretty broadly recognized an ethno-state by scholars, but you don't see leftists defending Turkey's erasure of ethnic minorities on the regular. Exactly, and I don't do it either, right? The thing about Israel is that it is exceptional. Like, what Israel is doing is exceptional. A lot of people try to say, oh, everyone's done it without explaining that, like, yeah, they did it in like the 13th century, okay? or one of the more contemporary, one of the more modern examples of this is, the Holocaust. So these are things that are roundly criticized, like routinely condemned. It's one of the few things that most historians agree, alongside chattel slavery and the Holocaust, that was like unbelievably evil. It's historians rarely look at events that have transpired and then turn around and offer some kind of subjective sentiment to it, or they don't say this is bad, right? Usually, but those are the two things that they openly say are bad. Aaron Regenberg also had a take on Ezra's, ethno-states existing, but we'll get to that in a second. Actually, you know what? I'll just read it. Aaron Regenberg also wrote that New Republic piece, which I never would have thought would reach Ezra Klein's eyes. So I am happy that it did, right? Because when I did that, I genuinely thought, like, I like Aaron. I think he's it's very clear that he wants to try to like help. I just thought that it's the New Republic. I know Daniel wrote one in The Nation as well, specifically addressing the smears, the accusations about my anti-Semitism. And both of these guys were like trying to, communicate to a broader audience, but it's The Nation, it's the New Republic. Like, you're preaching to the converted, right? Like, for the most part. So I didn't think that would have the impact. I mean, I'm eternally grateful for him doing so, for saying the truth, right? Because the reality of the matter is, it is objectively a courageous act. It shouldn't be, but it is a courageous act to say the truth sometimes, right? It says, I'm grateful for Ezra Klein's super thoughtful column today, and also appreciate that he referenced a piece I wrote on Hasan, but I need to make one, in my opinion, corrective point. Ezra wrote, what made the Nazis notable wasn't their support for an ethnostate. Ethnostates are common. What made the Nazis notable was their effort to exterminate the Jewish people. I think Ezra would probably agree, if push came to shove, that the Nazis were notable before their launch of the final solution in 1941. It'd be fair to say what made the Nazis most notable, but what made the Nazis notable is just not really defendable as a precise statement of fact. It's true. The mechanized death of all of the victims in the Holocaust, 6 million Jews, and millions of others as well, that is what made the Nazis the most notable. But they were certainly notable before that, right? The Nazis were the Nazis in 1933 and 1935 and 1939, etc. They were bad, and they were worth opposing before they began their effort to exterminate the Jewish people. And I don't think it makes much sense to say we can only analogize them or learn lessons about them post-1941. And that's kind of an important point, because that's precisely what we are doing, right? That's precisely what we are doing. We're trying to stop fascism from taking root to reach its worse conclusions. And for Israel, it has already reached that. Israel has already reached the concentration camp, death camp, Holocaust status. And they've done so in broad daylight. Which is also crazy. Ezra Klein's essay on Hasan Piker at least comes out with the correct position, but this idea that we're dealing with a different Israel today ignores the fact that the romanticized Israel older people remember was established with the Nakba. Exactly. That's precisely what it is, right? That is the significant difference in opinion between someone like myself, an anti-Zionist, and someone like Ezra Klein, who at least is like more open-minded to the anti-Zionist perspective than the average liberal Zionist is, because the average liberal Zionist has completely either dropped the whole liberalism element of it and is maybe only coming back to it like J Street is in an effort to just like hold on to whatever allegiance that America could continue having with the nation state of Israel, right? But let's keep going, because this part is just one aspect of it, because he's going to, turn around and I read the whole article, Chad, I know. But to only focus on those comments is to miss much else that Piker has said and believes. He has also said, from pogroms to the Holocaust, Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for the instability and economic volatility that people in power caused. A resilient, nascent anti-Semitism is a constant threat. He has called anti-Semitism gross, immoral, and a hate crime. He has promoted John Ossoff, a Democratic senator from Georgia who is Jewish, as a 2028 presidential possibility. In previous presidential primaries, Piker supported Bernie Sanders, who is also Jewish. It is an unusual form of Jew hatred that calls out anti-Semitism and promotes Jewish Americans for the presidency. I have deep disagreements with Piker, but he isn't a Jew hater. He's an anti-Zionist. And here, I think, the real stakes of this fight come into view. We are living through a rupture in both the meaning and the reality of Israel. A Gallup poll from February found, for the first time, that more Americans sympathize with the Palestinians than with the Israelis. Among Democrats, the gap was overwhelming, with 65% who sympathized more with the Palestinians and 17% with the Israelis. The difference, as I have argued, is largely generational. Older Americans still view the Israelis more sympathetically, but among Americans aged 18 to 34, 53% sided with the Palestinians and 23% with the Israelis. This is new. Before 2023, young people and Democrats were more likely to side with the Israelis. This is not a result of an international psyop or a profusion of memes. The Israel that young people know is not the Israel that older people remember. Now, this gives Ezra Klein's perspective a little bit more clarity, right? Because I've been here for the last decade and a half professionally in my career as an anti-Zionist, as an open, avowed anti-Zionist, right? The old Israel is still the new Israel. The new Israel is just accelerated and is doing this in broad daylight. It's accelerated its mowing of the lawn operations. It's accelerated its domination and complete annexation of the West Bank. But those wounds continued. Those strikes continued in the old Israel. It's just that the media environment and the perception of the Western world of old Israel was the country that dominated all of the Arabs. Okay, all the pesky Arabs that got together and tried to fight the Jewish state over and over again was met with fierce resistance, right? Like that was the attitude. A lot of boomers are still on that mindset. They don't recognize Israel as an apartheid state that is conducting a genocide, that's taking over Lebanon, taking over territory in Syria, that is endlessly expanding and is a danger to all of its neighbors and to all civilians, and even a danger to its own citizens as well, if you care about that sort of thing. So that's always been the case. It's just now virtually impossible to avoid that reality. Okay? For many who did not grow up with the old Israel, the only moral nation in the Middle East, the only democracy in the Middle East mentality, which was a lie, right? For many who only know Israel as the genocidaire state, who only know Israel through the arrogance that its envoys demonstrate, who only know Israel through Israel's domestic interest in the United States of America, constant demands for cancellations, constant demands for doxing people, constant demands for firing people, for turning around and saying something that a lot of people believe, saying something that a lot of people saw with their own two eyes, that Israel is a malignant actor in this region and a malignant force in American politics, right? For simply supporting Palestine, for simply supporting Palestinian sovereignty. It doesn't happen anymore. That was the first experience that many people had, and they will never change their mentality. It is never going back, right? Ezra Klein changed the Hasan opinion title 9 minutes ago. Guys, please, it doesn't fucking matter, okay? Ezra Klein has no say on the title changes, okay? Title changes are editorial decisions made by the editorial board of the opinion editorial team in the New York Times, and the title changes don't matter, okay? Let's continue. They're A/B testing different titles. We do it as well, okay? It's normal. It responded to the savagery of October 7 by flattening Gaza in a brutal campaign that killed at least 70,000 Gazans, taking control of more than half the territory, and herding Gazans, more than 2 million people, into the remainder. Life there remains hellish. Israel has made hopes of a two-state solution fanciful by slicing the West Bank up into Israeli settlements and abetting constant settler violence and keeping a boot on the throat of the Palestinian Authority. It has used the Iran war as an opportunity to launch an invasion of Lebanon, displacing more than 1 million people and announcing that as many as 600,000 won't be allowed to return to their homes until Israel decides otherwise. The Knesset just voted to legalize hanging as a punishment for Palestinians who are convicted of killing Israelis in terrorist attacks. This is, on the one hand, even the language that he uses, this is something that Ta-Nehisi Coates also pointed out, if you remember in that conversation that they had almost a year and a half ago, where Ta-Nehisi said, you always say the more militant forces on the Palestinian side are savages, but you never use similar language when you're talking about the Israeli side. The Israeli side is still a democracy, right? It still has that consideration of existing as a liberal democracy. So if it's a democratic decision that Likud is abiding by, they are simply operating on the majority's desires. Okay? Yeah, he says right-wing extremists when it comes to Israelis, including the settlers. He says savagery and barbarians when it comes to Hamas, when it comes to the Palestinian resistance, right? People are still people. Those Palestinians still had dreams, they had hopes, right? They had goals, just as the Israelis do. So that's something to consider. That's an implicit bias that comes out in moments like this. I'm obviously not going to lean into it too much because this stuff is far more important to have in the New York Times op-ed piece, right? Part of that racism is part of the state versus non-state dynamic that almost everyone subscribes to, even though you still hear it or don't hear it nearly the same language you hear for Hamas or Hezbollah as you do for Iran. Yes, we have obviously addressed this many times over on this broadcast. Americans have this established attitude about state versus state violence versus as opposed to state versus non-state actors and who gets to do violence and what that violence is perceived as. Israel is a nation state. Israel is a democracy. When they behave in certain ways, no matter how violent it is, no matter how unbelievably violent it is, we think of it as like an expression of democracy, of the democratic process in Israel, right? That's precisely the reason why it's very different. It's a very different calculation when you got a foreign minister who can speak to Americans, an Iranian foreign minister who can go on American television and demonstrate that, you know, he has multiple fucking PhDs. All of a sudden, Americans can hear from him. Very different attitude is developed in that process, right? That's why it's huge that Benjamin Netanyahu is from Philadelphia. Like, this is a very consequential element. I promise you, it plays a major role. That's why he does the Hebrew language proposals, and then he does the English one. And I always tell you, there's key differences in the way that he communicates to the Western world versus the way he communicates to the Israeli population, right? Anyway, third way suggests you can identify Jew haters by their use of loaded words taught in social justice seminars: apartheid, genocide, settler colonialism. If that is the test, then a large number of American Jews now fail it. Israel, as it is behaving today, and as it is constructing itself for tomorrow, is incompatible with any normal understanding of liberal values. That's it. That's the fucking truth nuke. That's also the contradictory statement that he contradicts with his previous statement of like liberal Zionism is also liberal Nazism, where he goes, ethno-states exist. Chill out. That is correct. That is correct. It's just 100% correct. It is utterly incompatible with modern day liberalism. It's utterly incompatible with modern rules of conduct, modern rules of warfare, rules of engagement. It is siege warfare that most people thought we left behind in like the fucking 15th century. America's bringing it back too. And obviously, a lot of Israel defenders will say, what are you talking about? It's because if there's no Jews, there's no news, right? Like, look at Sudan, look at Sudan. Now, the difference there is twofold, okay? What is happening in Sudan is heinous. It's a genocide. It's backed by the United Arab Emirates and therefore, in some ways, backed by Israel as well and Western forces, or at least Western governments turn a blind eye to these atrocities. But that's not because there's no Jews involved in that situation. That's because the United Arab Emirates doesn't have as pervasive of a fucking lobby in the United States of America that constantly demands you get fired from your job for saying what's going on in Sudan is a genocide. Ironically enough, it is the pro-Israeli groups and institutions that have created this kind of resistance against Israel in the United States of America, right? That's a big part of it because Americans are somewhat selfish people, right? That's it. Because there are atrocities unfolding all around the world. The difference, the other key difference is, and this is precisely the reason why those pro-Israel groups have to exist in the Western world, is because Israel is carrying out these atrocities with our weapons. Israel is carrying out these atrocities with our unlimited funds and our unlimited defense, both political defense at the United Nations General Assembly, but also with direct defense in the form of Tamir interceptors, for example, THAAD missile launchers, anti-air defense systems, sometimes directly putting our soldiers on the line, their lives on the line to defend the nation state of Israel. That's the key difference. That's a huge difference. Okay, this will be clipped out of context and you will see it in the news XD. Wait, what? I don't know what you are even pointing to because nothing I said is wrong. Do you understand? Like, I'm of this mindset that if Belgium was doing what it used to do in the Congo, right? Like right now, and America was like, no, you have to do that. This has to happen. We have to also forcibly put Belgians in there, and establish settlements and stuff like that. Yeah, there would probably be similar anger and resentment. That's how it is. There will be no Palestinian state to the west of the Jordan River, Benjamin Netanyahu said. For years, I have prevented the creation of that terror state against tremendous pressure, both domestic and from abroad. We have done this with determination and with astute statesmanship. That exact paragraph in the article is why you can't be a liberal Zionist. There's no such thing. Yeah, I mean, you can be, but it's just like there's varying degrees of fascist sentiment, right? And it exists in America as well. I'm going to always bring it back to America. Like you have Christian nationalists, white supremacists. You have varying degrees of people who demonstrate that kind of like underlying racist sentiment, anti-blackness, anti-immigrant sentiment, things of that nature, right? Not every single person is going to be maxed out on the fucking Nazi spectrum. And it's no different on liberal Zionism versus ultra Zionism as well, right? That's how it is. Some of you know people in your lives who are otherwise very kind people, but have these like massive fucking blind spots when it comes to, the way that they approach black people, for example, right? Like maybe they don't act out on those desires, luckily, but they still have those opinions, right? Like they still carry a little bit of that resentment, a little bit of that fear, the unjustifiable fear. Our goal here is to identify that and tackle it, right? Identify that, combat it, help people come to better conclusions, right? That's how systemic racism exists, all right? And it's not different for Zionism. Like, I deal with fucking people who have, fascist adjacent beliefs on a daily fucking basis. I try to convince them. And it's the same for liberal Zionists as well. So it's very frustrating to me when people make it seem like there is this otherized status. When I say, when I say liberal Zionism is akin to liberal Nazism, people go, how dare you say that? Right? How dare you? It's not that different from, liberals that might have some racialized animus as well, right? There will be no Palestinian state to the west of the Jordan River. For years, I've prevented the creation of a terrorist state. We've done this with determination with this new statesmanship. Moreover, we've doubled the Jewish settlement in Judea and Samaria, and we will continue on this path. Anti-Zionism is a rising response to what Israel is doing. Well, it's a response to what Israel was doing and is still doing, right? It will simply not be possible to treat it as a marginal viewpoint that can be shamed or shunned into invisibility. Yes, anti-Semitism often cloaks itself in anti-Zionism, so don't do the anti-Semites work for them. If you keep telling people that this is bars. If you keep telling people that they oppose the Jewish state, then they must hate Jewish people. Eventually, they will believe you. Felix Biederman in the last Chapo episode put this in less kind terms, where he said, if you think Hasan Piker is an anti-Semite and you want to cast him aside, even though he cares about anti-Semitism 8,000 times more than I do, Felix said this as a Jewish man, you're not going to like what comes next. Okay? He's right. It's unbelievable that they're still playing this fucking idiotic game. They're just not even recognizing it. Right? The impulse to cut those off with whom we disagree reaches far beyond Piker or the Israel-Palestinian debate. It sits at the heart of cancellation as a political tactic. It relies on a belief in the power of gatekeepers that might have been true in an earlier age, but no longer reflects as the way attention is earned and held. Tucker Carlson was ejected from Fox News and grew stronger on X and YouTube. Nick Fuentes was banned from major social media platforms and gathers strength in the shadows. Trump went from being banned by every major social media platform to retaking the presidency. But it's not just cancellation. It's not just that cancellation has failed to silence those it targeted. It also weakened those who used it. The Democratic Party and the progressive movement was ill-served by the belief that it could decide the boundaries of acceptable debate. In narrowing who it could talk to, it limited what it could hear and whom it could be heard by. I haven't been on Rogan's show, but I've been on some of the shows in that broader universe, like Andrew Schultz's Flagrant and Lex Friedman's podcast. I was surprised by how frustrated the hosts were about their inability to book Democrats in 2024. They had said things that the broader progressive universe disliked or had conversations with people who were anathema to the left. And so Democrats largely avoided these podcasts, ceding them to the Trump campaign. This was not only bad politics, but also bad Democratic practice. These shows had come from nowhere and had gained millions of loyal listeners. They had earned their viewership by voicing something that made millions of Americans feel seen, heard, or at least interested. In avoiding those places, Democrats avoided contact with the kinds of voters they otherwise claimed to represent. This is the mistake Democrats often make when they talk about what they did wrong in 2024. They realize now that they should try to talk to the people who listen to these shows. They are less likely to realize that they should listen to the people who talk on these shows. They realize now that they should try to talk to the people who listen to these shows. They are less likely to realize that they should listen to the people who talk on these shows. Beneath this is an important principle. Conversation is not a reward to be bestowed on those with whom we agree. It's a necessary habit in democracy. The point is not to find agreement so much as to deepen understanding, theirs and your own. Whether you like everything that someone has said should be severed from the question of whether that person is worth talking to. Okay? We here on the left do this as well, and obviously I don't entertain it. And I think that's a major difference that I have with a lot of other people. And people will constantly look for other reasons as to why I do that, right? Other reasons as to why I do that, where they're like, oh, there's got to be some ulterior motive here. It's because he's hungry for clout or whatever. It's like, no, I will talk to anyone and everyone, no matter where they are. I'm not going to compromise on my values, but I will try to convince not only my interlocutor, but also my interlocutor's audience that might not have actually ever encountered my perspective, and certainly not encountered my perspective without filters. Right? Yes, we're going to talk about Orban in a second. The space for such conversations was once wider. Wait, what? The point is not to find agreement as much as to deepen understanding. To talk with others is to believe in the possibility of change, theirs and your own. Whether you like everything that someone has said should be severed from the question of whether that person is worth talking to. The space for such conversations was once wider. In 1968, William F. Buckley Jr., the arch-conservative founder of National Review, hosted Eldridge Cleaver, the Minister of Information for the Black Panthers, on the firing line. Neither man was there to endorse the other's politics. I should like to begin by asking Mr. Cleaver whether he finds it inconsistent with his ideology to encourage the assassination of Mr. Richard Nixon. Buckley said. Cleaver's answer: I would say that if Richard Nixon was assassinated, it would only result in having another pig in line who possibly would need to be assassinated. Bars. Buckley later hosted Cleaver at his home. It was a different time, but it created a lasting artifact. The interview has hundreds of thousands of views on YouTube and remains riveting to watch. Are there people I won't have on my shows or shows I won't go on? Sure. But those judgments, for me, are more about what I think will be productive rather than who I think can be included. Similarly, I wouldn't judge Booker or Gallego or Slotkin for avoiding Piker's show. They're busy people, and it may not be how they want to spend their time. But there's something strange about aspiring to lead the country's left-wing coalition and elevating the avoidance of prominent leftists to a matter of principle. That's all the more true now, as attention isn't bestowed on the chosen few by television networks and newspaper editors. It's won or lost in a ferocious marketplace that rewards outrage and controversy. The winners of the attention wars today are typically people who said some outrageous things in the past or are still saying them in the present. When you're dealing with podcasters or streamers who talk unstructured, unrehearsed for hours each week, if not every day, there's going to be so much said that it's almost inevitable that a dossier of dumb statements can be compiled. To write those people out of acceptable political discourse is to back yourself into a shrinking, sanitized corner of the public sphere. This part is also huge. This part is also fucking huge. Yeah, I know. Peter Magyar won the Hungarian elections. Okay, I'm gonna talk about it. Jesus, Lord mercy, it's so funny that people are so ecstatic. Okay, yes. Viktor Orban is down. Okay, I know. Here, I'll put it in the title too. Orban for prison. Orban for prison 2028. Orban for prison 2026. We'll do a crab dance in a second. Let me just go through this, please. Booker admitted on Pod Save America that when he said he would never go on Piker's show, he had never heard of Piker. His communications director had read him a list of the 4 or 5 worst things Piker has said, and Booker used that as the basis for his response. Booker got piled on for that admission, but I appreciated the honesty. That is, in practice, a version of how many of us make our judgments. Algorithmic media is an engine of motivated decontextualization. We see other people in snippets that serve the agendas of those who cut them. We are fed 30-second clips shorn from multi-hour streams, 2-sentence quotes ripped from long conversations, old comments that obscure subsequent change. We have to be careful about being lulled into believing these shards represent anyone's whole person. We should not be afraid of finding out who those people are, of seeking to change them, or of allowing ourselves to be changed by them. That is fucking bars. It is fundamentally what I believe as well. It is at the heart of my politics. It is one of the things that I constantly say, and I'm glad that a liberal is saying that. Okay? I'm glad that a liberal is saying that at a time when, let's be real, this kind of cynical standpoint epistemology and identity politics and cancellation attempts are the tool of the right, okay? The right will always use that to their left flank. The right will cynically apply this to the likes of Gavin Newsom, as we saw, right? But then the center right of the Democratic Party has consistently used this as a tool, as a weapon to destroy their left flank as well. Bernie Sanders was victim to this, right? A guy who has been on the right side of history for most of his life, if not his entire life, that spans across multiple centuries at this point. He's 800 years old, okay? And liberals cynically presented and painted him as this monstrous person, this like this figure of reactionary sentiment, this anti-black, anti-woman, misogynist, all this stuff. Ridiculous. Rodemi Adeoye says, honestly, everyone keeps talking about this woke 2.0 thing, but the Hasan Piker discourse has convinced me that the second iteration of this in 2028 will be far more nasty than the 2020 campaign because of the idea policing and PC-sensitive crowd will be more aggressive. Like the screen grab is going to look like light work when 2028 happens. I don't think so. And a candidate is apologizing for an influencer that worked years ago who said one off-color thing, and people are trying to burn this candidate forever about it. Will be interesting. I don't think so. I think if our forces win, then I don't believe that this will happen, and I hope that they will, right? Because it's objectively silly. It's self-defeating. It doesn't, it betrays how normal people think and how normal people operate. It doesn't make any sense to behave like that, right? Democrats do need to open up and improve and open up conversation. But in the example follow that Mr. Klein gives, there's an enormous difference between William F. Buckley's time and ours. Eldridge Cleaver would almost be certainly arrested and imprisoned under our current regime. I mean, I think, as a Black Panther back then, he was also under significant threat. The American government was assassinating its leadership. So Democrats do not need a liberal Joe Rogan. They need a Franklin Delano Roosevelt banger. Last night, I, a Jew, and a Jewish friend, both Gen Xers, were bemoaning the state of Middle Eastern politics. We grew up planting trees in Israel, and like many of our generation, have steadfastly defended that country against its detractors, even when the detractors were right. Now we both feel that Israel, like Donald Trump's America, isn't defensible. We can't just twist ourselves into the necessary pretzels for such an exercise. We're not happy about that. We don't feel somehow liberated. It's incredibly sad. But there are some things we simply can't buy, and Israel is now one of those things. Like it or not, the Jewish diaspora in Israel are tied at the hip. We're expected to support Israel financially, militarily, spiritually, no matter what. Indeed, we are shunned by our community if we don't. The government of Israel also demands this blind allegiance, and yet, where is my vote? Do I get a say in whether Ben-Gvir or Smotrich sits in the Knesset or on the cabinet? Israel wants my money and my fealty, but not my opinion. Well, I have news for my Israeli brothers and sisters. I have an opinion, and it isn't a good one. Ooh, that's a Gen Xer. Remember, that's like outside of the younger demos, right? Because you all in here, the Jewish anti-Zionists in this community obviously have encountered a Gen Xer in your lives that definitely is not that open-minded, right? So that's huge. Larry, but we don't send $4.8 billion, provide diplomatic cover, and veto legitimate UN sanctions for other countries. Great column. I'm frustrated by Democrats who refuse to campaign everywhere and who can't see the enormous opportunity of reaching voters listening to hosts whom they disagree. It's quite simple to understand that people understand when they are being condescended to. Tim Walz, former football coach, not going on the Joe Rogan to yab it up for Kamala in 2024 will always bewilder me. He would have been a perfect Democrat for Rogan's audience to hear from. I agree with that as well. At Larry, for my entire 70-year life, this is like a reply to Larry, I guess, who like maybe, he deleted it in shame. Okay. A lot of people are just like dunking on Larry. For my entire 70-year life, the U.S. has had a unique and close connection with Israel that I once felt good about. Israel meant just for deeply persistent wrong people, the settler movement, the extreme right wing, and finally Netanyahu and the end of hopes for a two-state solution or just for Palestinians, and then killing 72,000 Palestinian civilians corroded and then severed that connection. Now I cannot support U.S. aid for Israel, and I feel deeply disappointed, hence the unique focus and degree of criticism. The 30-second clips Hasan is talking about are a huge part of the problem. This media fragmentation disproportionately targets women in politics where their tone or character is scrutinized and taken out of context far more than their actual policy platforms. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's one that certainly favors, because in 30 seconds, you can't understand everything that a person is about, right? You can't understand their full scope, who they are as a person, right? That format actually favors white dudes in many respects for that reason, because what can you pick up about a person? How can you make up your mind about a person? By looking at who they are, right? They hear, my name is Hasan, I'm Muslim, and I represent this worldview. They immediately lean to certain biases. They make up their minds about my perspective for that reason. It's the same when they see a woman, right? A black woman especially. It's the same when they see a black man. When you get, what is this? You're getting subtweeted by ContraPoints? What? Why? Oh my God. You knew this would happen, didn't you? That's why the HDS shitstorm didn't faze you. No, because the HasanAbi derangement syndrome that I have withstood and have experienced for the last almost decade at this point has prepared me for this moment. That's what it is. And it's prepared you for this moment as well. Because all the stuff that people are bringing up, you've heard a million times over. You've heard people bring it up as though it's like a new thing, right? Oh, I just found this video. What the fuck is this? It's like, I've explained it away 1,000 times over, right? And it didn't work. And it especially doesn't work now because we're in a very different media environment. And it especially doesn't work now because we live in a very different environment, like an ideological environment where people are demanding more. People don't have the same implicit biases that favor the development and the protection of the nation state of Israel, right? So that's what it is. Yeah, most people are defending this. I bet most Democrats who object to Piker have never listened to his show. Instead, they've been presented with a few clips of the most outrageous things he has said and told themselves they want nothing to do with him. I saw this in real time on an episode of The Bulwark with Sarah Longwell and Tim Miller, hardly a left-wing show. She read out a series of Piker's quotes and argued why she wanted nothing to do with him. He was an irredeemable anti-Semite. There was nothing more to discuss. The whole conversation was a knee-jerk reaction to anything that smacked of criticizing Israel. It's horrific treatment of Palestinians before and October 7th. Dude, this is exactly what I was saying. You see? Ellen from Philadelphia, who is a Bulwark fan, saw what Sarah Longwell was saying about me, calling me an heinous anti-Semite, okay? And immediately went, I have heard this before. Do you understand? Do you understand why I kept saying over and over again, we're in a very different environment. We're very different media environment. People can actually see the full context now. They can come to me. But also very different ideological environment as well. Very different environment that hears outspoken critics of Israel and sees outspoken defenders of Israel call them anti-Semites for years and years and years. And they go, I've heard this before, right? This is precisely what I was talking about. It's part of the reason why I was like, I'm not worried about this shit, you know? And it's outside influence in American politics. In some circles, you're just not allowed to point out what Israel is doing, while the rest of us stand here horrified yet afraid to say too much, lest we be accused of being anti-Semitic. A brief reading of the comments of that video showed just how far apart Sarah was from her viewers. Unfortunately, Democrats are so afraid of offending the easily offended in the party that they don't know how to have honest conversations with people with whom they might have some disagreement, especially when it comes to Israel. It's really quite discouraging and not likely to build a larger coalition of the very people Democrats say they want and need to attract. There seems to be more policing on that issue than there is on anything else in the political discourse right now. It is not helpful. In this column is the answer to why progressives, of which I one, have lost so many voters and the solution to getting them back. But to accept this truth and start winning elections will require the very few human beings, the things very few human beings can do. Let go of the sense of superiority. It gives you a sense of self-esteem. Be genuinely open to dialogue with those you disagree with. Actually talk with them. And the hardest of all, be open to changing your mind. The path to power lies before you. So yeah, I think everyone's dunking on Larry. I suspect, judging by what people have said, judging how people have responded to Larry, I assume he was like, why does everybody care about Israel so much? You know, because everyone is like, yeah, you know, it's giving Jew hatred a little bit, sweetie. Remember, this is the New York Times subscription base, right? This is the New York Times editorial page. These are the people who wrote 524 comments so far on this article that just came out a couple hours ago. Okay? So just understand that this is not, you know, the HasanAbi head constituency. Okay? These are the Barbaras and the Deborahs. These are the highly educated, urban and even sometimes suburban white liberals with a higher degree of educational attainment, and also ones that are financially better off. Okay, we're talking about the coastal elites that play a major role in the base of support for the Democratic Party, at the heart of the Democratic Party, the ones that go out and vote in the primaries, the ones that go out and vote in special elections. This is who is ride or die for the Dems. So for them to come out and lean into what Ezra is saying is huge. something has changed. This is what I've been repeatedly explaining to you over and over again, and I've seen it with my own two eyes, right? The New York Times closed the comment section. They have almost 600 comments, so they turn it off. I was going to comment, but it shut down. Too many people supporting you. That drives the editors. No, they like the comments. I'm subscribing. They shut down the comments because it was too much. It backfired. I'm just a regular guy that wants to understand what the elites think. No. I think they do that normally. That's fine. In a couple hours once it comes out. I don't think that the editors hate clicks and conversation that takes place under their profiles, under their editorial pieces. Anyway. I must admit, I was lost reading most of this article as if I was continually caught in an ideological maze that I could not exit. The habits or mindsets I developed over the years of running a small organization were dismissive of abstract theoretical discussions, always focused on how to make the systems and personnel work better. Really, what the American voter is yearning for is a government that works, that repairs roads, provides decent health care, that keeps schools safe, that provides affordable childcare, housing, transportation. I could go on. But attending to the details and processes of a well-run organization leaves little time to debate or discuss the meaning and implications of the cultural vocabularies now circulating in the podcast circuit. If I have to choose between someone who, whatever their flaws, stands firmly against ethnic cleansing and genocide, and someone who, whatever their virtues, won't be unambiguously against these crimes and their perpetrator, my conscience requires me to side with Mr. Piker. That's the argument. That is the reason why when people were like, oh, Hasan, how do you feel in this moment? You're getting inundated with like smears and shit like that, right? I said, I don't feel lonely at this point. It doesn't matter because the people who are choosing to present themselves as enemies of myself and this community are choosing to present themselves as enemies to the overwhelming majority of the population that has seen heinous acts of violence perpetrated with our tax dollars and demands change. It's a 90-10 issue, right? It's a fucking 90-10 issue. The moderates in the Democratic Party constantly complain we need to reach out to other voters and stop canceling each other, that the extremists in the party keep forcing them into unpopular positions. Then they run into a genuinely popular voice like Hasan Piker. And because he insults Israel and pushes Medicare for all, he needs to be canceled and ostracized. Even those ideas are much more popular than moderate positions like unlimited aid to Israel and no limits on drug prices. Who really are the extremists? This is also another attitude shift that is brewing. Okay? This is also important to understand. I believe it was Morris Katz who did the ad campaign for Zohran Mamdani and Fight Agency that had a really interesting podcast. Had a really interesting conversation on, I think it was the Nation's podcast, Fighting Fascism podcast, where he basically said, Americans think Trump is a moderate. It's true. They do. Americans think Zohran Mamdani is a moderate. Americans think Bernie Sanders is a moderate. Americans think Kamala Harris is a radical. Why? Now, of course, demographics play a role in this, but Zohran Mamdani is a brown guy, right? He's brown. He's Muslim. He's a socialist, and he's an anti-Zionist, right? So Kamala Harris is partially seen as a radical because she's a black woman from California, certainly plays a major role in that dynamic, as opposed to Donald Trump, who is an insane person and yet seen as a moderate from their own, from, the perspective of the base on his side. Now, why is that the case? Because Trump is a populist. He is a right-wing sloppulist that has been, especially in the first 2016 election, a heterodox Republican, right? He had a lot of positions that he advanced, like not touching Medicare, not touching Social Security, things like that, that were truly unique to the Republican position. Never been heard of before from any Republican, right? While simultaneously leaning heavily into anti-immigrant sentiment and racism and things of that nature. So this is, this is it. Yep. This is like, it's a meme, but it's kind of how it works. Okay. The aristocrat political pundit class completely oblivious to how the median voter thinks. They're how you get situations like Kamala campaigning with Liz Cheney. Yeah. The average American thinks Kamala Harris is a radical because the only things that they've heard from Kamala Harris are choice quotes that the opposition has defined her as someone who is only invested in giving bottom surgeries, the Guatemalan undocumented migrants. Why does the median voter, why do the Mainers not see Graham Plattner as a radical, whereas the entire commentariat sees Graham Plattner's worldview as far too radical for the moderate to vote for? Why is that the case? Why is that the case? Why is there such a major disconnect with the way that the average voters perceive Graham Plattner versus the blue sky liberals and the commentariat and the way they see Graham Plattner? Because Graham Plattner is uncompromising in his advocacy for trans people, but Graham Plattner is offering every voter something that they can understand, that they can associate with. Graham Plattner is talking about affordability. Graham Plattner is talking about Medicare for all. Graham Plattner is talking about cutting ties with Israel. Okay? And he's not doing the political language around it either. He's not approaching the subject matter with the careful way that you normally hear from experienced politicians, right? That's it. That is the reason. What mainstream media has presented as radical propositions is a lie. Especially when you look at how the median voter approaches that stuff. Mainstream media and the analysts and the people who are backed by corporate entities and corporate interests will tell you Medicare for all is a radical proposition. People don't want that. People are terrified of that. Okay? People are fucking terrified of that. They don't want it at all. Please don't advocate for that. And the politicians hear that and they go, yeah, that must be true. And a lot of liberals hear that and go, I'm internalizing that message. I agree with it as well. I'm a real Deborah, as you say. I'm 62 years old, college educated, New York Times, HasanAbi head, even a wine drinker. You've pegged me 100%. Exactly. Also, Debbie, you shouldn't say you've pegged me. That's, oh no. Hey, yo. That means something different around these parts. Okay? Yeah, near a tangent also had a tangent, near a tangent more like, right? And this was off of one of my choice quotes on the Podjams where I said, I want the Democratic Party to treat me like a never Trumper, right?
You said you wouldn't vote for Gavin Newsom against J.D. Vance in 2028.
Yeah,
and you vote third party.
I mean, I don't even think that's going to be a problem.
Well, but like a lot of people, including people who share a lot of your critiques of the Democratic Party, hear that and think like this is the problem. You know, when the stakes are concrete, like a Vance presidency, another 4 years of what we're living through. You know, the people who say they're building a movement would, you know, like rather preserve their own power than, you know, do what winning requires and, you know, hold your nose and vote for what you believe would be the lesser of two evils. Like, how do you respond to that?
I want the Democratic Party to treat me like a never Trumper. I want the Democratic Party to treat me like a triple Trump voter, okay? Because it turns out that's all they're tuned into. So if what it takes for the Democrats to turn around and be like, wait a minute, we're losing this guy, we have to win him over again or whatever, instead of just like taking my vote for granted as they've done so over and over again for the left flank, then, you know, I'm going to say things that may or may not end up being true, but it doesn't matter. We're so far out from the election anyway that it's like, I'm just saying, look, now is your opportunity to find a good candidate instead.
But you see, as we head into these, that like after what we've lived through these last years, the stakes and the stark difference between even a Democrat who you and I might find not up to par, to say the least, versus Vance or whoever the fuck they put up.
Of course. I mean, I hate Republicans. I oppose them. I I say that all the time. I think that the Republicans are far more damaging. The biggest terrorists, the biggest domestic terrorists in this country, the biggest terrorist internationally is the Republican Party. And not only that, but it's just like I want to fight against the growing fascist movement in this country. My frustration with the Democrats is their conciliatory attitude towards that and their lack of investment in this struggle. This idea that, you know, on the one hand, you say Donald Trump is a dangerous force. I see that. I recognize that. But then you turn around and you take on his anti-immigrant narratives and anti-immigrant messaging from the 2020 election that you won and decide you're going to be the sincere candidate that ends up, dealing with the growth of migration in this country. It's a failure. If you were serious about being an anti-fascist, if you were serious about combating these forces, you would take it more seriously. Neera Tanda said the Never Trumpers treat the Democratic Party a lot better than Piker does. I said I voted actively door knock for, fundraised, platform Dems, and progressive cause for the last decade and a half while they were working to oppose your agenda. The issue is you have more in common with them than you do with me, and that's the problem you're facing right now. To which he responded with, perhaps there's a semantic difference here. Never Trumpers champion Kamala, even though they disagree with her on a lot of policies. They did so because they saw the stakes of the election and how things like this utter disaster of the last year could happen. They also championed Biden and Hillary for the same reason. I'm glad you work for so many progressive causes, but saying you see no difference in Kamala and Trump and blasting that out to millions helped Trump. And 2024 was an existential election. Now, maybe those statements were taken out of context. Happy to engage in conversation anytime. Okay? Here's the thing. The Never Trumpers didn't have to get concessions because they got those concessions ahead of time with the way that Kamala Harris presented herself. This is the problem. And these people don't want to understand that. It's not just parading around with Liz Cheney. It's also saying things like, I'm gonna command the most lethal military at the DNC, refusing to have a Palestinian speaker at the DNC, refusing to have a trans speaker at the DNC. What you communicate in the finite amount of time that you have, 107 days, to win an election with your campaign is important. It's consequential. And the Democrats actively communicated to the Never Trump agenda. They actively communicated to try to win over the suburbanites, the white, relatively well-off suburban voters. Okay? That's it. That's it. Yeah, you literally have 25,000 hours of anti-Republican commentary. You shouldn't really have to door knock. Yeah, I mean, look, it's also silly to say like, oh, you just only say that Trump and Kamala Harris are the same over and over again. It's a blanket statement that you're applying that absolutely betrays the nuance of my analysis, my commentary. It's a totally ridiculous thing to keep slapping on over and over again. My anger and resentment was Kamala Harris's methods of communication where she was trying to present herself as somewhat Trumpian on a lot of the issues that matter. That's the problem. That's the problem. Anyway. Yeah, we're building the wall after 8 years of saying, you know, the wall is a racist and unnecessary expenditure. Turning around and being like, we're going to be the build the wall party now. Trump is not sincere about building the wall. It's fucking ridiculous. Right? It's totally ridiculous. You do that, people are going to look at you and go, you're inconsistent, you're a failure, you're weak. And now I believe what you're telling me, right? Maybe we do need to build a wall. Maybe immigrants are a national security threat. Maybe Trump is right. I'm going to vote for the guy who's been right all along then. I'm not going to vote for you. I'm going to vote for the other guy. That is the calculation. You're pushing people to vote for your opposition when you concede on the hysteria that they've concocted. Yeah, I think back to that 60 Minutes interview where Harris said Iran was the biggest threat to America, and I cringe. Exactly. You can't get away with like saying shit like that over and over again, presenting yourself as like a war hawk, and then get mad when Trump took advantage of that to turn around and say, oh, see, I'm actually the peace candidate. I'm a peaceful dove. Look, they're running around with Liz Cheney. They're saying they're accepting the endorsement of Dick Cheney, right? It's fucking ridiculous. Don't try to rewrite the history, okay? I totally agree with this, but I wish more of this big tent energy was directed at people who drove Jared Golden and Joe Manchin out of Congress rather than the meta discourse about podcasts. Oh my God, Matt Iglesias. Yeah, no, the Democrats are not conciliatory enough to the right-wing forces within the party. The Klein essay on Piker is good because it might be the first time someone with a large platform says this. We don't talk to people we disagree with. Mindset is new. It took off post-2016 with the rise of political correctness. The activists of the past did not act like this. And it's ironic because when American politics was more openly racist, sexist, people were actually arguing more. That open conflict is part of how things changed and improved over time. People saw the disagreement and allowed them to decide their beliefs, which helped the left. I don't understand how people who want society to improve expect to get there by refusing to engage with opposing views. You can't change minds if you won't talk to them. Enjoy the echo chamber, but it's just not going to change your community or the world. And just dismissing people as white men podcasters that engaging their arguments is not serious. If you're putting ideas into public discourse, you should be willing to defend them. Falling back on identity politics just shows you're lazy. Yeah, Tim Walz also said he would do a nuclear first strike on Iran. Like, what are we talking about? The forever wrong Matt Iglesias. At least he isn't that creature, Michael Treacer, Richard Hanania, who loves sex crimes. Oh, my God, Richard Hanania. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Matt Iglesias makes Nick Shirley look like Noam Chomsky. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. So, I think this is a big deal because a lot of people will read this, a lot of people will see this, and they will retreat, as Trey Easton has as well. Look, I don't think Hasan Piker is the enemy. I just wish that he and his followers didn't treat the Democratic Party like it's their enemy, right? And then he retreats back into never Trumpers don't make concessions. Yeah, they don't have to. They're doing it right now, though, right? The Democratic Party, by force, it has to reckon with its left flank, okay? And once that happened, you and all the others who represent the interests of never Trumpers decided you had an issue with that. You didn't want to expand the tent to the fucking left. You wanted to expand the tent to the fucking right. That's why this conversation is taking place, but I'm glad that he's at least smart enough to retreat from the conversation after spending weeks and weeks talking about this shit. They tried to avoid talking about you because they know their perspectives are milquetoast bullshit and they know the risk losing their liberal audience, the rising class consciousness of building a true movement. Yes. Anyway, we have some fantastic news. Ynet Global, if Orban falls, Israel could lose its EU firewall. Hungary has repeatedly used its EU veto to block sanctions on Israel. If opposition leader Peter Magyar wins and aligns with Brussels to unlock billions of funding, Jerusalem could, lose their EU firewall. And guess what? Lo and behold,
all right, Hungary's prime minister.
Hungary. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you something. Lo and behold, okay? Lo and behold. Listen up. We're opening up the filters here. Okay? We're opening up the filters so you can spam. Boys, girls, and ambies. Viktor Mihaly Orban, Hungarian lawyer and politician who has been the 56th Prime Minister of Hungary, also known as Majaristan, since 2010, has finally, after being re-elected as Prime Minister in 2014, 2018, and 2022, has lost his seat to his opposition. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. Peter Magyar will be the next leader of Majaristan. Peter Magyar, Hungarian politician and lawyer, serving as the president of the TISA party, is, after spending a good deal of time being a member of the European Parliament since 2024, will be the next leader of Hungary. Viktor Orban, more like Victor Orband. Victor Orban, more like Victor Organ. Lost to a lawyer. R.I.P. Bozo. To the fascist piece of shit. Woo! A Donald Trump ally, a Benjamin Netanyahu ally, a Vladimir Putin ally, as a matter of fact, is now out. All right, so we'll talk about that, obviously. Hungary election, Prime Minister Viktor Orban concedes defeat to opposition, ending 16 years in power. Let's take a look.
Minister Viktor Orban has conceded defeat in the country's election, ending 16 years of power. He has congratulated opposition leader Peter Magyar, whose party is on track to win a two-thirds majority in parliament. Sheesh! Nearly half of the votes have been counted. Hungary's election committee reported a record turnout. All right, we're going to go live on this breaking news to our correspondent, Steph Vasan. She joins us now from Budapest. Steph, obviously this is a huge result for the opposition. What are you seeing? What are you hearing where you are?
What an evening here for the people here.
Low key, it turns out sometimes you can actually elect fascists out of office. And that gives me a little bit of confidence about our future as well. I mean, it shouldn't take 16 fucking years, but, you know, it turns out sometimes, you know, democracy could restore hope at the ballot box. Now, obviously, I have criticisms of, everyone's going to yell at me, but I have criticisms and concerns, let's say, about Peter Magyar as well. Okay. I do have concerns. Obviously, this doesn't mean that, you know, this doesn't mean that, you know, things are going to be very good. It's just objectively going to be better than, you know, living under the command of Orban.
In Hungary, it's all over for Viktor Orban.
Then why not voice them? Because I just started covering the story. Because the most consequential aspect of this is that Viktor Orban is gone for the time being. Can I just fucking, you know, walk through the steps of covering the story without getting backseat production notes?
After 16 years, they can barely believe it, but it's absolutely happening. It is a landslide victory for opposition leader Peter Magyar, who only worked for like 2 years to reach this unbelievable result. He has now a very comfortable two-thirds majority projected for him to win, because this is very important. A two-third majority in parliament is important to change the constitution, which was so well crafted and changed by Viktor Orban in the last 16 years to get more control over the state institutions, over the democratic institutions, to control the media. So this is all that Peter Magyar can change, and his party can change when he gets his seats in parliament. And this is also very telling for populists around the world, that a populist leader who has used the propaganda machine of the state, who has silenced the media, can still be beaten. And this is something that this party and this leader, Peter Magyar, has basically managed to show. So this is also a result that will not go down well in Washington. The endorsement by US President Donald Trump didn't help Orban. The last-minute visit by J.D. Vance here to Budapest last week didn't help Orban. Netanyahu has issued his support, didn't help. The far-right leaders from Europe were all gathering here in Budapest in the last couple of weeks.
Like, this guy was the beating heart of European fascism for so many years, okay? Right populist, totally aligned, massive dick rider of Donald Trump. J.D. Vance personally tried to help him win the election. Donald Trump personally tried to help him win the election, literally said, you know, we'll reconsider our allegiance with Hungary if Viktor Orban loses. Guy constantly was going at CPAC. This is a fairly consequential defeat for international fascism, even if the candidate that won, right, Peter Magyar, is basically like a lighter version of him, and in some instances might even be more right-wing or more reactionary in terms of like immigration visas and immigration into the country. Because like Peter Magyar is also, from what I understand, I looked into his background a little bit. He is known as like this vote for him was a vote for a lot of people looking at his background and saying like, this is an honest guy, right? Orban, very corrupt. People see him as a very corrupt tyrant. They saw Magyar as a force that was incorruptible. The difference, of course, also is that Magyar is not a Putin-aligned Putin-aligned candidate and was against it, even if he is also fucking super conservative, right? Yes, he was in Orban's party from 2002 to 2024. He is right-wing but pro-European Union, as opposed to Orban, who was right-wing but anti-European Union, despite obviously getting a lot of money from the EU as well.
It all didn't help. The people here have decided something completely different. They want to be closer to Brussels, something that Viktor Orban has really managed to.
But yeah, I mean, here, like, all you need to look at, dude, all you need to look at is Viktor Orban's fucking international endorsements, okay? Every light Hitlerite on the planet currently was actively petitioning to ensure, okay? It was actively petitioning to ensure that he wins. Like, straight up. So, is a real who's who of modern day Adolf Hitlers, okay? Dave Rubin? That's funny. Dave Rubin endorsed him. And Matt Schlapp, rapist extraordinaire. Yeah, Hungary's moving from fascist adjacent right/far right populism towards having a normal right-wing government, which is honestly not great, but an improvement, I guess. Exactly. So yeah, it's not exactly a massive W for like socialism or even liberalism, if we're being fucking honest. This guy is just pro-EU, and we shall see. It's a step in the direction of Hungary gaining more sovereignty, I think, away from the international fascist movement, which Orban was absolutely a part of, right? Is a moderate W? I wouldn't even say he's a moderate. I would say that he is firmly a right-wing guy. He is a right-wing candidate.
To destroy, basically, in the last couple of years, the relationship has been very bad. He is blocking money.
Yeah, my attitude on this is that Cloud District Controller is right. Is a blow to CPAC and the international consolidation of the far right movement with Orban as one of its key pillars. Yeah, Orban was this like resilient force of like right sloppyism and what is the international fascist movement. Like he was the beating heart of fascism and its growth in the European Union. So it is significant in that regard.
For Ukraine, for weapons for Ukraine. So Peter Magyar has already announced he wants to have a better relationship, to get the money back that Brussels has been blocking for Hungary, to improve the economy and to fight corruption. But it all has to be seen because Magyar, from the other hand, is coming from the Fidesz party from Orban. He was a loyalist for many, many years. So he has a lot of the same ideals and values as Viktor Orban. The only things that are really different is his relationship he wants with the European Union. So people here have voted for Peter Magyar because he was uniting the opposition in the last 2 years. People have reluctantly voted for him as well, but they had only one goal, and that was to get rid of Viktor Orban. That's how much they were exhausted by his rule and also frustrated by the limits that he put on the democratic institutions here.
Yeah, and Steph, it looks like you are, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like you are waiting for the opposition leader, Peter Magyar, to speak where you are. We can see these live pictures of the crowds and what we're seeing behind you as well. But Viktor Orban has conceded this.
Everything J.D. Vance touches turns into dust, whether it be the Pope, the former Pope, whether it be Viktor Orban's multi-decade rule over Hungary, or whether it be the ceasefire negotiations that took place last night that failed, right? 23 hours or whatever, 21 hours of back and forth communication, and it amounted to nothing. So J.D. Vance strikes again. Just truly the Grim Reaper. Truly the fucking Grim Reaper. He just, everywhere he goes, bad luck follows, okay?
Election, has he...
The Queen, I don't think did he also touch the Queen? I thought that was Liz Truss.
Spoken what exactly?
Did J.D. Vance also link up with the Queen before she died? Oh my God. I thought it was just the Pope. I think you guys are confusing Liz Truss, which is the United Kingdom's J.D. Vance. I thought he just killed the Pope.
Has he said?
He has conceded, and he has conceded very early on, you would say, but he was speaking, and he said that he accepts the result. He congratulates Peter Magyar. He said he will go and support the opposition. It's not clear, of course, if he will have a role in the opposition himself, but he says, we are not done, the fight is not over. So it shows basically that he is willing to accept the result, and all the talk that there was happening in the last couple of days, that there could be protests, that there could be resistance from whoever's gonna lose, that there could be violence even. It seems now all gone, with Viktor Orban coming out and very clearly saying, we lost.
All right, that is Al Jazeera's Step Vassen reporting amidst the historic scenes in Budapest. 16 years of rule from Viktor Orban is coming to an end tonight. Step, thank you. Well, a court in France is set to deliver a verdict on Monday in a landmark case. French cement firm Lafarge is accused of financing.
Woo! I mean, that's it's pretty solid. It's pretty fucking solid. What would be Magyar's American politician comparison? Ironically enough, maybe a J.D. Vance or a Marco Rubio, probably, as opposed to like Trump. If Viktor Orban is the Trump equivalent, Marco Rubio would probably be like, no, it wouldn't be Mitt Romney. You're out of your fucking mind. No, it would not be Mitt Romney at all. Mitt Romney is a woke libtard. The difference between, this is what I'm trying to explain to you. The difference between Magyar and Orban is not as like vast as you think it is. I think that's like maybe a Mike Pence. Where should JD visit next? Visits the Pope. Pope dies. Leads Iran negotiations. Talks collapse. Flies to Hungary to prop up Orban. Orban loses in a landslide. Man's got a streak. One of the most repulsive individuals, dude. Is fucking awesome. Now, of course, listen, like obviously European leaders are going to love this shit. I just held a meeting with Piker Broadcasting to congratulate him on his victory in Hungary. France salutes the victory of democratic participation of the Hungarian people's attachment to the values of the European Union and for Hungary and Europe. Together, let us advance a more sovereign Europe for the security of our continent, our competitiveness, and our democracy. So that's the key thing here is that Peter Magyar, in spite of being almost as right-wing as Viktor Orban, not as right-wing, not as fascist, right? Not as overtly fascist, was a vote for a candidate that was against corruption, and a vote for a candidate that was going to be pro-European Union and like leaning into the EU rather than leaning into Trump and also Vladimir Putin. The Hungarian opposition was cool for doing the thing where you run Mitt Romney against Trump. I'd honestly respect Dems more if they just do that than if they run Kamala or Newsom in 2028. I don't think it's a Mitt Romney comparison. Like, is this threat to democracy shit actually real or is it not? Because if it was real, you wouldn't be constantly trying to square the circle between fighting back against it and also dragging your dumbass gloves over the finish line. Lula understood this when he made his former right-wing opponent his Veep in 2022. I think this is a terrible take. We should not be doing that. But it is funny to have a guy whose name is John America. That is, because that's what his name, like Peter Magyar is like having a candidate whose name is John America. Magyar is the OG way to refer to Hungary. It's Majaristan. Peter Hungarian. Yeah, Mehmet Türkiye. Looks like the last bastion is gone. The Hungarians are about to learn the true meaning of you don't know what you got till it's gone. Again, the rest of us in Europe have just lost our only real stronghold against the EU. Devastating. In the battle between like the moderate social fascism demonstrated by the European Union versus the outright fascism demonstrated by the MAGA movement, championed by Viktor Orban, yes, it's better in comparison, but it's also entirely dependent on where the European Union goes. Are they trying to genuinely develop autonomy from the United States of America? Are they going to create solidarity and develop sovereignty for themselves? Are they going to work to decouple from Western imperialism and its forces championed by the United States of America? Or are they simply going to business as usual politics again? We don't know. There have been some statements that offer a little bit of hope that there is maybe some sovereignty at play here. But I still am not 100% confident. Times of Israel reporting that there is little expectation of Magyar to make any actual moves against Israel and that at most he will just be anti-Netanyahu while still supporting Israel in the dealings in the European Union. Yeah, post-Orban Hungary would not expose Israel to more EU pain, though support may ebb. Yair Lapid congratulates him. Israeli leader of the opposition, Yair Lapid, the son of Hungarian Holocaust survivor, congratulates Magyar Pete in Hungarian. Yeah. So this is part of the reason why I say, like, I wouldn't be as confident with a new calculation against Israel, which is a necessity, which is absolutely a necessity if the European Union were to genuinely develop autonomy from the United States. Okay? It's sitting right there. Easiest fucking way to slide away from American control and to truly develop dignity and sovereignty for European Union states. Okay? Yeah, this is basically replacing the illiberal right with the liberal right, which is an improvement, but no sea change. So we shall see. We shall see. Hey, Big, can we get some coverage on the warehouse fires? Maybe, if I have time. Do you think the neo-lib leadership asswipes will dare go for it? I don't know. EU Parliament left president affirming what you're saying. The Orban era turns in Hungary with relief and record turnout. This is a heavy defeat for Marine Le Pen and Jordan Bardella's ally, who had gone there to support him. But let's be clear, Peter Magyar is not a clean break from the Orban era. More mindful, we hope, of respect for the rule of law. He will lead a policy firmly anchored on the right. He was a member of Orban's cabinet and shares some of his positions with him, particularly on LGBT issues. For instance, he refused to oppose Orban's ban on pride in Budapest or on migration issues. Now remains the task of rebuilding democracy in Hungary and a fighting left to definitively avert that fate. It is up to us to help rebuild a left-wing alternative that will win tomorrow without betraying the day after. If this trend continues, LFI has a chance in France. I don't think this is as positive of an indication for the true left candidates. If anything, it's a positive indication for social democratic candidates, center-left candidates. I don't think you guys understand how firmly committed like Europeans are to liberalism. It is a totally different demon. I mean, they have parliamentary systems, obviously, and therefore there is an expression of true left. But the same battles that we are having to deal with here in the United States of America within the Democratic Party's coalition, who do they respond to? How much they lean into like true leftist economic populism? That the only country that has been able to fight that battle and win has been the rise of the Greens in the UK. Okay? That's it. In most other European countries, they are actively trying to design a center-left movement that will be robust, and Pedro Sanchez is absolutely an example of this. See, many of you don't see it. See? A lot of you don't see it. You literally immediately said, well, what about Spain? No, Spain is exactly what I'm talking about. Spain is not aligned with LFI. LFI is the true left, party in France. Spain is aligned with the Socialist Party in France, which is the center-left party. Okay? A center-left party that calls itself socialist, but is like maybe at best like modest, socially democratic. Okay? That is the reality. There are a lot more resilient social democratic forces that are center left, if you want to call it that, are liberal parties that are doing everything they can to align with one another all across the European Union and to create a resilient base of support to like channel all of the potential leftist momentum into their parties as the only viable opposition to the center-right forces and far-right forces that have dominated Europe for the past decade. The Greens are a joke, Hasan. In the UK, the modern Greens, they're not a joke. They're a force to be reckoned with. What are you talking about? They're currently destroying the neoliberal right-wing Labour Party in the UK. You never covered the Green victory in Kent? Yes, I did. So, Spain's LFI equivalent is Podemos. The founder of that party was on your Cuba flotilla, Pablo Iglesias. Yes, I'm familiar. You are so slow. Wait, what? Why? The other party stepped down from the election to let Tisa do the system change. I really hope the next election cycle will leave us with better options. The leftists have voted for Tisha just so we can say goodbye to Fidesz and Orban and welcome democracy back into our country. It's good, though. It's good to see Orban suffer. This is absolutely a major blow to European fascism, straight up. It's true. I mean, it's a devastating blow for European fascism. Even if it's the more moderate version of that is now going to be in charge. I think, given their pro EU stance, they will liberalize. They will absolutely liberalize Hungary once again, which does create an opportunity for a true left to take advantage of the momentum, especially because the right-wing forces, if Peter Magyar is just like a more moderate, more tempered approach to Viktor Orban, then the anxieties and the resentment will remain. This presents an opportunity for the Hungarian left to show a true alternative, because it was just not happening under Viktor Orban at all, right? Very illiberal rulership. What is this? I'm a member of a literal socialist party, but okay, brother, keep what? What is this? What did you say that this person said? This is a crazy thing to say. You didn't even say anything. Is this true? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much. I don't know how much change will happen. I don't know how little change will happen. Podemos has almost disappeared in Spain. There's a movement called Sumar that was a coalition of left parties. Right now, there's another movement to create another coalition for the next year election. Fidesz, with multiple pedophilic scandals, tried to expose Magyar for having consensual sex with his adult girlfriend. Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention that. That was a very funny thing. So, from what I understand, Peter Magyar and like the reason why he's seen as like an anti-corruption force was because his wife, literally his former wife, his ex-wife, was a part of the administration that actually, when they came into power, there was a pedophilia scandal, and his ex-wife was a part of the forces in the administration that actually pardoned a notorious pedophile as the justice minister. Okay? And Magyar broke up with her and was like, this is fucking bullshit. Okay? And that was a major reason why he's seen as like an honest guy. To my understanding, Magyar is seen as an honest because of how he did not defend his ex-wife during that scandal and came out strongly against it. Yeah. So that was a big deal. This also showed that he was like, not willing to cut, secret side deals, right? Which was which was of huge interest to the Hungarian population, the Hungarian voters. And then there was a FSB operation where they literally filmed him having consensual sex with his adult girlfriend. And they were threatening to leak it, right? I might be mixing up exactly what took place here, but I'm pretty sure there was like, because Viktor Orban is like Putin's guy, there was an operation to like leak his sex tape. Okay. But two things are really funny about this. One, it was adult consensual sex. That's number one. And two, the dude is kind of hot. So it didn't really work. Like Viktor Orban is a disgusting creature, both with what he believes and the way he looks. Whereas Peter Magyar is like kind of a good-looking dude in comparison, especially in comparison to Viktor Orban. So like it backfired a little bit. Yeah, probably kind of hot video too. Just divorced his wife. You know he's bringing his A game if he can. Yeah. So it just didn't fucking work. It didn't work at all. Yeah, conservatives were mad that he was having consensual sex as opposed to what they're used to, which is unconsensual sex or sex with minors who can't consent, right? So that's why they were like, "Oh, this will get him." How dare he? How dare he have non-predatory adult consensual sex? That's unheard of. And yes, he has officially secured supermajority. With over 84% of the votes counted, Peter Magyar and his center-right conservative Tisha party have already far exceeded expectations, securing 138 of 199 total seats in the Hungarian parliament, providing them a supermajority over Prime Minister Viktor Orban and his Christian nationalist far-right Fidesz KDNP party alliance. Okay. So it's a good thing. It's a good shift. It's a shift in the positive direction, right? And it's not necessarily bad. Here are some right-wingers in America coping with that decision. One of Magyar's main criticisms of Orban is that he let in too many migrants that will slash legal immigration, especially foreign work visas. Magyar is not the liberal that some Americans are fantasizing. Yeah, he also handled it by pretty much saying, "Yeah, I fuck Lamau." So there's that too. Yeah, I saw this. This is awesome. The bars. Here is the monstrous creature, Viktor Orban, who weirdly looks and sounds like Gru, conceding.
Bár még nem teljes, de érthető és világos, a választási eredmény számunkra fájdalmas, de egyértelmű. A kormányzás felelősségét és lehetőségét nem nekünk adták. A győztes pártnak gratuláltam. Nektek, önöknek köszönöm a rengeteg munkát. Soha ennyien és soha ennyit nem dolgoztunk egyetlen választási kampányban sem. Van is ennek látszatja, hiszen 2,5 millió szavazót sikerült összegyűjteni.
More of this, please, by the way. More of J.D. Vance appearing alongside far-right figures, trying to offer support, to the international far-right fascist coalition. Please, we want more of this. I welcome it. I love it personally. I hope we get more of that. J.D. Vance, are you free in October? 2026 Israeli legislative election. The fucking kiss of death. The touch of death. Now, this is what Donald Trump did, by the way. Not only did President Trump repeatedly tout his endorsement of Viktor Orban's re-election bid and post the message below, Vice President J.D. Vance went to Hungary this past week to campaign for him. And it fucking failed because America's approvals around the globe, even in previous allied and previously aligned fascist countries, has cratered. Okay? Abso-fucking-lutely cratered. This is literally what happened in Canada. This is certainly going to play a role in upcoming elections in Europe as well. Americans trying to intervene in the elections of foreign countries, with the exception of Israel, is always going to be a burden. It will always backfire. I hope they keep that shit up. I say, J.D. Vance, please keep that shit up. My administration stands ready to use the full economic might of the United States to strengthen Hungary's economy as we have done for our great allies in the past. If Prime Minister Viktor Orban, he was just trying to bribe. He was trying to fucking meddle in the elections openly and bribe Hungary and Hungarians if they vote for Viktor Orban again. Would Trump endorsement work in Turkey? No. I I don't think so. I don't think Trump and J.D. Vance endorsement work. Turks hate Americans and America. This is an example of ideology trumping, no pun intended, national interest. Orban's Hungary is more allied with Russia and China than it is with U.S. Atlantis' interests. And the Trump admin still went fully behind him, just slop for the fascism, tro. Yeah, that's true. The other side of the story is that what a lot of people don't realize is like Bukele in El Salvador and also Viktor Orban's Hungary were very aligned with China as well. They got tremendous Chinese investment. A lot of people talk about like how El Salvador has developed. And they're, oftentimes far right figures. They're like, oh, Bukele is like, behaving in the way that we want him to. He's a fascist. He's a fascist. And it is true, except all of the development in El Salvador is Chinese backed. And something similar was happening with Viktor Orban in Hungary as well. It's this very weird, like China doesn't give a shit, right? China does not care. If given the opportunity, Peter Major is like, oh, we should continue these investments in the country. I know for a fact that China would be perfectly fine with that, right? We know now what we need to beat Trump, an attractive young dude whose name is America. Maybe also could change his name or something. This was the day of the Canadian election. By the way, Pierre had to tell Trump to stop. President Trump, stay out of our election. The only people who will decide the future of Canada are Canadians at the ballot box. Canada will always be proud, sovereign, and independent, and we will never be the 51st state. Today, Canadians can vote for change so we can strengthen our country. Yeah, that was really funny. It was too late, though. Too little, too late. Oh, this was such a sad, but such a funny little moment. J.D. Vance tries to call Trump at a Viktor Orban rally and gets sent the voicemail.
Had a special guest that asks that I give him a phone call, and we'll see.
Sunyi Niufi, thank you for the 20 community gift to subs.
Let's hope he actually answers. So this is going to be very
Oh, God, I hope he picks up.
All right.
I'm sorry, the person you were trying to reach has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet.
Okay. Try one more time.
Bro's on DND. Bro's on DND. He got no contact.
I get a good signal here. It's ringing. It's progress. I actually had a special guest that asked that I give him a phone.
God, he is such a fucking charisma suck, dude. God, he's so bad. He's so fucking bad. The Hungarian TV media is very state controlled. The elections are extremely gerrymandered for the rules, and Orban's used corruption to control state institutions. But it's an electoral authoritarian regime. The opposition can win. Is just unduly very hard, similar to Turkey. For the record. Drop side on Orban's loss. Viktor Orban, Hungary's authoritarian prime minister and one of Donald Trump's most loyal global allies, conceded defeat Sunday after 16 years in power. As opposition leader Peter Magyar's center-right Tisza party took a commanding lead. With over half of precincts counted, Tisza stood at 52% to Orban's Fidesz at 38%. Orban called the result painful but clear. Turnout was the highest in Hungary's post-communist history, with nearly 78% of eligible voters casting ballots. Magyar is a former Fidesz insider who broke with Orban in 2024 over a government corruption scandal. He ran on a platform of Christian conservative politics, but without what he calls Fidesz's corruption, promising to restore EU ties, unfreeze billions of European Union funds, and bring Hungary back to Western institutional norms. On Israel, the Magyar government would likely mark a shift from Orban, who Netanyahu has called a rock. Magyar is expected to reverse Hungary's withdrawal from the ICC, which issued an arrest warrant for Netanyahu before it becomes permanent on June 2nd. Hungary has been the sole EU member blocking sanctions on violent West Bank settlers. Magyar may lift that veto. Orban repeatedly blocked EU joint statements condemning Israeli strikes, forcing the bloc's foreign policy chief to issue them in her name alone. That firewall would likely end. Magyar is expected to distance himself from Netanyahu personally while maintaining ties with Israel more broadly. So there's that element too. The worst people you know are crying today. Oh, hell yeah. RIP Hungary. You're about to be conquered by Muslims. Oh, hell yeah. I already covered the EU member from the left who released her statements on this victory and what it means for the broad left coalition in the European Union. She was very sober about her assessment of the situation. She said, this is not the major W that you think it is. And she's right. Anyway, now on that note, we have a lot to talk about. I obviously also have the Pod Johns combo that I had, where I basically, for like, I would say the bulk of our conversation, explain my position on Israel versus Hamas. I think it's a very good conversation that took place with the Pod Johns as well. I think you guys will appreciate it, especially considering that a lot of the liberals that watch Pod Save America, once again, have reacted in the exact same way that they reacted every single time I've been on the Pod Johns, which is excitement. They reacted with excitement, frustration for the way that Democrats speak right now on issues, right? I don't know what CNN is talking about. This guy seems pretty all right. We do need people to be more aware of who he actually is, trying to take what little we actually have away. It's not the LGBT or Latinos or black people or Muslims, it's the rich. Significant improvement over Cory Booker, exactly the kind of conversation we need. Honestly, this was a very good interview, much better and much more coherent than I expected, given the way some media is talking about Hasan. Appreciated the substantive focus on the issues instead just the controversy. After listening to Hasan for an hour speak clear and concise reasoning, now I understand why the APAC wing of the Democratic Party, which is say 99% of the party, fear and attack him. Logic and reason are not on the side of the Zionists. I've been casually aware of Hasan Piker and heard about some of his controversial comments. This is the first time I've listened to a more in-depth interview with him and entered it with an open mind. The perspectives Hasan offered helped me to expand my understanding of the issues between Israel and Palestine. It's true, people are finally doing their homework. I learned about Hasan from Sarah Longwell at The Bulwark, and within 1 hour after listening to her rant about him, I became a Piker enthusiast. Thanks, Sarah. Hasan is spot on regarding corporate greed. I wasn't sure who Hasan Piker was until Dem started attacking him. After I listened to Kyle Kuczynski talk about him, I checked him out and I found that I agree with almost everything he says. Thanks, Dems, for putting him on my radar. John was exactly the right person for this interview with Hasan. Good push, but also civil conversation and letting him explain while still calling out dumb things. This is what democratic politics should look like. Hasan's conviction is so compelling. He's so good whenever he's allowed to expand on his opinions. I love how he stands by his words and doesn't back down. I'm a 64-year-old Democratic woman. I listen to Hasan. I'm so fed up with my own party. If they want to get rid of him, they want to get rid of more of us than they can imagine. I'm 70-year-old moderate Democrat. I found Hasan about a year ago. Do I agree with everything he says or the way he says it? No, I don't. He said things that make me angry. So has every Dem commentator or left-leaning politician I've ever supported. All of them. But the man is out there fighting for what he thinks is right. He's honest about what he feels and experiences. He puts himself out there. He goes and talks to everyone. He's not our enemy. He is our ally. This is, as HasanAbi Productions says, is why they're desperate to try and cancel me. When regular people watch him outside of 20-second clips, this is what happens. Always, okay? Always. And of course, on the orbit, people who actually watch the interview go, wow, this is fucking awesome. I had no idea what this guy was about. And now that I've actually listened to him without this ridiculous filter, even in a somewhat contentious environment where, you know, my statements are being called in to account, right? There is a little bit of accountability there. It's not like John Favreau is just like letting me run away with whatever I'm saying and doing. All of a sudden, it's a lot more fucking reasonable. Okay? These guys are not equipped to deal with subversive mask-on radicals and have done more to sane-wash this lunatic views than probably any other alternative media platform. Ezra Klein argues that we don't have to limit discourse to people we deem acceptable, then does somersaults trying to make Hasan Piker seem more acceptable. As much as he's a never Trumper, he's also a never Democrat too. Piker's a loser. His ideas are losers. So is his politics. Notice how the people that refuse to engage me and the ideals that I represent and fight for are the ones who are the most active in disparaging what this movement is, what this movement represents. Many of them can also be identified with Israel First politics as well. Interesting. Or in this sex pest case, obviously a personal vendetta that he's carried for almost a fucking decade. Right? I promise you, Pod Save America, we do not need to hear from this R word. When will you have Kyle on the show? Media, Hasan Piker brands Republican Party biggest terrorist group on earth. Oh, this is awesome. This post was fact-checked by Real American Patriots. True. It's true. It's objectively true. Once again, I've been saying that for fucking years. Good luck. Good luck trying to deal with that. I stand on that in a similar way, in a matter not dissimilar to the way I feel. I think we should all just pay less attention to him, not the president, the other one. Maybe we lived out a little too hard. Let's go back to talking about getting Liz Cheney for a round 2 on the campaign trail. What is this? Your wiki is currently getting more views than Rogan's. Since March 24th, Hasan the Hun's Wikipedia page has seen more daily traffic than Joe Rogan's every single day. Oh, nice. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. Zionists acting like it's not about Israel. Shannon Watts did the same thing too. To pretend the debate to push Piker to the fringes over Israel is not only wrong, it's irresponsible. Anti-Semitism aside, Piker has a long list of indefensible anti-American racist misogynistic offenses. Unsure why so many Dems are eager to defend such a bad guy. We all know what the real reason is, and we all know the real reason is Israel, because you have openly, as a part of Third Way, pushed Democrats to literally align with right-wing forces who actually do demonstrate, maybe not anti-American, but racist and misogynistic offenses. The problem is, once again, in the old era, in the old age of the media, if I was some college activist, or if I was just like some guy with no platform whatsoever, then yes, most things that you heard about me would be from the gatekeepers. Right? You would just hear what Dana Bash had to say about me. You'd just hear about Jake Tapper. You would just hear what Mark Levin had to say about me. And that's the only information that you would be able to make up your mind on, right? Like you would be like, this is the only thing I know about this guy. He seems terrible. In the new media environment, it doesn't work that way. I sometimes have either a competitive or sometimes a larger audience than these guys do, right? So people can hear from me directly. So it doesn't fucking work that way. That's kind of what Ezra Klein was talking about. The through line in the freakouts over Rogan and Piker is snobbery and nostalgia. The GOP has already embraced new media, but many liberals still want manor mavens, legacy media gatekeepers who went to Yale and tell them what is acceptable to discuss. Yeah. That's it. Why does ContraPoints hate you so much? Is it just because you called out her bad Israel take she had? I'm not a fan of her, but she hates you for real. Yeah, she's just leaned into being a total defender of the Democratic Party, has like some right-wing points on that as well, and is, I don't know why, she just has like such a strong affinity towards the nation state of Israel. Could be, you know, some unchecked Islamophobia potentially. But yeah, she became Hasbara points. She was quiet for the longest time on the issue of Israel and then chose to speak out somewhat in favor of Israel and very critical of the pro-Palestinian wing of the party. Literally, I think it was 2 days before there was this massive sea change because there was tremendous amounts of coverage about Israel doing a famine in Gaza. Like, it was unbelievable. 2 years in, she didn't speak about Israel at all. No peep. Her fans were constantly demanding she say something. Then she went out to Reddit, which is the most, you know, at the time, the most pro-Israel platform that she could find, and released this massive statement. The statement itself was flawed. I guess that's the, best, that's the nicest thing I can say about it. Right? The statement itself was flawed. And it basically put the blame on the pro-Palestinian activists and the advocates and the people that were dominated, people who were arrested for advancing this cause, for speaking truth to power, punished relentlessly for it, right? She basically said, oh, you're showing these atrocities. It's like, and it's, making people feel bad. And it also hurt the Democratic Party's chances of winning. It was this ridiculous statement. And the timing of it was so fucking bad. The timing of it was so bad. Like, if she had just kept quiet, she probably would not have received so much backlash. But not only did she, come out with this ridiculous statement, she did it right before there was like unlimited coverage on Israel doing a famine and murdering Palestinian children in a way that was impossible to ignore. So I think, content creators like this, I myself am not, outside of this group either. Nobody likes to be yelled at. Nobody likes to be told that they're fucking wrong, right? And she was inundated with unlimited statements about how fucking wrong she was and how much of a genocidaire she was. And that probably hardened her position. And she, for some weird reason, decided that I was like the primary critic of her statement, I think. Yeah, it is also because of this as well, I think, maybe. I don't know. Like her being, her doing something with Hillary Rodham Clinton. She thinks you're a community harasser, not understanding that you share similar audiences. Yeah, it's almost like an Ethan Klein moment, right? It's an Ethan Klein thing where it's like, oh, it can't be my own statements being reflected on by my own community that I've cultivated, many of which are anti-Zionist and on the side of truth and justice here, on the side of the Palestinians, getting mad at me. It must be some outsider that's pushing them to criticize me. Not comparing Natalie to Ethan, please. It's true, though. They're aligned on this. They're aligned on this fucking issue. I say this as someone who's collaborated with her, who's hung out with her, who was shocked by her position on the issue of Israel to begin with. Like, I was pretty open about it. And my commentary on her statement was much nicer. Was much nicer than many others. My expectation was that she would be the last person to do this because she's actually smart. It was genuinely a surprise. Because Ethan Klein is a fucking idiot, you know? Like, he doesn't know shit about politics. He's just responding to whatever he sees on his timeline, whatever is presented to him in his subreddit, oftentimes by sex pestiny Redditors that LARP as though they are H3H3 fans, right? She thinks you're a RevCom, so I don't think she knows that much. Wait, what? You just gave him material for his next 6-hour podcast, buddy? Okay, whatever. I don't give a shit. What's he going to do? Fucking complain about... Is he going to cancel Ezra Klein now? You know, King Lib? He's going to be like, Ezra Klein, you're canceled. You're the king of anti-Semite. You got sucked into Hasan's dangerous web of lies like he did with fucking Sam Cedar. Ezra Klein, another Jew hater. We must cancel our New York Times subscriptions, guys. Like, is that what he's going to do? Okay. Good luck. What is this? Hen Mazik? He is actually, here's his talking points. It's a comforting notion that if we just allow people to spread lies and hate about our brothers and sisters in Israel, they'll hate Jews in the diaspora a little less. But the reality is hate, yes, including that hate that calls for the dissolution of the world's one Jewish state and the home of half a Jews living, has little to do with our actions. Read my take on Ezra Klein's latest op-ed on Hasan Piker on my Substack. It's so funny to read this article or to read this sentiment as anything but if you give equality to all that live in the land that Israel currently occupies and dominates, you want another Holocaust to happen. Okay? It's an unbelievably racist thing to say, and most people don't even comprehend how unbelievably racist it is. We just take it for fucking granted. This is the same exact principle that whites in South Africa presented, where they were like, what, we can't have a fucking white ethno state? What are you talking about? A white dominated ethno state? You just want us to die, huh? Like little old Rhodesia standing alone in the entire continent of Africa can't even have it. You know? It's so fucking stupid. So many black countries. Why can't there be a white one in the continent of Africa? You know? The photo he's using, yeah, he's trying to say that, like, Ezra Klein wants to fuck me. It's insane. Libs are going crazy. We need to register every IDF soldier in the United States. We cannot allow people who put sniper bullets in the heads of children in Gaza to roam freely. God damn. Ben Dixon, let's go. Hell yeah. They are sleeper cells for all sorts of terrorism. My goat. The vice president landed in D.C. at 4:31 p.m. after a 56-hour Pakistan journey. Vance made phone calls from Air Force 2 on the trip, including to Israel's ambassador to the United States, a U.S. official told me. Yeah. Yeah. Let's get to it. Okay, we'll talk about the final offer America presented. We'll talk about the failures. Last night, right around the time when I went offline, Vice President J.D. Vance, after a 21-hour back and forth negotiation process in Islamabad Pakistan, came out on a podium and delivered his remarks, stating that the ceasefire negotiations, or at least the first attempt of ceasefire negotiations, had failed. Behind him were Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Both of them were smiling. Do with that information what you will. 21 hours. And they were fucking smiling.
Well, good morning, everybody.
Cheesing.
And let me say a couple of notes of appreciation. First of all, to the Prime Minister of Pakistan and to Field Marshal Munir, who were both incredible hosts. And whatever shortcomings in the negotiation, it wasn't because of the Pakistanis, who did an amazing job. And
yeah, except, let's be real, Pakistan! You tried to be Turkey! You tried to be the table! And you failed! Turkey would have been the table, and Turkey would have brought diplomacy to the table. Pakistan is not the table. Turkey is. One table.
really tried to help us and the Iranians bridge the gap and get to a deal. We have been at it now for 21 hours, and we've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on.
These motherfuckers are cheesing in the back, bro. They're like, yeah, we fucked it. Why? Why, oh, why could they feel so confident, feel so elated? After 21 hours of high-stakes negotiations, why were they so stoked? I wonder why. By the way, my assessment on the situation is Donald Trump, knowing full well that the negotiations were going to fail, sent J.D. Vance because he wants to fuck J.D. Vance. Marco Rubio, on the other hand, is straight up a demon. What was Marco Rubio doing, knowing full well that these fucking negotiations were going to fail? Hanging that shit around J.D. Vance's neck? He was hanging out with Donald Trump at the UFC. That's right. Because those are the two primary figures, right? You got the J.D. Vance and you got the Marco Rubio. Those are the 2028 contenders who will carry the torch of Donald Trump and MAGA. Okay? So what they do in this moment matters. A lot of people have speculated, and I also kind of believe this. I'm leaning into this as well, that J.D. Vance was the one who leaked over and over again to the media that J.D. Vance was the one who leaked over and over again to the media that he was very much opposed to continuing war with Iran. Now, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Well, you do that because you know this war is unpopular and it will be reflected on very poorly, especially depending on which way it goes. So you're positioning yourself as the anti-war candidate for 2028. Yeah, I said, what the fuck is this country, man? Here's Donald Trump talking to the fighter.
You're a beautiful guy. Great fighter. Thanks. Put me some more than you win this fucking fight. I'll give you a model. You look so good. You're too good looking to be a fighter. You are a silk fighter. Thank you, man. You're a beautiful guy.
Beautiful guy. Trump flirts with a UFC fighter as peace negotiations with Iran fail. That's what happened last night.
And we've made that as clear as we possibly could, and they have chosen not to accept our terms. Questions?
Sir, Nick Robertson from CNN. Precisely what have they rejected here? Can you help us understand it a little bit?
Well, I won't go into all the details because I don't want to negotiate in public after we've negotiated for 21 hours in private. But the simple fact is that we need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon, and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. That is the core goal of the President of the United States, and that's what we've tried to achieve through these negotiations. Again, their nuclear program, such as it is, the enrichment facilities that they had before, they've been destroyed. But the simple question is, do we see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon, not just now, not just 2 years from now, but for the long term? We haven't seen that yet. We hope that we will. Jen.
Was there a framework on anything? And also, did the Iranian frozen assets come up, and did you reach any conclusions on those frozen assets?
We talked about all those issues, Jen, and we talked about a number of issues beyond that. And so certainly those things came up. But again, we just could not get to a situation where the Iranians were willing to accept our terms. I think that we were quite flexible. We were quite accommodating. The president told us, you need to come here in good faith and make your best effort to get a deal. We did that. And unfortunately, we weren't able to make any headway. Preston.
Mr. Vice President, how often did you communicate with President Trump throughout the negotiations? There were reports that there were multiple rounds where there were breaks in between negotiations. How often did you communicate with the president throughout those rounds, and what was he saying as you were going through these negotiations that you said fell short?
Yeah, obviously we were talking to the president consistently. I don't know how many times we talked to him, a half dozen times, a dozen times over the past 21 hours. We obviously also talked to Admiral Cooper, to Pete, to Marco, to the entire national security team. We talked to Scott Bessent a number of times. So look, we were constantly in communication with the team because we were negotiating in good faith. And we leave here with a very simple proposal, a method of understanding that is our final and best offer. We'll see if the Iranians accept it. Thank you.
Did you go back to Prime Minister Netanyahu at all today? What about the Strait of Hormuz? Did they give you any indication of this?
Yeah, we know what about the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. blockade the ship. U.S. to blockade ships entering or exiting Iranian ports. Okay. America has decided they're going to add a secondary blockade to the Iranian one, which is fucking nutty. Yeah, there it is from Chinese social media. Iran toll, U.S. toll. Okay. Yeah, break an enemy blockade by blockading their blockade. Don Zhu. You can't get outsmarted if you don't think. Never let him know your next move. And the best possible way to never let your enemy know your next move is if you personally don't know your own next move. Okay? That's the Don Zhu method. That's JD Pondon, baby. All right. We'll get into the long, what is it, a QR code on the door? What the fuck is this? All right, anyway, here.
America's vice president left here with no breakthrough to show for his efforts after marathon talks.
Fucking loser, but this is, oh God, he's such a fucking loser. It's awesome.
Lasting almost 24 hours, he appeared early morning looking deflated and calling it a day.
The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America.
It was, he said, the nuclear issue where things came unstuck.
We need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon, and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. That is the core goal of the President of the United States, and that's what we've tried to achieve through these negotiations.
The news from Islamabad prompted a furious reaction back in Washington and a threat from President Trump to escalate this war yet further, with the US naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, which is already shut by Iran. It raises the spectre of markets plunging where they open tomorrow and clashes at sea. Talks here were historic and serious, the highest level face-to-face US negotiations with Iran since its revolution in the 70s. The Iranians were sounding more conciliatory than the Americans, saying some progress had been made.
On some issues, we actually reached mutual understanding, but there was a gap over 2 or 3 important issues, and ultimately the talks didn't result in an agreement.
Pakistani mediators say the diplomacy is not over yet.
We hope that the two sides continue with the positive spirit to achieve durable peace and prosperity for the entire region and beyond. it is imperative that the parties continue to uphold their commitment to ceasefire.
There's now a frantic effort by many other nations to help put the diplomacy back on track. There is so much at stake. A resumption in hostilities is now more than possible, but for the Americans, the challenge is that the use of force has failed to solve the Iran problem, its nuclear issue, and its control now, the Strait of Hormuz, in 6 weeks of war. So why should it now? Talks here may have foundered, but clearly made some progress. There is a chance of building on that, but not if the US is embarking on yet more escalation, this time at sea. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News, Islamabad.
I love this shit.
Good to have you.
Oh, it's so loud. Okay, I love this shit. Okay, why do I love this shit? Because what's the main reason why Iran's toll system is a major burden from an American perspective? Obviously, number one, it shows that Iran actually has a full military dominance over this choke point, the strategic choke point that's very important for 20% of all the world's energy supply to flow through, right? Impeding on that in any way, shape, or form, or exercising control over that directly contradicts why America is supposed to be the hegemon, right? That's one. But the other reason is because that strategic choke point being controlled by Iran and stopping most of the tankers that would normally transit through freely is destroying the global energy markets and is going to lead to unprecedented shortages and also inflation. As I've said already, oil and gas is a global commodity that everyone needs, and there is inelastic demand. So therefore, if one place doesn't have oil, then it impacts the global market prices across the board. So for Donald Trump to turn around and decide, oh, you're doing a blockade? Well, guess what? We're doing a blockade on top of your blockade is only going to make the crisis worse. Because if Iran is saying, oh, we'll let all the ships go through as long as they pay us a toll, and then America turns around and says, nah, we're fucking blocking them, it's incredible. It is unbelievably stupid. It's an unbelievably stupid thing for him to do. It's hilarious as well. It's a very funny move. A very dumb move, but also very funny move. Respect to Donald Trump. Really. Indeed, Trump's Hormuz play is a classic jiu-jitsu move. If the strait gets blocked, America will be the one doing the blocking, not the RGC. Oh, God, these guys are so fucking stupid. They're so stupid. Look at the conservatives. The blockade always made more sense than seizing Karg Island. It stops Iran's exports, its revenues. It's a counterpoint to their closing of the straits. They may attack Gulf oil facilities, but it puts greater pressure on Iran, also puts great pressure on China to pressure Iran. Conservatives last week, Trump is doing an amazing job opening the Strait of Hormuz. Conservatives this week, Trump is doing an amazing job blockading the Strait of Hormuz. Amazing. Okay? Fucking amazing. Trump announcing that he's going to beat Iran at his own game by blocking the Hormuz even harder.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Who could forget the classic jiu-jitsu move? When your opponent is beating your ass, you start punching yourself in the face instead, and you go, ha ha, I wanted my ass beat to begin with, sir. That's what this is. Classic jiu-jitsu move, okay? That's what happens when you're engaging in hand-to-hand combat and you're doing jiu-jitsu, okay? And your opponent is choking you, so you go, well, I'm holding my breath. I'm holding my breath myself. Ha ha. 12D chess. Never let them know your next move, baby. Ah, you didn't choke me. I choked myself. Joke's on you. I think he's joining the other team. That's JD Pondon, baby. Put some respect on his name. Put some respect on it. Okay? You can't fire me. I quit. That's always the last desperate attempt by Donald Trump. Whenever things are going south, he goes, ha, I fucked it myself. Okay? Joke's on you. I wanted the situation to be worse. Now, obviously, there are some negative consequences here, right? And there will be some limitations to what Trump can and can't do. We shall see if he actually follows through on this, because almost the entirety of Iranian tankers are being shipped to China. So will Donald Trump take a stance against Chinese flag tankers that are delivering oil and gas to China? Remember, even before the last 42 days, I believe it was 80% of all Iranian oil and gas that was directly going to China, right? Iranian oil is not a major part of Chinese oil. Now that percentage has obviously increased since no ships are transiting through the strait as it stands currently. But most of Iranian oil was going to China anyway. So is he going to start duking it out with China? Because that feels kind of dumb, especially right now when America is at its weakest point globally, both with its soft power utterly destroyed by Donald Trump, weirdly enough, but also its hard power capabilities have taken a significant hit by a country that is much smaller than China, by a country that is much less powerful than China. Okay? China is a nuclear country, a country with nuclear arms. China is the manufacturing engine of the entire planet. You can't really do what you have failed to do to Iran to a country like China. You can't do it. China could with much ease, punish America and maybe even punish the rest of the fucking globe if they wanted to, right? Without even the threat of nukes, obviously. So, regarding Trump's threat/decision, Trita Parsi says, why does it say Trita Parsi search? Anyway. To impose a naval blockade on Iran, color me a skeptic. Taking more oil off the market, particularly the only oil that is now getting out of the Persian Gulf, will drive oil prices further up. And the paper price of oil will get closer to the actual price, which should be around $150 per barrel. So that literally, again, you can't do that. The whole reason why you wanted to open the Strait of Hormuz was because of what's going on in the oil markets. Okay, so that's incredible move by JD Pondon. Brilliant, sir. He is truly the real revolutionary, the real green energy champion that this world needed. Okay? Many of you don't understand. He doesn't think in decades. He thinks in generations. He thinks in centuries. The Trumpian mind cannot be comprehended. Okay? He is Mr. Eco-terrorism. It turns out some of y'all have only watched movies about how to blow up a pipeline. Trump is quite literally doing that, okay? So who's the real woker now, bitch? Donald Trump is forcibly creating an environment for that renewable energy transition for every country. Respect. Put some fucking respect on his name. He is the GOAT, okay? Don Zoo. So, a dramatic increase in inflation in the U.S. will ensue. Avoiding this is precisely why Trump was stuck in a position where he had no escalatory options out of this conflict before the ceasefire. He still doesn't. Stopping tankers carrying Iranian oil wouldn't just be an escalation vis-a-vis Iran, but also against the countries that are buying Iranian oil, which includes China, India, and other Asian countries. I doubt Trump is ready for that escalation, particularly given the upcoming summit in Beijing. This is true. This is also true for punishing countries that have negotiated a toll with Iran for the Straits. That includes Pakistan, which hosted the negotiations. That's probably secondary. I don't think America gives a fuck about Pakistanis being mad at them. Sorry. No disrespect. I know I come across a little jealous because Pakistan was the table, okay, as opposed to Turkey, which is the normal position, right? But that's not, I'm just being serious about it. I think America is very selfish and also doesn't care about, Pakistan's interests at all. Number 4, the naval blockade escalation will make the closing of the Red Sea more likely by the Houthis. That would take another 12% of global oil flow off the market. We would now be looking at oil at around $200 per barrel. There are 9 or so days left of the ceasefire. Since neither side has explicitly stated talks won't resume or that the ceasefire is dead and over with, all these moves should be treated as tactics and threats within negotiations. It wouldn't be surprising if these threats are walked back soon, perhaps before markets open on Monday and a new round is announced. However, there is time for brinksmanship and there is time for serious negotiations. Ghalibaf also had a fucking line on this too, but we'll get to that in a second. If the U.S. truly was insisting on zero enrichment in Islamabad, which was not Trump's red line at first, but rather Israel's, then the next talks will be rendered a failure, just as the talks in May 2025 were killed by Trump shifting to the Israeli red line. Still, I don't think that necessarily will lead to a return to war. A more likely scenario is a new non-negotiated status quo in which Tehran retains control over the Straits but doesn't get any sanctions relief while the U.S. pulls out of the war, and the question becomes whether Israel will continue the war on its own. This is a likely scenario. Okay? Which, of course, in the interim, will allow Iran to gear up with the latest and greatest Chinese technology as well, from manpads to, anti-air defense systems and the like, and therefore will present a much more competent force that is capable of defending its own territory from aerial bombardment campaigns that Israel could conduct without American help. Not really sure how much Israel will be able to defend itself. Don't really see that happening, even though Israel is crazy like that. Okay? China is not sending any air defense to Iran. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I know that the Bloomberg report is questionable, but we'll see about that. You never know. You never know. Esfandiar, this guy's really good. The only explanation I can come up with for Trump's blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is that he desperately wants the U.S. to be cut in on the future toll revenue. A few things to consider. By definition, a blockade does not reopen the strait. Iran had already blockaded itself by closing the strait to most vessels in the first place. The oil exports Iran was sustaining do not create significant revenues because of U.S. sanctions. If revenues were the issue, Trump would have canceled General License U ahead of the April 16th deadline and issued new sanctions targeting Iran's Chinese customers. Arguably, the blockade announcement puts more pressure on the Gulf states than it does on Iran. No Gulf country had called for a blockade, and I suspect the announcement came as a complete surprise. The terms that Trump will insist upon to end his blockade and the terms that Iran will insist upon to reopen the strait may be similar. Now, two countries are trying to demonstrate their control over the strait, leaving the GCC and Iraq in a compromised position. Here is... the chairman of the Israeli Parliament National Security Committee and a member of Netanyahu's coalition. Well, I guess he deleted his statement, so we don't know. But I think his the attitude from the Israeli side is, dude, enough yapping. Come on, ceasefire over. Let's go fucking bomb Iran, right? That's what the statement was that he deleted hastily. But I can totally see that being the overarching sentiment in the Israeli Knesset. Right? Because they did not want the ceasefire to take place. They tried to spoil it by doing a heinous act of terror against Lebanon, killing 300 Lebanese civilians in a matter of 10 minutes. And then they never really stopped, right? They never really stopped with their ambition. America was like, yo, keep it cool, keep it chill. Yeah, this guy, chairman of the Knesset National Security Committee, Zvika Fohel, mocks Trump. Donald, if you have to shoot, shoot. Don't quack. And then post a duck. Trump called in to Bartiromo on Fox. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, also, the Speaker of the Islamic Republic of Iran's parliament, Ghalibaf, who was at the meetings, said, enjoy the current pump figures with the so-called blockade. Soon you will be nostalgic for $4 to $5 gas. Gas station near the White House. God damn, dude. Again, they're farting on us, okay? Straight up, they're farting on us.
The more
100%. We're going meat for meat, ban for ban on the meme side, and they got a whole lot more meat than we do, okay? Their meat goes a long way in comparison to our meat. They got all the Kubidae. We got none. It's crazy. They got the Lego music videos, but it's not alone. It's not enough. They got the fucking, the Iranian ministries, the Iranian embassies all around the world farting on us. And then you got Galibaf himself hiring some fucking Zoomers, deciding to go meat for meat.
I think the two biggest issues are the Strait of Hormuz and the nuclear. The Strait of Hormuz is the more time urgent issue because every day that goes by is disastrous for the international economy and for the region. The nuclear issue can be parked for a while, not because it's not important, but unless there's evidence that Iran is changing the status of nuclear materials or its program, then nothing changes. So I would say Strait of Hormuz is the big issue. What we cannot allow is for Iran to exercise sole control over the strait, charging tolls where it derives all the revenues, because that would also eliminate any economic pressure on the Iranian regime. What I've argued is we ought to adopt the principle that the Strait of Hormuz needs to be open for all or closed to all, including Iran. And what I've recommended with two of my colleagues, Neil Ferguson and Phil Zellico, is that we create a new Strait of Hormuz commission or authority that would essentially govern the operation of the strait. Perhaps you could have a fee charge, but then it would be distributed, not just to Iran, but to the other, half dozen or so local countries. Might be some degree of enforcement or support from the countries in Europe and Asia that are most dependent on the passage through the strait. I would bring China into the equation because it has influence, obviously, in Iran. But we need some type of a governing authority that dilutes Iran's ability to decide who gets to use the strait. And if we can't get that, David, I would favor a blockade. Again, open for all or closed to all.
This is so unbelievably stupid. Richard Haas, former head of the Council on Foreign Relations, says Washington is not negotiating from strength and that Iran has emerged from the war with greater leverage. On Hormuz, he suggests Washington should tell Iran the Strait of Hormuz can be open to all or closed to all, propose the International Governing Commission, including Iran and Gulf states. This is what Trump tried to do. Remember when Donald Trump was like tweeting or truthing, maybe we will control the Strait of Hormuz with Iran, right? Which, for the record, was already a massive L, okay? Because, like, the idea that you are going to beg Iran to cut you in on the toll collection implies that you've already given up, that Iran is controlling the Strait of Hormuz, okay? That statement was unbelievable from Trump. When he said that, that was an admission of defeat, and I covered it as such. Then they presented that as the alternative, and the Iranians, to their credit, recognizing the unbelievable leverage they have currently, said, fuck off. At least that's what it seems like, right? They straight up were like, no, actually, you're not getting a fucking piece of the toll collection. No, we're controlling the strait. We'll open it to all, but we will continue collecting fees. The problem here is they already do control the Strait of Hormuz. You either reopen it militarily or you reopen it through the process of diplomacy. And if America is not going to, talk the talk, then they have to walk the fucking walk. This kind of bullshit about, oh, we're adding a separate blockade on top of the pre-existing Iranian toll, it's not going to work. Not only are you actually positioning your naval assets, for the record, closer to Iranian missiles, right? Because there's that element as well. Like now you're what? Moving you're repositioning your naval assets within striking distance of Iran? Okay, good luck. That's number one. And number two, what are you going to do? Fight against China? It's an unbelievably stupid fucking move. And last but not least, you don't get to actually enforce any control over the actual Iranian choke point. And on top of that, oil prices fucking skyrocket, which was the reason why you wanted to reopen the Strait of Hormuz anyway. Yeah, just 2 days ago, Trump said the Iranians were begging to make a deal and that Iran had no military capabilities left. Yet Iran is choosing not to make a deal and explicitly choosing to go back to war. Not really the move of someone desperate and without military. What this shows me is America wants a deal. Iran is fine with continuing the war. And Israel definitely doesn't want a deal. So if America wants a deal and Israel doesn't want a deal and you don't get a fucking deal, what does that tell you? That Israel is straight up controlling the entire conversation here on the American side. That's it. That's it. It is undeniable that we are placing Israel's idiotic goals ahead of our own, ahead of the rest of the world's interests. Do you think the rest of the world gives a fuck if Iran collects a toll? Probably not. I mean, I'm sure they don't like it. $2 million in additional funds given directly to Iran. But it is the most manageable way out of this. Instead of trying to get America to pay reparations, you get the entire world to pay reparations to Iran for America's fucking spectacular quagmire. Headline in the IRGC-affiliated Fars news agency, Trump joins Team Iran. I've legitimately never heard of a more insane, designed to backfire policy under this administration maybe ever. Not only attempting to blockade Iranian ships, but any ships that goes to the Strait of Hormuz by paying the toll. I do not foresee this. He said that it starts, CENTCOM says tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern is when the blockade starts. I think Trump goes back on this right before market open, maybe. Like, I just can't see this. I just do not see how this continues. I can't. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Trump is that guy because he is fucking nutty. But all signs point to him, pulling out of that. This genuinely feels, you're wrong, think like a stupid. I mean, I am thinking like a stupid. I'm trying to think like a stupid, but this is just like, there's levels to this stupid shit, okay? There's levels to this stupid shit. Him saying he's going to do this blockade is already stupid shit. Him actually enforcing the blockade, well, that's stupid beyond comprehension. Like, that is a new level of stupid that has been unlocked. Iran speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf responds to Trump, if you fight, we fight. And if you come with reason, we will deal with reason. We will not succumb to any threat. Let them test our will once again so we can give them an even greater lesson. Once again, I feel like these guys don't understand that the people that they're talking to there, Ghalibaf and the legal counsel representative and Arakshi, are the ones that want to fucking negotiate. Most of the people who actually control the levers of power in Iran currently are not those people, okay? They want to keep going. They, understandably, don't feel as though they've dealt a significant enough blow to both Israel and the global markets. They want to keep blowing shit up, okay? You got the 25-year-old Hormuzers sitting around in this mosaic system in a fucking bunker for the past 40 days, lobbing Shahed drones nonstop thinking, all right, give me the fucking go ahead. I'm going to hit that button again. Okay? Clearly, they're like, I'm going to Hormuz. I'm going to fucking Hormuz. I will die if I don't Hormuz right now. Okay? That's it. They are clearly invested in continuing until there is sufficient military deterrence that has been established. Iran and Thailand, the Thailand embassy says, the new move from Trump against our country is so comical that we don't even have a meme for it. So Trump is helping Iran now? Yes. All right. Let's get back to, the U.S. foreign policy establishment supports Trump collapsing the global economy. Strategic defeat has made the U.S. ruling classes insane. They'll drag us down with them rather than have their beloved empire take the L. Okay, Trump is now a vessel for the foreign policy blob that he ran against. Dennis Ross, former negotiator, says the blockade always made more sense than seizing Karg Island. It stops Iran's exports. Like, they literally went from Trump is going to reopen the blockade, reopen the Strait of Hormuz. He's going to do it with our military might. We got our hardest dicked Marines coming in. Okay, how are we going to do this? I don't know. Maybe we'll take Karg Island. Maybe we'll take other islands. How will we do that? I don't know. It doesn't matter. We'll do it somehow. Okay. Their dicks are hard. They're ready to go. They're locked and loaded. They've been eating the best crayons that are readily available, not available to regular commercial consumers. These crayons that these hard dick Marines are eating are basically Blue True crayons. Okay. Their dicks are hard. Their weapons are locked and loaded. They're ready to fucking rape and pillage. Okay. Except that hasn't happened because it's virtually impossible to pull through on an operation like that without suffering significant casualties. Okay? Tremendous casualties. So much so that even Donald Trump is not, pushing for it. He's saying that he wants to do this, but he's clearly hasn't, done it, right? And instead, this is the new meta. Oh, you put a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz? Well, guess what? I'm going to put a blockade on your blockade. Leaning into the offense to begin with, leaning into the damage that the blockade is doing to the global energy markets and only worsening that crisis in our own hands. I'm going to piss off every single motherfucker. I'm going to make the Gulf scream. I am going to make it so that the Gulf never deals with the United States of America again. Okay? I'm going to make it so that all of the Asian countries that we have developed security cooperative agreements with suffer energy grid collapses, and they will lean into China, and they will also never work with the United States of America again, absolutely gutting the security umbrella and the defensive perimeter that we've created around China. We're going to render that into nothing. Okay. We're going to turn it into dust. I'm going to do that shit because I'm fucking crazy. That's what Don Zhu is doing. That's what JD Pondon is doing. Respect JD Pondon. Okay. He is a Maoist third worldist. We got 30 minutes of the oil markets open, by the way. Who knows how they will react to this? But we got the Maria Bartiromo thing. All right, let's hear what Richard Haas has to say. Okay. Why do your mods so harsh? They block for nothing burger. You do have serious issue. How does that dick taste in your mouth? My mods are champions. Okay, calm down. All right. On Hormuz, he suggested Washington tell Iran the Strait of Hormuz can be open to all, closed to all. He came up with this brilliant idea. Trump leaned into it. Crucially, Haas says if Iran refuses, the U.S. should consider blockading the Hormuz at the Gulf of Oman to stop Iranian oil exports. His view, Washington should not accept Iran's sole control over Hormuz, but also cannot realistically exclude Iran from the strait. Haas says the war has made a return to pre-war status quo impossible, and the U.S. has lost the war in a strategic and political sense. Separately, he calls on Trump to pressure Israel to stop what he describes as a discretionary war in Lebanon. Knock it off, he suggests Trump tell Netanyahu. Trump, of course, is only listening to the first part of this conversation and deciding to lean into that, and not the second part of the conversation that requires him to literally tell Israel to knock it off.
Most dependent on the passage through the strait. I would bring China into the equation because it has influence, obviously, in Iran. But we need some type of a governing authority that dilutes Iran's ability to decide who gets to use the strait. And if we can't get that, David, I would favor a blockade. Again, open for all or closed to all. Brilliant. Including Iran, and a blockade option in the Gulf of Oman.
Even if you get to a governing authority that we all agree to, it sounds like Iran's going to have a say. They're going to have a seat at the table.
100%.
It's not clear they had that before. Is that really a step backward? Because it used to be an international waterway.
You're right. And there's no return, though, to the status quo ante. I think Iran has discovered that it has more leverage than it ever quite realized before. I don't think we can walk this back. So we're going to have to bring them in. So yeah, we're going to end up here and elsewhere, probably worse off than we were 5-6 weeks ago. What we want to do, though, is limit the scale of that. And I think, again, probably the wisest course here is not to do something to Iran, but to do something with Iran, to give Iran a stake in an open Strait of Hormuz. And I think we have a chance to achieve that, but probably only if we have the pressure.
What are the chances that Trump has some pedophile shit on him and that's the reason why he's like doing whatever Israel wants? Is a question that if you were to ask me like, I don't know, like a year ago, 2 years ago, I'd be like, dude, come on. It's fucking bullshit, right? I'm not gonna lie. At this point, it is so unsustainable and so transparently idiotic what Trump is doing at the behest of Israel, like so clearly that I'm no longer gonna fucking sit here and act like that's not a concern, okay? I don't know what the fuck is going on. This goes far beyond boomer philosemitism, far beyond like loyalty, ideological loyalty to Zionism. It is it's obviously completely outside of the realm of like American foreign policy and its interests like converging or diverging with Israel's. Paired up with the whole like Melania statement, it does kind of feel like Israel is just, teasing a little bit, maybe. I don't know. I can't. It is truly, truly insane what Trump is doing right now. It doesn't make any sense. Like, what Trump should be doing right now is a strategic retreat away from the region, lean into whatever Iran's demands are, right? And then saying, look, we fucked up. Like, we definitely fucked up. We took an L. It's fine. We're going to gracefully exit this area and we're going to double down on our ambitions in our own backyard, right? Like that kind of thing, the Don Road doctrine. Like, look how easy it was with Venezuela. Cause this is like, this doesn't make any fucking sense. This is so crazy. This is so much worse than Vietnam. Like as far as like how big of a defeat this is, how public of a defeat this is, what kind of impact this has had globally, because Vietnam was in Vietnam, right? And Cambodia, Laos, but overall it was like over there, it didn't have this kind of major impact on the rest of the globe. Okay? This is such a different and way more public defeat than I don't think many Americans fathom. Like, I think a lot of Americans are just sleepwalking through this process, as they always do. They're totally fucking oblivious to exactly what has taken place in the last 40 plus days. You obviously in this community have seen it. You've heard my commentary on it. You have experienced it in real time. But most Americans, like if you talk to your coworkers, I feel like they probably don't fully grasp how bad things are. Okay. Yeah, I don't think Americans understand how much of a crisis this is around the world. They're crying about gas prices. Meanwhile, the rest of the world has like 1 to 2 months max. Yeah, I don't Like, I think Americans look at this and go, oh, man, we're taking a big fat L at the gas pumps, right? Taking a big fat L at the gas pumps. This sucks. But, you know, at the end of the day, we're fighting terrorists or whatever, right? Like, I think the average American's assessment is like, I don't know, they're fucking brown people. They're scary. They say death to America. Trump is fucking them up. And maybe we're not like, you know, maybe we haven't achieved our like victory condition, but like my gas prices are bad. I don't want him to do this. And now I'm increasingly believing that, you know, he's doing this just for Benjamin Netanyahu, just for Israel. I think that's like the median voter's attitude on this issue. What is actually taking place, however, is a spectacular blow to what has made America the global hegemon, right? Without the American Navy, without free commerce and free trade taking place on all seas across the board, guaranteed by the American naval assets, America's hegemonic status is called into question. That's number one. Number two, petrodollar is taking a major hit here, which has played a formative role in when tied with the naval assets and forcibly opening all the seas, is the reason why the dollar is the global reserve currency, which has given America tremendous benefits, right? We can dominate our enemies when we see fit. We can design tremendous sanctions and cripple entire markets, cripple entire countries like we've done so to Iran, many others. All of that goes away. When all of that goes away, what does America have? It's just a fucking belligerent country with a bunch of nukes, with 800 military bases that look a lot like 800 separate military incursions, okay? This is something that I have talked about quite a bit when America was deciding to move away from soft power and going only in the direction of hard power, but I never thought that it would be this bad. I didn't realize that like defense contractor bloat and you know, American power projection, force projection capabilities would be this diminished in comparison to a country that we've been able to destroy economically, right? I don't think Americans understand what that world looks like. I don't think they recognize that. I don't even think most Americans understand that we're losing and getting our ass beat in the Strait of Hormuz by a country that we've designed as an enemy for no fucking reason, right? We're in it. We don't recognize it. Most people don't. It will get so much worse. I'm telling you right now, it's going to get so much fucking worse. You'd say pedo stuff coming out would actually have an effect on Trump's image at this point. Isn't there enough mentioned in the files to infer shady things generally? Would that actual blatant evidence have enough power? Yes. I mean, these are lizard brain cultists. Like, I'm sure it would put a dent. I'm sure that it would put a dent in the confidence that people have in Trump, right? Like, it depends on what the pedo stuff is, right? I mean, it wouldn't significantly deteriorate his base of support. Unless it's gay, maybe, and with Bill Clinton, like I said before, if it's something that like his fans can perceive themselves of doing as well, if it's like a 14-year-old or whatever, they could probably justify it because they'd be like, oh, I'm kind of weird around my daughter's friends too, you know, like that attitude. But if it's like, you know, if it's like babies or if it's like, you know, him sucking Bill Clinton's dick or something, then it's over because no Republican can foresee themselves or can put themselves in the shoes of Donald Trump doing something like that, right? Yeah, Megyn Kelly-ass mindset. They already did that. Megyn Kelly literally defended Trump potentially predating on like 14-year-olds, the 16-year-olds. Like it's gross. It's disgusting. These people are monsters. But I'm just telling you what they're. I'm telling you what they could deal with and justify and what they couldn't justify. Anyway. In intensive talks at the highest level in 47 years, Iran engaged with the U.S. in good faith to end war. But when just inches away from Islamabad MOU, we encountered maximalism, shifting goalposts, and blockade. Zero lessons learned. Goodwill begets goodwill. Enmity begets enmity. Let's go talk with Sayed Abbas Araghchi, Foreign Minister of Iran. The war is not about... Oh, wait. Dylan Saba says, yes, it would be rational for the U.S. to make the necessary concessions for a deal now and totally foolish to continue the war. But that was also the case on February 27th when the available deal was more favorable to the U.S. than as it is now, where the key issue is... Because then and now, the key issue is ballistic missiles in Israel. Ballistic missiles with strike capabilities of hitting Israel, okay? That's been the number one thing that Israel wants to destroy, right? It's ridiculous, and no country would say yes to that, by the way, and Iran certainly saw that as a non-starter. The war is not about nukes or enrichment. It's about Iran's force projection and Israel's project of regional hegemony. What would need to change is not U.S. assessment of possible military outcomes, but U.S. willingness to disregard Israel. So far, we have no evidence of that. Yes. Straight up. I've been saying this since day one as well. I agree with this analysis. Until the United States of America says fuck off to Israel, we're not going to find a reasonable conclusion here. So it's more so about how much pressure will America withstand from the global energy crisis that it has created? How much pressure will the American government withstand from capital owners that are definitely calling him and freaking the fuck out, you know, because they're experiencing asset loss. Sometimes, like, you know, Amazon warehouses, Amazon facilities are being blown up, data centers are being blown up in the Gulf, and also obviously the inflation the inflation and the loss of energy transit that will significantly deteriorate manufacturing for goods and parts that are necessary for, like, you know, American producers all around the world. Because remember, all that is going to China and Vietnam, India. These are the manufacturing countries, and the manufacturing countries are getting most of their oil from the Strait. So when they can't get necessary resources, then all of a sudden they can't manufacture the goods and the components necessary for global manufacturing, right? Like, people are not factoring this into the equation at all for some strange reason when having this conversation, when Trump tries to make it seem like this is a fucking you problem, right? He'll be like, oh, well, we got all of our oil. We got all of our needs met. All right, bitch, but you don't make shit. You don't make anything. What do you think happens? What do you think happens when, sure, you got your oil needs met, you got your gas needs met, but you don't have any of the fucking components necessary for American production, necessary for the goods that are coming into the United States of America? What happens when there are shortages? It's not true. It's not even true. We get like 20% from there. Yeah, I mean, we also still get, yes, it's a global commodity, and it all obviously impacts. Even though we're an exporter, we still get some oil from the Strait, if I'm not mistaken. But it doesn't matter. That's like, you can make up for that with overproduction, okay? You can even make, in the short term, more money for American oil refineries that will now kick into high gear the thick Venezuelan crude. Thick crude from Venezuela, right? And that's probably what's happening right now. Donald Trump has talked about it, as a matter of fact. Oh, all these empty oil tankers are transiting. They're coming to the United States of America. Now we're going to be the sole oil exporter. What did I explain to you, though? What did I tell you? Yes, America has light from fracking, but now it has thick crude from Venezuela. But listen, what I told you was, we do not have the refinement capacity, even with the Venezuelan thick crude coming to U.S. refineries. We currently, as it stands, do not have the refinement capacity to keep up with 20% of the entire oil supply coming from the Strait. Okay? We don't have it. And we will not have it. There is no way that we will be able to make up for the loss that the rest of the world has incurred. A loss that they don't even need to experience. A loss that we brought about to the global energy markets. Okay? Yeah, it's the fertilizers, helium for MRI machines, etc. It's not just about the oil. There's no replacing those things from other parts around the world. That too, yes. And not only that, but also the way that the oil and gas industry operates is they're not going to fucking turn around and sell at anything less than market price. So Americans will experience inflation. Trump, we are mobilizing our ships, and we have a huge fleet that we're moving to the Strait of Hormuz. The blockade will be similar to what we did to Venezuela, but at a higher level. I want everything. They have no cards. Farr says Trump joined Team Iran. The U.S. president, by threatening a military blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, dashed analysts' last hope for a drop in oil prices. Senator Mark Warner, I don't understand how blockading the Strait is somehow going to push the Iranians into opening it. I don't see the connection here. IRGC Navy Command says any misstep by the enemy in the Strait of Hormuz will place them within a zone of mortal danger. Remember, that threat is also very real. They are coming into striking distance as well. So in order to implement a blockade, they have to be in striking distance of Iranian ballistic munitions and Iranian drones, right? So I don't even know how they are going to do this without having their naval assets get bombed and experience laundry fires. American destroyers will start having laundry fires over and over again. You know? It wasn't enough that we lost so many aerial assets, so many fixed position radars. Now we got the Navy to contend with. Now we're going to lose fucking naval assets too. Fuck it, you know? Laundry fires, question mark? Well, it's a joke, chatter. I'm saying that it is, that's like what happened to USS Gerald Ford. Or at least that's what they claimed. All right. So yeah, U.S. Central Command announced Sunday it will begin a blockade of all maritime traffic entering and exiting Iranian ports at 10 a.m. Eastern Time on April 13th following the collapse of peace talks in Islamabad. CENTCOM said it will not impede freedom of navigation for ships transiting the Strait of Hormuz to and from non-Iranian ports. The blockade will be enforced against vessels of all nations calling at Iranian ports on the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman, which means any ship that actually transits through the strait, because currently they have to pay a toll to Iran, will be blocked by America. Okay? The other thing that he's also talking about is blocking Chinese tankers. Iranian oil tankers that are transiting through the Strait of Hormuz unimpeded and sending tankers of oil to China. The announcement comes hours after Vice President J.D. Vance left Islamabad without a deal after 21 hours of negotiations. It's unbelievably stupid. Okay? But that's who Donald Trump is. He's an unbelievably stupid guy. So let's take a look. Now that we looked at Richard Haas's analysis as well, let's look at two different things. One, Danny Citrinowicz of Atlantic Council. He's critical of this deal, critical of this move. He says there are no easy fixes on the Iran problem. Efforts to curtail Iran's oil exports would almost certainly trigger a sharp response from Tehran, most notably attempts to disrupt or shut down traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. Such a move would send global oil prices soaring with immediate and far-reaching consequences for the international economy. A naval blockade, often discussed as an alternative, is no silver bullet. It will require U.S. forces to operate in close proximity to Iran's coastline, significantly increasing their exposure to risk. Iran's geographic scale and military capabilities mean that sustaining such an operation would demand substantial and prolonged allocation of American resources. More importantly, there is little reason to believe that blockade would force Iranian capitulation. If anything, Iran's demonstrated resilience thus far suggests the opposite, that it would absorb the pressure and respond, potentially through kinetic means, in order to reassert deterrence. You're literally putting more targets in striking distance that have the American flag on them. Iran would love that opportunity. That's precisely the reason why the IRGC has kept saying, come closer, please try to transit some oil tankers through the strait. I promise, we'll let the tanker go through. We just won't let your destroyer go through. So that's what Donald Trump is seemingly invested in doing. It doesn't make any sense at all. The likely outcome then is not a decisive breakthrough. Economic pressure on Iran would intensify, but so too would the strain on global markets and regional stability, particularly given the centrality of the Gulf to global energy flows, which raises an unavoidable question. If this approach were truly decisive, why wasn't it pursued earlier? Which is the absolute best question to ask here, because it wasn't a good idea. Because Trump, it seems, didn't put a lot of thought into this at all. And because he's run out of fucking options, he probably heard Richard Haas say it and was like, oh, well, this seems smart. Oh, fuck it. Why not? Well, now let's hear what Donald Trump had to say to Maria Bartiromo on Fox News this Sunday.
Well, we're going to be blockading. It'll take a little while, but it'll be effective pretty soon.
Oh, the full Maria Bartiromo interview is the next? Okay, let's watch this first, and then we'll get to Maria Bartiromo then.
Begin with some breaking news. The U.S. President Donald Trump has just posted on Truth Social warning Iran.
Got him.
It read, Iran promised to open the Strait of Hormuz, and they knowingly failed to do so. This caused anxiety, dislocation, and pain to many people and countries throughout the world. They say they put mines in the water, even though all of their navy and most of their mine droppers have been completely blown up. They may have done so, but what ship owner would want to take the chance? There is great dishonor and permanent harm to the reputation of Iran and what's left of their leaders. But we are beyond all of that. As they promised, they better begin the process of getting this caps lock international waterway open and fast. Every law in the book is being violated by them. I have been fully debriefed by Vice President J.D. Vance, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner on the meeting that took place in Islamabad through the kind and very competent leadership of Field Marshal Asim Munir and Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan. They are very extraordinary men and continuously thank me for saving 30 to 50 million lives in what would have been a horrendous war with India. I always appreciate hearing that. The amount of humanity spoken of is incomprehensible. The meeting with Iran began early in the morning and lasted throughout the night, close to 20 hours. I could go into great detail and talk about much that has been gotten, but there is only one thing that matters. Iran is unwilling to give up its nuclear ambitions. In many ways, the points that were agreed to are better than us continuing our military operations to conclusion. But all of those points don't matter compared to allowing nuclear power to be in the hands of such volatile, difficult, unpredictable people. My three representatives, as all of this time went by, became, not surprisingly, very friendly and respectful of Iran's representatives. Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, Abbas Araghchi, and Ali Bagheri. But that doesn't matter because they were very unyielding as to the single most important issue. And as I have always said right from the beginning, and many years ago, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon.
By the way, all of the conversations about the nuclear stuff is good. The reason why I say that is because, like, it's the one area where Iran actually made concessions on numerous occasions, both the JCPOA and certainly with the last negotiation that ended up with, Donald Trump attacking Iran. So the more Trump signals that that's a big red line, the better things are for reaching a manageable conclusion in this ceasefire. Okay? Because it makes me feel like that is being presented as like the big deal, right? So that there's a little bit of theater associated with it, so that it kind of feels like America fought the good fight, and we're able to get the the major concession. It's not the major concession at all. Obviously, the major concession would be opening the fucking Strait of Hormuz and no longer allowing Iran to control it. But that's not going to happen because Iran controls it militarily. So the idea that like the nukes are the real problem here is I think a way for Trump to hint at what he is trying to, what he is positioning as a solid W to the American public. Now, of course, given the current conditions, this will be infinitely worse than the JCPOA from the American position. I don't personally care that it gives some much needed economic respite to Iran. I think that's a good thing. We have been starving this country for decades for no fucking reason. Holy shit, you are so annoying. Shut the fuck up. Does it make you feel bad? What stake do you have in this? If you're an American citizen, are you an American citizen? Because if the answer is yes, like, what stake do you have in this that like Donald Trump decided to go blow up Iran at the behest of Israel, at the behest of Netanyahu? And now the only thing that you're experiencing is just an increase in prices and potentially an inflation, potentially a crisis of inflation regardless. So like you didn't get anything out of this process at all. And also on top of that, the only thing that many of these fucking losers lean into, which is America's force projection capabilities, is diminished. It's gone. It's deteriorated, if not completely destroyed. It doesn't make any sense that these guys will just be like, oh, I'm so fucking mad at you for explaining to me exactly what's happening right now.
Donald J. Trump. Well, we are live in Tehran and Islamabad, where we start with our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. Kimberly, I was reading that for the first time. You may have been hearing that for the first time. We know that obviously Trump was dialed in multiple times during the talks in Islamabad, but what do you make of this very, very long Truth Social post promising that the Strait of Hormuz needs to be open, that the international waterway must be opened soon and fast in caps lock, and obviously reiterating the American stance that Iran must give up its nuclear ambitions. Where do we go from here?
Well, we go to what I think is the second part of Donald Trump's very lengthy and long tweet. And correct me if I'm wrong, Neve, because I'm reading this in real time just like you, but it seemed to me there were two posts in quick succession. And the second post, or the first, I'm not sure which order it came in, but I believe the second, might be even more consequential than the first about the strait being open, because it starts out, so there you have it. The meeting went well. Most points were agreed to, but the only point that mattered, nuclear, was not. Leaders are dead, he goes on to say it near the end of it, in Iran, but he says Iran will not be allowed to profit off the illegal act of extortion. What he means is the blockage of the Strait of Hormuz. They want money, and more importantly, they want nuclear. Additionally, and at an appropriate moment, this is key, we are fully locked and loaded, and our military will finish up the little that is left of Iran. These are the words I think are most consequential, because the U.S. president said very, very firmly before these talks, he said that if a no deal is reached, the military was loading up.
There's something very funny about being like, Iran, how dare you extort the world? Only we get to do that, which is why we're doing that now. Okay? It's so funny. How dare you? How dare you think you can extort? This is extortion. Offering a toll off of your coastline that is a geographic choke point is extortion, which is why we will be doing that thousands of miles away from our shoreline, you know? An issue that we actually created. Once again, it's important to recognize that the Strait of Hormuz was open for business before Donald Trump decided to blow up Iran.
And would be ready to go. And so the U.S. president now has reiterated that. So this is the big fear that everyone had, is that this would just be a pause in fighting. But the U.S. president has indicated that he is ready to resume at a time and place of his choosing. So it's obviously going to be concerning, because this is going to have ramifications that go far beyond Islamabad. The fact that the U.S. president has reiterated his threat and says he is now going to carry out and finish the job of Epic Fury, the joint operation between the United States and Israel on Iran, that was started and only temporarily paused for the talks that occurred here and have resulted in no deal in Islamabad.
Kimberly, just give us a sense of the sentiment there in the wake of these high-level talks in Islamabad. Is there any perception whatsoever that there are avenues for further discussion, or is, at least when it comes to negotiations as they stand right now, have the shutters come down?
Until Donald Trump sent that post, there definitely was still the air of hope in the atmosphere here in Islamabad. Look at behind me here, or off to the side, I'm not exactly sure where in the frame the Serena Hotel is, but something historic occurred. Groups of people that have never sat face to face in decades, not since 1979, achieved that for the first time. That is being seen beyond Donald Trump as a major world diplomatic breakthrough. And we also know that there was rapport for the first time. We also know that there were teams that hung around after J.D. Vance boarded Air Force Two, along with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, to leave Islamabad. Those people were talking at the much lower level. And the hope
Indian media is blaming Pakistan for the peace talks failing. Oh, that's so funny.
This would continue.
Oh,
that
that's
there would
amazing.
be some sort of shuttle-type diplomacy between the intermediary, Pakistan, and that there would at least be able to, on the technical level, be discussions that would continue. But it's a real question now about whether or not that still stands, given the president's statements that have just come out. The U.S. president, again, making very clear, and this is something that's going to disrupt the oil markets and certainly cause energy to spike, is that he says that the one thing that mattered to the United States was making sure that Iran could never build a nuclear weapon. That was not achieved. So by all accounts, the U.S. president is saying this was a failure, even though everyone else saw the breakthrough in the discussion being a success. The U.S. president has drawn a new line saying that the U.S. military is locked and loaded and will finish up the little that is left of Iran. The threat can't be any more clear than that. And I expect that we're going to start to see the rippling ramifications, whether it's in the oil markets, whether it's in fear of escalation, is going to quickly ensue as a result of this post that really has spiked any sort of sense of hope that existed here up until moments ago.
Kimberly, we'll get the view now from Ali Hashim in Tehran on this. Ali, look, we are trying to put into context the latest Truth Social post from Donald Trump. You may have heard some of it from Kimberly Halkett there in Islamabad. It boils down to this. Trump says the US is ready to finish up Iran at a, quote, appropriate moment. We are fully locked and loaded. This, of course, off the back of a perception that the talks in Islamabad have failed. Give us a sense of what overarching message at least the Iranian negotiators are carrying back from Islamabad to their home country.
Well, the Iranian negotiators went to Islamabad saying and indicating clearly that there is a pillar of mistrust holding this tent of negotiations. And for them, what happened yesterday overnight for around 21 hours was the last possible attempt to reach a deal with the United States, though, as I told you, they went with a lot of mistrust. And the street here also holds a lot of mistrust. Now, given the fact President Trump's reaction, this is going to have its own implication also on the Iranians, because they took into consideration this is a ceasefire, this is not the end of war, and they've said this. And in the past, actually, they said they're not going for a ceasefire, they will go for an end of war, but this didn't happen. So now they're still controlling the strait. They are repeating day after day, hour after hour, that they're not opening the strait as far as the conditions they put for that aren't met. One of them is the issue of Lebanon and the ceasefire in Lebanon.
8 minutes, and it's up 9%. Try to find a difference between Italy's Espresso online magazine and the Nazi Der Stürmer's depiction of Jews. I was not able to see a difference. Any Holocaust museum and scholar who was silent in the face of such anti-Semitism has forgotten the main lesson. Wait, isn't that a... Did you just... I don't want to say anything wrong here, but that's a real photo. Did this guy who is an Israel defender look at a real photo of a IDF settler harassing a Palestinian woman and said, wow, anti-Semitic cartoons much? Dude, you can't... Oh my God. What was he thinking when he said this? I mean, this is the worst version I've ever encountered of the whole, like, saying Israel kills babies is a blood libel, you know? Well, that doesn't actually end up making people question what they're seeing and decide, oh yeah, well, maybe I shouldn't actually say that Israel kills babies because, oh no, it's blood libel. It might come across as offensive when I'm, seeing all the babies that Israel's killing. It just makes people reconsider whether blood libel is real or not. This unironically gives legitimacy to these heinous depictions, these heinous anti-Semitic depictions, when you pair them up with a real fucking photo. Another incredible moment where Israel's greatest defenders are leading to its global demise, its collapse of its approval ratings around the globe. Are you waiting for someone? Why are you so far right? I'm making a taco / wrap, Mediterranean wrap. Anyway, very cool stuff from...
Second is on freezing the assets. Now, I think we are outside this circle now. We are in a different circle now, dealing with a new situation, actually an old situation that's being renewed. The threat of war, the resumption of war. For Iran, this would mean back to business just like last week, and then no one knows how this is going to reach a new station or a new juncture where there's the possibility to talk once again. Before the war, the main issues were the nuclear issue and the ballistic issue. Now, especially in the latest talks that took place in Islamabad yesterday on this dome, the main issue was the Strait of Hormuz, an issue that wasn't on the table even.
Yeah, because it wasn't an issue at all. That is an indication that America has lost. America had a lot more leverage in the initial negotiations process. A lot more leverage, right? And then they chose to blow their load on whatever the fuck Israel's desires were, whatever Israel's design was. And they not only lost all their leverage, but now Iran has all the leverage and additional things that Iran now controls. Spectacular failure.
Few weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, what do we make of the fact that it wasn't even mentioned by J.D. Vance in this final news conference that he gave in Islamabad? I'm sure there would have been more questions put to him about that, but it wasn't among the first that were asked of him. I mean, just looking at this Truth Social post by Donald Trump in more detail, this promise to finish up Iran at an appropriate moment appears to be contingent upon the Strait of Hormuz waterway being open and open fast. Donald Trump's words. Where are we right now when it comes to Iran's leverage over the Strait of Hormuz, and whether or not in any way a compromise there might help stave off Trump promising to finish up Iran?
Well, actually, it's now clear that the epicenter of this whole conflict has shifted from the nuclear program to the Strait of Hormuz, because the Strait of Hormuz has more direct implication, not only on this region, but on the world. The weaponization of the strait by Iran created a kind of a global energy crisis that is just accumulating day after day and reaching the houses, each house in the United States, Europe, and the whole world. At the same time, this is having more implications on the region. Iranians seem, till the moment, capable of closing the strait, or at least creating a situation of managed passage, just according to whom they agree with and they disagree with. And we've seen this even yesterday, according to the maps and the programs that track the Marines. So for the Iranians, they know very well that this is their asset right now, and that's why they are insisting on continuing it. And as we've been saying before, the new Supreme Leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, mentioned the strait for now a couple of times in two statements. And that's not only a, official decree. This is becoming for the Islamic Republic a religious decree.
And we begin this Sunday morning with breaking news on the war in Iran. President Trump announcing moments ago a naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is beginning. Coming up in moments, President Trump will join me in an exclusive interview to give us the very latest on the war on Iran, as high-level talks between the United States and Iran have concluded with no deal. It was the first direct talks between the two countries in a decade, and the highest-level talks between the two since the Islamic Revolution in 1979. The talks beginning on Saturday and lasting 21 hours in Islamabad, Pakistan. Vice President J.D. Vance was in Pakistan leading the U.S. delegation, along with Jared Kushner and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, as a fragile ceasefire has been underway between the two sides since Tuesday, after President Trump agreed to give Iran 2 more weeks to open up the Strait of Hormuz or face further destruction. Now the president will implement a naval blockade on the strait. Here's Vice President J.D. Vance after the talks in Islamabad this morning.
We have been at it now for 21 hours, and we've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America.
Joining me now live on the telephone with the very latest is the nation's 45th and 47th President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump. Mr. President, thank you so much for being with me this morning. I know that your time is limited, and we appreciate you making the time to explain all of this to our audience. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Maria.
Mr. President, can you explain to us what is going on right now with the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, we're going to be blockading. It'll take a little while, but it'll be effective pretty soon. And we had meetings yesterday. They, as you said, lasted 21 hours. That was a long meeting. We had some very, very good representatives, as you know, J.D. and Steve and Jared. So we were well represented, but we didn't get there on the important issue. They want to have nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons. I've been saying that for 30 years. I would never allow that to happen before I was in politics. And that country will not have nuclear weapons. Most countries shouldn't be allowed to have, but that country will not have nuclear weapons.
Not
So,
Israel.
Mr. President, was that the red line there? Can you explain to us what went on in these talks? What?
Dude, Maria Bartiromo looks fucking insane, dog. Every time I see her, she looks more crazy.
Did the United States ask of Iran, and how did they react?
Well, they reacted. You know, it was very interesting.
Yes,
started
JD's
off
on Ozempic.
weak. They came in like they had the cards, but they don't have the cards. Their army, their whole military is obliterated. The whole place is obliterated. And, you know, as you know, levels of leaders are gone. They're literally gone. Khomeini.
I mean, this don't make sense, right? If that was the case, you wouldn't be doing a double blockade. You would reduce the number of blockades to 0, not double the number of blockades that exist in the region, right? Like, clearly, if the Iranian Navy capabilities have been significantly deteriorated, there'd be 0 blockades right now.
He's gone. The whole thing is gone. The whole place is gone. They have one thing that they can do. They can say, well, gee, we're going to put a mine someplace just a mine. We'll drop 1 mine, 2 mines, 10 mines. And that will, if you have a ship that costs $1 billion, you say, well, you know.
Where is this? I don't know why we have to condemn Trump's threat of destroying civilian infrastructure in a civilization if Iran's whole tactic has been targeting civilian infrastructure. Can I ban Neek Skit? Literally saying attacking civilians is wrong, man. Wait, what? Who do you think between Iran and the United States of America was targeting civilian infrastructure more and first and killed a shit ton more civilians? Look at the whole convo before. No, answer my question. Who started the war? Through perfidy, which is, you know, illegal. Who started the war after a round of negotiations where the Iranians, before this war, decided not to, before the Iranians, before the war started, decided to basically give in to all the demands. Condemn that as well. Okay, there's nothing else to condemn then. That was horrible. Doing war crimes first doesn't justify the other ones after. That's Israel's argument as well, and it's wrong. Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? What are you actually talking about? What the fuck is Iran supposed to do, buddy? Would you be fine if Iran blew up American military bases on the United States homeland? You know what I mean? Iran is implementing a blockade, which is perfectly reasonable for them to do so. And on top of that, they are implementing a toll system, which is not even a blockade any longer, but instead of a way for them to retrieve revenues that they've lost because America unjustifiably chose to sanction them. To say this in the eve of America also saying, instead of negotiating with Iran and allowing commerce to go through this strait, we're going to do a double blockade instead, is extra stupid. You're why us third world chatters hate your asses? I mean, that's an exceptionally stupid person. That's an exceptionally stupid person who is behaving like a baby who doesn't understand anything. Like, they're like, oh, I don't understand. Like, why is Iran not fighting and abiding by the rules that we are violating when we're attacking Iran? Unbelievably stupid statement. The fuck are they supposed to do, man? They're trying to do their very best to continue their sovereignty after they've been unjustifiably and illegally attacked by not one, but two countries. One of those two countries wants to completely destroy it. America, for far too long, has decided might makes right. Well, that was all good as long as there was no military that had the capacity to say, I bet. Iran clearly does. And they are capable of engaging in asymmetric warfare. Iran is the victim here. Iran is the wrong party here. And they have every fucking right to fight back, to maintain their sovereignty. Okay? You can't destroy the rules and violate them with regular frequency and then cry to the fucking referee when you killed the referee. We are the reason why the referee's dead. And in spite of that, Iran has been unbelievably restrained in its retaliatory strikes, only going up the escalation ladder when America goes up the escalation ladder. You should be begging. You should be on your hands and knees thanking Allah and Ali that they're not behaving in the way that Israel behaves. It's totally ridiculous. Imagine if Iran treated the Gulf states in the same way that Israel treats Iran, in the same way that Israel has treated Lebanon, in the same way that Israel has treated Gaza. All of those Gulf states that went and got American military bases, thinking that that wouldn't, at any given point, turn the crosshairs on them, who are now complaining that Iran is even striking back. All of those countries are a turkey shoot, if necessary. If Iran wanted to behave like Israel, Iran could literally exclusively kill civilians in the Gulf states. They have not done so. Israel is still deliberately targeting civilian infrastructure. Iran has only retaliated by targeting civilian infrastructure like desalination plants after Israel or America has struck its civilian infrastructure. There is no both sides are bad when our side is the party that's doing the wrong. I cannot believe it. I can't believe that there's still people saying this shit. Sorry, just read a Guardian article where now people are saying horizontal escalation targeting civilians as a tactic works, and I hated how this is being normalized by all sides. I got triggered, basically. Okay. Then demand to literally restrain and perhaps dissolve the current Israeli state. Because if there's one country that has wiped its fucking ass with all of those previous rules and still continues to do so, it's the United States of America and it's Israel. It's especially Israel. All right? You can't destroy the rules and violate them over and over again and then not expect similar violations to take place once you have violated those rules against a country that's willing to fight back. Totally ridiculous.
Prefer not getting whacked by a mine, losing my ship, or damaging it badly, at least. And so that's a little bit of a thing that they can do, and that it's military might and military power don't do it, but, you know, it's extortion, and they're extorting the world. You know, we don't get our oil from there. We have so much, we have, and one thing you said, and I don't know if anybody heard it well, but we have boats pouring up to the United States. They'll be filling them up, and they'll be leaving, and they're going to be packed with the best oil you can get. Light, sweet, crude. They're going to have the best oil that you can get. But so that's interesting, and it's great because we have a lot of oil. We don't get any. I mean, literally last year it was 1%. We did that as a favor. We don't need the Strait. But other countries do. And I will tell you, while we're on the subject, we're very disappointed with NATO. We're very, very disappointed that they didn't come. Now they want to come and they want to help with the Strait, and it won't take long to clean it out. So we're going to clean out the Strait, and they'll be able to use the Strait in not too long a distance. But we had a very intensive negotiation, and toward the end it got very friendly, and we got just about every point we needed, except for the fact that they refused to give up their nuclear ambition. And that's the only point, frankly, to me. That was the most important point by far.
And I want to ask you about that, and I will get to NATO as well. But, Mr. President, you wrote on Truth Social this morning saying that we will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. And at some point, we will reach an all being allowed to go in and all being allowed to go out basis. Right. So tell us what you're trying to accomplish with this blockade,
all in,
sir.
All out. Yep. It's called all in and all out. There'll be a time when we'll have them all come.
It's so funny. He just like directly copies shit that he sees on his timeline. I mean, I guess it's cutting out the middleman in some respects, because in the past, like, what is this? Iranian MP who attended the Islamabad talks. America was not seeking an arrangement. Yeah, we'll cover that. Hold on. I know. In the past, you would have like FDD send the talking points to the White House, and the White House would like put it in their own language. Now they just copy and paste that shit. In the past, you would have a guy like Richard Haass have meetings with Trump's analysts, and then they would communicate these points to Donald Trump. Now he just sees it on his timeline and just like repeats it, and then it becomes official policy. Fantastic.
And we had meetings yesterday. They, as you said, lasted 21 hours. That was a long meeting. We had some very, very good representatives, as you know, JD and Steve and Jared. So we were well represented, but we didn't get there on the important issue. They want to have nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons. I've been saying that for 30 years. I would never allow that to happen before I was in politics. And that country will not have nuclear weapons. Most countries shouldn't be allowed to have, but that country will not have nuclear weapons. Well, they reacted. You know, it was very interesting. It started off weak. They came in like they had the cards, but they don't have the cards. Their army, their whole military is obliterated. The whole place is obliterated. And, you know, as you know, levels of leaders are gone. They're literally gone. Khomeini's gone. The whole thing is gone. The whole place is gone. They have one thing that they can do. They can say, well, gee, we're going to put a mine someplace just a mine. We'll drop 1 mine, 2 mines, 10 mines. And that will, if you have a ship that costs $1 billion, you say, well, you know, I'd prefer not getting whacked by a mine, losing my ship, or damaging it badly, at least. And so that's a little bit of a thing that they can do. That it's military might and military power don't do it, but, you know, it's extortion, and they're extorting the world. You know, we don't get our oil from there. We have so much oil. We have, and one thing you said, is I don't know if anybody heard it well, but we have boats pouring up to the United States. They'll be filling them up, and they'll be leaving, and they're going to be packed with the best oil you can get. Light, sweet, crude. They're going to have the best oil that you can get. But so that's interesting, and it's great because we have a lot of oil. We don't get any. I mean, literally last year it was 1%. We did that as a favor. We don't need the Strait. But other countries do. And I will tell you, while we're on the subject, we're very disappointed with NATO. We're very, very disappointed that they didn't come. Now they want to come and they want to help with the Strait, and it won't take long to clean it out. So we're going to clean out the Strait, and they'll be able to use the Strait in not too long a distance. But we had a very intensive negotiation, and toward the end it got very friendly, and we got just about every point we needed, except for the fact that they refused to give up their nuclear ambition. And that's the only point, frankly, to me. That was the most important point by far.
Tell us what you're trying.
Remember, absolutely the worst possible person to ask about anything that took place, not only because he wasn't there, But even if he was there, he would have still lied, obviously. I need you to understand. Trump is the least reliable party to genuinely comprehend what's going to happen next, okay? He does not know what the fuck's going on. He doesn't know what he's going to say next. He's an absolute lunatic. He has no idea what's happening. Yeah. U.S. will maybe strike back. Wall Street Journal. Oh, nice. In the last hour, Hezbollah has bombed Nahariya and fired 2 swarms of drones at northern settlements. Hadashot Bezmen, 2 helicopters landed at Ishilov Hospital in the last hours. They're hinting at another security incident. Oh my God, Hezbollah is smoking the Israeli invaders. It's crazy. Reuters, senior U.S. Official says Iran rejected demands to stop funding its allies across the Middle East, Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, and to halt uranium enrichment. IRGC, the approach of military ships to the Strait of Hormuz under any pretext is a violation of the ceasefire, and we will deal with them firmly. Israeli platform, the Home Front Command, is currently convened in an emergency discussion. Wall Street Journal says Trump and his advisor looking at resuming limited military strikes in Iran, in addition to the U.S. blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, as a way to break a stalemate in the peace talks. Dude, this is not how you do peace talks, man. This is not how you, we have to, oh my God. We only know hegemon status for the last 50 years almost. Certainly for the last 40, right? So this is how we operate, where we're just like, oh, dude, we're having a ceasefire talk. Well, it's fine. You just fucking blow them up during the process. That's not how it works, man. What a delusional way to operate. It's so stupid. You can't. I want to have a conversation with someone in this admin to be like, what the fuck are you guys thinking? This only works if you have the cards, right? If you're actually winning and you want to be a piece of shit, the way that for example, Israel operates this way against the Palestinian population. Oh, you want to do a ceasefire? Okay, let's do a ceasefire. You cease, we fire, right? But that is a paramilitary formation comprised of the orphan children that have resisted against an apartheid state that's doing a genocide. That's a very different, that's an ascetic force, right? Very different than sovereign nation versus sovereign nation warfare. You can't do this to Iran if you are not winning. And the very fact, what? The campaign against you is so big and out of control that now I'm seeing people hallucinate that you're running for office and asking for money for your campaign and text and emails. This is a wild new narrative. No shot. What? So awesome. I swear to God, HasanAbi derangement syndrome is a mass psychosis event, dude. Austin Ox was just making a joke. Wait, no, no, that cooked me, isn't it? He's running in 2030. He told me, put on your calcium polymer. Come on, Austin Ox. You can't be doing that, man. You cannot be doing that. There's psychos out there, brother. What the fuck? Butter. This brings me back to the famous adage, bombing for peace is like fucking for virginity. Yeah. It's just the only speed America knows, though. Gonna be honest, I thought they would have started asking for money in their quest against you. Ooh, to another strato tanker that arrived at RAF Mildenhall with heavy shrapnel damage visible across the aircraft. Damn, they fucking peppered that bad boy. God damn. I thought these guys had nothing. This is just one example of a few I've seen. In this clip, what is this? They did this in 2016 and 2024. This is Michigan. I don't understand why these assholes getting free airtime. I don't understand why these assholes getting free airtime for the fucking bullshit. They run as Dems but hate Dems, John Fetterman. And yet his campaign texts and email Dem voters and beg for money. Wait, what? Hasan Piker isn't running for office. Are you okay? What campaign texts and emails? Are you hallucinating your own reality? No, this is just like one person. This is... They gave that bird the Dick Cheney? True. I mean, this is Threads, you know, we're grasping for straws here. One person who's insane on Threads is not exactly, is not exactly indicative of like a mass hallucination event. Anyway, this is this is interesting. Yeah, it's birdshot. Birdshot, that's what it is. They're bird strikes. They just hate the shadow tankers. Total leftist victory. They give you a full bipartisan attack and it did nothing. It didn't do nothing. It actually boosted my profile with a whole deal of liberals that heard what people were saying about me, tuned in to hear what I was actually saying, and realized, oh, they're just attacking this guy for no fucking reason. Mi vag Yank Magyar Peter. The Hungarians are going crazy in the chat today. Liberals did Iran war to you? Yeah. What makes Trump incapable of a deal is whatever he was feeling beforehand. He assumes anyone close to making a deal with him to be a sucker and immediately pushes for more. That's actually not wrong. Yeah, he does. Because he fucks people all the time. He fucks people over in every deal. And that's the only way he can, like, that's the only way he will be satisfied with a deal, right? So he thinks, oh, these guys want to come to the table? That must mean that they have no cards. Because he's a fucking idiot. That could be part of it. The AOC, what? Hit pieces are coming out. Axios. AOC wrestles with left-wing Dems. In private, Ocasio-Cortez is fuming about the criticism, believing it's unfair and counterproductive for the progressive movement. On one liberal strategist told Axios AOC is lamented that the left was not there for her, that they are never pleased. Oh, God. They're trying to rat fuck. I don't think this stuff will work because I think AOC will capture. I think AOC will unironically capture the entirety of the left. Okay, like there will be obviously naysayers, there will be some ultras, but if AOC chose to run, it would be. J Street Press said some crazy shit today on X. What did J Street President say? Yeah, she unites the libs. She unites the libs, and she definitely has most of the backing. For every anarchist we lose in the country, we gain 2 to 3 wine mom, Barbaras, and Debras in the suburbs. On the countryside. Yeah, it's true. Anarchists living in the countryside. That's funny. the time. Why is this so dark? This clip is so dark. I don't know what's happening. She said the exact opposite of this at the DSA event, by the way. Yeah, because she's fake. Anyway, Wall Street Journal, Trump and his advisors are looking at resuming limited military strikes in Iran in addition to U.S. blockade as a way to break the stalemate in peace talks. Awesome. According to officials and people familiar with the situation, Israel Hayom, 2 more soldiers wounded in battle with Hezbollah. CENTCOM's new blockade of Iranian ports begins in 16 hours. Reuters, futures contracts for Brent crude jump up to $102, $2.60 per barrel. U.S. crude hits $105.25 per barrel. Nice. We fucked ourselves. We shot ourselves in the foot and totally fucked ourselves in the process. Things are going spectacular. Things are going swimmingly well. Okay, trust.
Come in and all come out, but it won't be a percentage. It won't be a friend of yours, like a country that's your ally or a country that's your friend. It's all or nothing, and that won't be in too long a distance. No, we're just bringing the ships up. We got a lot of ships, so we're bringing them up. We think that numerous countries are going to be helping us with this also, but we're putting on a complete blockade.
I was watching the other clip that has like all the best notes.
Trying to accomplish with this blockade,
all in,
sir?
All out. Yep. It's called all in and all out. There'll be a time when we'll have them all come in and all come out, but it won't be a percentage. It won't be a friend of yours, like a country that's your ally or a country that's your friend. It's all or nothing, and that won't be in too long a distance. No, we're just bringing the ships up.
Not been following it as closely. Can you explain to those people why it was critical for the United States to go into Iran? Can you articulate what was behind that move that was so important for the U.S. to go into Iran?
Yeah, so easy. The easiest question you've asked me so far. They can't have nuclear weapons. They have nuclear. They want to enrich what they have. They want to enrich more. As you know, we knocked out with the B-2 bombers. Had we not knocked that out, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 1 month after we knocked out. In other words, had the B-2s, those beautiful B-2 bombers, totally obliterated their 3 sites. They have 3 sites. And they are now deep in the earth with, tons of rock. Now, that material should be gotten, but we have cameras on it. We have satellites with Space Force. That was one of my beauties, Space Force. So
my
important.
Beauties.
But we're watching those. We're watching every single aspect of that area. They can't move without us knowing exactly what's going on. But it's deep down, and it take a long time to get it out. It's an amazing attack. Had we not done that, they would have had, within 1 month from that date, they would have had a nuclear weapon.
Right.
If they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it on Israel and the Middle East. Look, they went after 5 countries that were sort of neutral, I guess. I don't know how friendly they were, but they weren't in the line of attack. They dropped on UAE probably 1,800 missiles. They dropped on Saudi Arabia a lot, and they dropped on Qatar a lot. They dropped on Bahrain. They went crazy. And everyone was surprised. Actually, it was good for us because they all joined us immediately, at some point. I mean, they're either going to be petrified or they're going to join. They all joined, and they've been very helpful. All of these countries have been great, and Kuwait.
And this is the key point that I was getting to, and the reason that you feel they cannot have a nuclear weapon, because they will use it. And that's what I wanted you to explain to the audience.
Yeah, I think they would use it. And they'd start with Israel, and one weapon would, do damage like nobody's ever seen. Wipe it out. Conceivably, big one.
Now,
not wipe it out. They don't need more than one. And then they go after the Middle East, and then they'd eventually come years. I've had to listen to them say, "Death to America," right? They say, "Death to America, death to Israel, America, the Satan. We will destroy America, death to America." Now, does anybody ever complain to you when they say that? I think that's a big step worse. Death to America. So they're allowed to say death to America. And what I'm referring to is, when I talk about civilization, it'll be much different because their military will be totally gone. It's pretty much gone now. but their military, look at their leadership. We have had regime change because the people we dealt with yesterday were, frankly, very smart, very sharp, very good, very good. I think they were smarter than the people from before, Khomeini and that group, because look what it got them. Look what they're...
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
All of their antics was spending trillions of... They spent
New soundboard
all
unlocked.
their money on weapons. We've destroyed most of those weapons. But, you know, when I say about a civilization, it really has changed. It really has. But think of it. They're allowed to say, death to America, death to this, death to... And I make one statement, they say, oh, such a big deal. Let me tell you, that statement got them to the bargaining table, and they haven't left. They have...
That's so funny. Dog, you begged them to come to the bargaining table, and then you retreated because it was an insane thing to say. It's so funny. It's just like, this is upside down land, you know?
Haven't left the bargaining table. I predict they come back and they give us everything we want. And I told my people, I want everything. I don't want 90%. I don't want 95%. I told them, I want everything.
Well, and what
they have
want...
no cards, Maria.
Yep.
They have no cards. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone, totally gone. They have nothing. They have no ships. 158 ships are at the bottom of the sea. Good ones, new. The Soleimani, they had one called the Soleimani, was taken out by one of our Tiger Sharks, by one of our rapidly moving submarines. It's amazing. Our military is so good. Do you know our military is a 94% approval rating now?
Well,
Congress has a 14%. The media has a 12%. When I started, the media had a 92% approval rating. Now they're down to 14%.
Wow.
And I'm very proud of it because they're very dishonest. They fired at us one day at a certain asset that we have, namely the aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln, one of the beauties of the world, one of the great beauties of the world. They fired 101 missiles out of 100. These things are going more than 2,000 miles an hour. And out of 101 missiles, 101 were shot down like nothing and are now at the bottom of the sea, the remnants of them. Think of it, 101 missiles shot. In a short period of time, all 101 were knocked out. So we have the greatest military equipment. We have the greatest people. We have the strongest military in the world by far, and everybody sees it, whether it's Venezuela or what we've done with Iran. And when I read, the fake news talking about how well Iran's are, they're not doing well at all. They're getting killed.
I mean, clearly he's seeing stuff, right? Because one question that I had always was like, are his handlers just like showing him successful strikes and convincing him that the situation is fantastic, right? He obviously is seeing the negative news coverage that is not even like negative news coverage really, but is just like accurately looking at the events and recognizing that America has not achieved any of its military objectives here. So maybe he saw the AI Lego videos. He's like, fake news. They're doing Lego videos. They're making me look crazy. They're making me look crazy. I don't like it. I've seen it. Everyone's talking about the Lego videos.
I could take out Iran in one day. I could take down in 1 hour. I could have their entire energy, everything, every one of their plants, their electric generating plants, which is a big deal. And I hate to do it because if I do it, it takes you 10 years to rebuild. They'll never be able to rebuild it. And the other thing you take out are the bridges. I took out one just to show them because they went public with a statement that wasn't true. They admitted it. I say, I'm going to take out a bridge. And I took out a bridge. And that was the end of that. Now they've been really behaving quite well. But in one half of a day, they wouldn't have one bridge standing. They wouldn't have one electric generating plant standing. And they're back in the Stone Ages. I'd rather not do that. But I do believe they're going to come to the table on this because nobody can be so stupid as to say that we want to have nuclear weapons and they have no cards. They have no cards whatsoever. People in other countries are getting hurt. one of the things that most amazes me, though, the strait is for Japan, where they get 93% of their oil. You know that.
Yeah. I love that he's making it seem like he's doing them. He's making it seem like he's doing them a favor, like everybody else. Bro, you fucked it. You got to fix it. Okay? You had the opportunity to fix it, and you decided, no, I'm going to fuck it further. If Japan was one of the most cucked countries on the planet right now, I'm sure they would have a strong response to these kinds of statements, but that's not the Japan. That's not the Japan that I know.
Japan. South Korea gets 45% of its oil. These people haven't helped us. I say, are you guys going to help? And, you know, we have 45,000 soldiers and 50,000, respectively, at those two places. 45 and 50,000 soldiers. We guard them and protect them. And when we want a little help, they don't help us. And when we wanted help from NATO, they don't help us. And we paid, I don't know if you saw, almost $1 trillion toward NATO in a very...
Yeah, why do you need help, bro? You're winning. I don't get it. Meanwhile, there was obviously the Iranian side of this conversation, which was, of course, the exact opposite of what the Americans were stating took place in the conversations. From what I understand, wait, there's another clip that I missed here. Do you believe the price of oil and gas will be lower before the midterm elections? Let's hear what Donald Trump had to say.
So do you believe the price of oil and gas will be lower before the midterm elections?
I hope so. I mean, I think so. It could be.
Ooh, that's not great. You know what I'm saying? That's not fucking. I hope so. You don't want to hear that from the president.
It could be or the same, or maybe a little bit higher, but it should be around the same. I think this won't be that much longer. They're wiped out, man. They're wiped out. And
yeah, that was a couple hours ago. It's gone up $5 on both, so $10 on one actually. So this graphic that you're looking at was a much nicer graphic. So. That's not the case any longer. Congratulations to Donald Trump. That was pretty cool. Plus 10. Add plus 10 onto that bad boy. Okay.
You don't get a fair shake. You don't get. You know, we need a free and fair press in this country, and I don't even know why people would do that. Why would they say?
Quick update on the Strait of Hormuz says Clown Girl Autism. I've decided to also blockade it. So when you talk about the status of the strait, please say that it is blockaded by Iran, the United States of America, and Clown Girl Autism. Thanks. Okay, you got it. Officially, I'm blockading it too. Fuck it. Why not? We're all blockading it now.
How wonderful they're doing militarily. They're doing so well. The country is wiped out. We lost one airplane, and we captured the two pilots. They all said...
Yeah. The sad part about it for the HasanAbi heads, just so you understand, is that I think since Fox News can't cover the actual events that are taking place because it's devastating, I get ready for the most evil smear campaign that they focus on myself, this community, candidates that I align with. Like, it's probably we're back to at least another week of HasanAbi Piker coverage on Fox News, I suspect. You know?
You said the other day that any country that supports Iran and sends military equipment to Iran will face a 50% tariff if they try to bring products. Did you refer to...
Maria, calm down. Calm down, Maria. Why are you... Maria's losing it, bro. She is fucking losing it. She mad.
China. Did you mean China?
Yes, and other people, but yes, China too.
Okay.
If we find that China, because I hear news reports, so a news report doesn't mean much to me because they're so fake, but I hear news reports about China giving the shoulder missiles, what's called a shoulder missile, anti-aircraft missile. I doubt they would do that because I have a relationship, and I think they wouldn't do that. But maybe they did a little bit at the beginning, but I don't think they would anymore. No. But if we catch them doing that, they get a 50% tariff, which is that's a staggering amount.
You said the other.
Wow. Iran has 174 million barrels of oil in floating storage. A blockade won't touch it. Before the war began, Iran preloaded tankers at 3 times the normal export rate. As of late March, approximately 174 million barrels of Iranian oil sat in floating storage, 158 million barrels of crude, the rest in petroleum products, per maritime intelligence firm Windward. Over 90% is bound for China, carried largely by Ghost Fleet tankers running dark. 129 tankers linked to Iranian crude are currently sailing dark, Windward reported. A U.S. naval blockade of Iranian ports won't intercept oil already at sea. Here's where it's located. At least 15 Iran-flagged tankers were observed by satellite near the Chabahar port on Iran's southeastern coast as of April 6, laden with crude, according to UANI, which tracks Iranian shipping. At least 96 Iranian oil-laden tankers have been recorded at a Ghost Fleet anchorage approximately 70 kilometers off the Malaysia's coast near Johor, UANI reported, where cargo is transferred ship to ship before heading to Chinese ports. Damn, bro, we're just leaking it. Yo, keep it a secret, drop site. What the hell? Dozens more are transiting the Malacca Strait and South China Sea towards China with tracking signals off. Iran is also holding roughly 23 million barrels of crude east of the U.S. toll line in the Gulf of Oman, a map circulating on Chinese social media, according to tanker trackers. Yeah. Mortaza says the U.S. was so anxious to defray the economic impact of the war that it actually unsanctioned not just Russian, but Iranian oil to help stabilize global markets. Now it's apparently going to impose a blockade on that same oil, which will accelerate the crisis and may even trigger an even more devastating Red Sea blockade. This won't even affect Iran in the short term, since they still have large numbers of tankers already offshore that can sell oil for the next 40 days, but it is going to extend the blockade on all other Persian Gulf states while annihilating every other country on earth that relied on maritime energy shipping from the region. The whole U.S.-led international order based on protecting maritime transit is going to be a smoking crater at the end of the massively unforced error that was this war, and for what purpose exactly? There was more on China. China can send their ships to us.
All of these efforts and the impact on China, what you've done in Venezuela, Iran, even your comments about Cuba, where does that put China as you approach this meeting with Xi Jinping next month?
Sure. Well, in the maximum campaign, you can't do any more maximum. We've wiped out their whole country, essentially. The only thing left, really, is their water, which would be very devastating to hit. I would hate to do it. But it's their water, their desalinization plants, their electric generating plants, which are very easy to hit. We could hit them.
She said, what about China? And Trump just goes back to... She said, what about China? And Trump immediately was, well, we'll just fucking do the Holocaust of the Iranians. You know, we'll just keep wiping them out, honestly. Okay, great. Thank you.
We could have them all down. And I mean, down like you couldn't have electricity for 10 years because it takes you 10 years to build those plants from scratch. You'd never probably be able to build them again. And the bridges. So that's really the only thing. We still have some more missile manufacturing plants. We know every one of them. We will do that. We still have other things. But when you talk about maximum, I think, outside of those few things that are remaining, I think I pretty much maxed out. You are very, very violent and vicious.
We're just publicly planning war crimes now, buddy. We've been doing that. That's a Trump 1 thing, and it's certainly accelerated in Trump 2. It certainly got worse in Trump 2. I mean, it's reached its apex. It certainly reached its apex a couple days ago when Trump said, I'm going to do full-blown like nuclear. I'm I'm going to destroy the Iranian civilization.
I don't want to have you against me. I'll tell you what you say. I think we pretty much maxed out, other than those few items. And we still have some plants left. You know, we had another week left to knock out the rest of the plants, but we were knocking them out fast. As far as China is concerned, China can send their ships to us. China can send their ships to Venezuela. We told them, buy from Venezuela. We have a lot of overcapacity. We'd sell them, and we'll probably sell it for even less money. I have a very good relationship with President Xi of China. We work together very well. They're paying us substantial money, as you know. We've never got money before. You know, I listened to this Gordon Chang. He has no idea what he's talking about. We have been very tough on China. Tough but fair.
He's mad at Gordon Chang. Oh, that's awesome. Gordon Chang is like the #1 anti-China war hawk, Chinese dissident guy. So that's just pretty funny. It's pretty funny that he's shitting on his own boy, you know?
And, you know, it's an amazing place. But I have a very good relationship with China, and they've been doing I put tremendous tariffs. I put 100% tariff on all Chinese cars coming in, and that's destroying Europe. They're destroying Europe because they're taking away so much business from Mercedes and BMW, etc. And we don't have any Chinese cars in our country because they would have destroyed General Motors, Ford. They would have destroyed these companies if they did it. So I put 100% tariff on, and in all fairness to Biden, he allowed it to stay on, which is shocking to me.
Right.
It's one of the things, it's about the only thing he did good, but he allowed it to stay. So we don't have the problem.
Yeah, he don't got shit on China, okay? But the other side of the story that I wanted to talk about before we get to the Pod Johns conversation that took place on Friday morning, that was released this morning, and it's actually reaching a lot of liberals, and their reception has been rather positive. Iranian MP who attended Islamabad talks says America was not seeking an arrangement. Mahmoud Nabavian, deputy chairman of Iran's Parliamentary Security Commission and a member of the Iranian delegation in Islamabad, said the U.S. entered the talks without genuine intent to reach a deal. In a now deleted post on X, Nabavian said Washington made 3 demands that Iran rejected: a shared stake with the Islamic Republic in the benefits of the Strait of Hormuz, the removal of enriched uranium from Iran, and the suspension of Iran's right to enrich uranium for 20 years. The reality is, I think they just had no ambitions of reaching a manageable conclusion, right? They did not have any, they wanted to spoil the deal regardless. This suggests that Trump once again misinterpreted the IRI's willingness to negotiate a deal as a sign of weakness. So with the encouragement of the enraged/humiliated foreign policy establishment in Israel lobby, he flipped the board thinking he can scare up a better deal. So most likely what took place, right? That's definitely what's going on here, where they begged Iran to come to the table. Iran came to the table and they were like, ha! How weak of them to come to the table. How stupid. They must be. Hi, Hasan. My 76-year-old mom, and I love the broadcast. Mom says hi. Keep up the good work. Hell yeah. They were like, oh, who would be dumb enough? Who would be stupid enough to do a deal with us after we said we're gonna destroy you? Stupid. and then they blew it up. I do think that it was Israel that obviously didn't want this deal to go through at all in any way, shape, or form. So, yeah, what's really is American jingoism really this unstoppable? I don't really understand how American society can be like this, even if you manufacture consent. Trump was elected in part because people were tired of foreign interventionism, yet it seems like the base has evaporated. What's really going on is that they're burning every ounce of political capital Trump had for the benefit of Israel. It's hard to wrap your head around because something like this has never happened this fast and to this degree. The polls are apocalyptic. No sane political movement with any agency of its own would ever behave this way, whether it's blackmail, bribery, threats of violence, or whatever. It couldn't be more obvious. It's like a mass sacrifice. You look at the Trump approval trend among white non-college voters, which is the heart of the base, right? And it went from, in February 2025, plus 32, to September 2025, plus 26, to February at plus 10, and now in April, there's a net 40-point negative swing at minus 4. This is literally white non-college voters is the Trump base. So one of the things that I've been thinking about quite a bit with like some of the polls that are coming out that show like MAGA is 100% on board is that I wonder if pollsters are not accurately targeting the loss of people who self-identify as Republican. Because some of this stuff doesn't add up, right? When I see this, but then I also see Republicans at 85 for Trump's overall approval, 85 for Trump's attacks on Iran, I think to myself, there's got to be an inconsistency here. There's got to, like, something doesn't add up. I wonder if the pollsters are only going to, like, you know, some of the more resilient Republicans and not adjusting well enough. That poll, Harry Amden said MAGA identification overall has only gone down by 2%. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like maybe people, I'm not even talking about MAGA, I'm talking about Republican. Maybe self-IDing as a Republican has gone down, but I don't know. It could be the case. I think it makes sense if people who self-ID as MAGA still continue to self-ID as MAGA, but perhaps a lot of people who self-ID as Republican are no longer self-identifying as Republican. Or they're just a fucking psychotic cult, right? There's not much to analyze about base MAGA. They're just a personality cult. Trump could call feces his favorite dinner, and these people would eat it for free. It's true. A lot of people, especially on the left, put a lot of stock in seeing this man as a cipher for what MAGA believed, and as a glimpse into its future, should be reevaluating things, to say the very least. This is about Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson, who saw a 47 point dip in his approvals because as Trump crushed Tucker Carlson's audience changed. So, like, this is important. This is important to identify because it kind of corresponds to my theory, right? What I've been saying about Tucker Carlson is that he no longer actually is the MAGA whisperer necessarily, but he actually has been able to generate a lot of excitement and a lot of new eyeballs from independents, people that are not American, that are not being polled, and Democrats, those on the left, non-voters. I think that is what Tucker Carlson is winning big in. Trump's approval will crash once he's a lame duck. The distance he's creating for himself now will pay off later. I agree. I think Tucker Carlson is positioning himself like this for the future, either for a future run where he runs for presidency, or a future where he can take the credibility that he has now established as an anti-Zionist, as an anti-Israel guy, anti-war guy, and he certainly has that credibility now, for the record, and lend that credibility to whichever candidate he thinks will best advance his base desires, white nativism, and things like that. So even if he himself doesn't run for president, he could absolutely take the credibility that he has and lend it to a J.D. Vance, for example. There's a lot of delusion among MAGA about just how unpopular he is. Once they lose the House and Senate, he has no chance of staying influential or power. It'll be over. That's what happened with Bush.
You tried to persuade Donald Trump not to go to war with Iran. You met him 3 times in the run-up to February the 28th, and you spoke to him on the phone multiple times. Donald Trump now says because of this action that he has taken, the US and the American people are safer. Is he wrong?
Well, of course, that's an absurd statement. He doesn't believe it, I don't think. No, of course not. I mean, we were told after the 12-day war in June that the United States had eliminated Iran's nuclear program, and then we were told in February that somehow that nuclear program had not only been resurrected, but it had been paired with ICBMs.
You don't think the stink of Iraq won't follow him? Fuck no. No. If it followed him, it would follow him currently. As I already said, he has established credibility as the anti-war voice in the country. He is one of the most prominent anti-war voices in this country right now. I would say a lot more prominent than your boy. Okay? Because at the end of the day, mainstream media also loves people who were already in mainstream media. So Tucker Carlson has that backing. A lot of people don't remember that far back anyway. But Tucker Carlson is probably one of the most prominent anti-war, one of the most prominent critics of Israel in this country right now.
That could threaten continental United States. I mean, the whole thing is a fantasy. The United States went to war in Iran in order to effect regime change, to throw out the people who ran the country and collapse it at the behest and then the demand of Israel. And that,
remember, Democrats love crossover appeal, okay? What they perceive as crossover appeal, which Tucker Carlson may or may not have in this moment, is enough for Democrats to not actually shit on Tucker Carlson with anywhere near the same the same severity as they shit on someone like myself, right? Like, a lot of centrist Democrats both align with some of Tucker Carlson's ridiculous worldview, ridiculous attitudes around the economy. They see him as a mainstream figure with crossover appeal. He might not have that crossover appeal right now, but he probably will later down the line when the Republicans are forced to reckon with how devastating this war was. They shit on him for criticizing Israel, but I'm telling you, it's the Republicans that shit on him. It's the Republicans that fucking attack him first and foremost. But overall, I think he gets less abuse from centrist Democrats. Like, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think Jake Tapper and Dana Bash have done extensive panels on Tucker Carlson's anti-Semitism. They've done it for Nick Fuentes, but I don't think they've done it for Tucker Carlson.
that's a demand the Israelis have made of the U.S. government for decades, and President Trump.
What would you say who the most prominent anti-Israel critic is? It's probably Tucker Carlson right now in the country. I'm up there too, for sure, but I think it's Tucker Carlson.
Trump fell for it, did it. And I think he recognized immediately that it was a mistake and that it's very hard to extricate yourself from a war like this once it has begun. And I think the net effect, and the president himself has said this, is at best.
You say Candace, but I think Candace's motion is like a little bit bass boosted by bots. I would say it's probably Tucker Carlson. Out of like the political commentariat, I would say Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, myself. Yeah, I don't know who else. I mean, I guess like Nick Fuentes too. Unfortunately, I mean, notice something about the top critics of Israel. Yeah, Mehdi Hasan as well, for sure.
To leave the regime in place, give that regime control over commodities that flow through the strait.
But for the Breaking Points crew as well, for every like Breaking Points, Mehdi Hasan, myself, there is like 8 Republicans. Like there's a Dave Smith, right? There's a Tucker Carlson, there's a Candace Owens, there's a Nick Fuentes. Like there are a lot. What, you think Candace is boosted and not Nick? Oh, I think Nick is boosted too. I don't think Tucker Carlson is boosted. I think Tucker Carlson has legitimate developing nations in his audience. Like, I think he's got the Ummah on his side. That's what I think is like boosting his visibility a lot.
It's at the eastern end of the Persian Gulf. In effect, to make Iran much more powerful than it was on February 27th, the day before the war began.
On that subject of being more powerful, I mean, you will know that the president has said, because
you were at the Zoran rally today? We might be at Zoran's 100-day rally, but we still got to clock in. Nice. Don't let New York Post hear this. They'll write a hit piece on me and Zoran. Spiritually at the Zoran rally. President has said 13% truthfulness rate. I love that. I love that stat. Sneeko is another prominent critic of Israel. A lot of those like the weird like manosphere guys are those I would consider to be prominent critics of Israel as well.
Because of me, Iran will now.
Did you watch the Newsman segment on you? They said you are fundamentally evil to the core. You mean Newsmax? Would you go on the Sean Ryan show? Absolutely. Absolutely, I would.
I'll never have a
But I'm not an operator, so I don't know. I don't know why they would have me on. You know what I mean?
nuclear weapon. There will be no enrichment of uranium, and we will dig up and remove all the deeply buried nuclear dust. Pete Hegseth said epic fury has decimated Iran's military and rendered it combat ineffective for years to come. You don't believe that? They're lying?
Well, of course, it's not true. And it also reflects a fundamental misunderstanding of...
Why is the fucking BBC anchor defending CENTCOM? Like, at a time when the British state's position on Trump is that he's awful, the British government is weirdly just leaning into the CENTCOM statements coming in, and they're just like, what do you think they're lying?
Iran's power.
Yes.
Iran is not primarily a military power, though it's turned out to be much more effective than anyone thought. Iran is an economic power. Iran has the power to halt a critical supply chain, maybe the single most critical supply chain in the global economy, which is shipping out of the Persian Gulf. And it retains that power because of its geography. And it's always had that power. It just hasn't exercised it until now. And so not understanding that allows you to enter into an engagement like this with the belief that you can beat them, sink their navy, destroy their air force, degrade their missile capacity, and you will somehow won. But of course, the opposite is true. There is no way out at this point from that fundamental reality. If the United States were to eliminate the central government in Tehran, it wouldn't open the strait. The strait could be closed by piracy. In fact, you need a central government in Tehran to keep the strait open. And we know that from the Houthis, who were able to close the Red Sea. Mm-hmm. And years, many years of war with the Gulf states, briefly with the United States, have not ended the Houthis' ability to close access to the Red Sea. They have it as of right now. So this is an asymmetrical problem. It doesn't matter how many aircraft carriers you have. You still can't prevent other people, your enemies in this case, from closing shipping lanes. It can be done with mines. Like this whole thing, this whole problem is very easy to understand, and you would have to be either not very bright or under immense pressure from another country in order to start a war like this. And the latter is true. We did this because of pressure from Israel. Now, how exactly did they exert that pressure? That's not entirely clear, but we're going to have to find out. I think we have an obligation to find out, and because we can't be a sovereign country under these circumstances, and we're not a sovereign country at this point.
What the fuck? Why am I agreeing with Tucker Carlson? No, Tucker Carlson is agreeing with you. Also, the other side of the story is that he knows you'll agree with him. That's why he's saying this stuff.
And obviously Donald Trump would push right back on that. And you have been, until now really, a huge supporter of his. You wanted him elected, obviously, for a second term. Have you completely fallen out with him over this war then?
Well, I haven't fallen out with him. I mean, I've known him for decades. I've always liked him. And I think anyone who spent time with him likes him. I feel sorry for him, as I do for all slaves. He is not free in this moment at all to do what he thinks is...
Dude, I mean, he's got fucking bars when he wants to, man. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. He does have I think he literally has like a Muslim hypnosis capability, though. I don't know if I'm just like weak to it, but the way he cooks sometimes, I'm like, God damn it, dude. It's fucking so annoying.
Best for himself or his country.
What do you mean?
No, he's not free. And we learned that yesterday when Donald Trump announced a ceasefire, clearly with relief, and made its terms or most of its terms public. And then that ceasefire ended within 2 hours because Israel intentionally violated the terms by attacking not just southern Lebanon, but the city of Beirut.
So
and
are you
murdering
saying he's a
civilians
slave to Benjamin Netanyahu?
So I don't think it's as simple as he's under the control of Netanyahu. But, you know, you could summarize it that way and you wouldn't be totally inaccurate. And again, we know this because the single biggest mistake Trump...
For the record, this take would have been endlessly discussed even like a year ago, right? Is it anti-Semitic? What's up with this anti-Semitism, right? What's up with this anti-Semitism? And even Jay Mershon is saying, how is anti-Semitism a bar? Tucker said he's a slave to Israel. And you know his ass is saying he's a slave to Jews. Here's why this is no longer even in dispute. Maggie Haberman made it so that people understand with her reporting on the New York Times and then the subsequent CBS reporting that came out that said Benjamin Netanyahu called up Donald Trump to tell him that the ceasefire was not happening and that he was going to bomb Lebanon. And then, last but not least, the SNL jokesters making that exact same joke has officially solidified that this position is now not only the majority position, but it's also one that is appropriate to take by liberals. Because if SNL is making that joke, think about the way SNL dealt with like Israel. Think about the way that SNL dealt with Israel and the issue of Israel. They were very rarely speaking out against it. Now Strange says, Netanyahu has brought enormous moral and cultural ignominy down on Israel in large ways and small. It's unimaginable Saturday Night Live would have done a joke like this until very recently. Look.
There is growing confusion over whether Israel being allowed to continue bombing Lebanon was part of the ceasefire with Iran. Ultimately, that decision comes down to the man controlling our military, Benjamin Netanyahu.
That's it. That's the SNL joke. That means that what's his face signed off on this. Lorne Michaels signed off on this. This is peak liberalism. Okay, this is why do we watch SNL or used to watch SNL on SNL Sundays? We used to watch it because we wanted to understand where the moral compass of liberalism was, right? What they were laughing at, what they were looking at, what they were thinking. Since that New York Times reporting from Maggie Haberman that I still suspect J.D. Vance leaked, for the record, because it was just like such deep access. Like someone in that fucking room straight up said everything to Maggie Haberman. And my assumption is there's two characters in that room that are that have most to gain from presenting themselves as being against or being cautious against like waging war with Iran. And it's Marco Rubio and it's J.D. Vance. And it's most likely J.D. Vance, considering that J.D. Vance has already been sending out feelers over and over again. This also corresponds to Donald Trump sending J.D. Vance after Iran demand J.D. Vance go to this meeting. But that reporting was huge, especially from the New York Times. And now SNL's making jokes like this. It's undeniable that Donald Trump is servile to the needs of Israel and is absolutely going along with whatever the fuck Benjamin Netanyahu wants. Now, if we're going to look at why that's the case, I don't know. I genuinely don't know, because it's so far beyond a divergence at this point. It's so far beyond like Israel's ultimate goals here with Iran are totally separate from America, and it's actually harming the United States of America's position around the globe, that it doesn't make sense. It's no longer financial gain. It's no longer these interests coalescing. And now it's just it has to be something separate. I don't know what it is.
Any American president in my lifetime has made was going to war with Iran in an effort to change its regime. It didn't work. It was obviously a mistake immediately. Trump understood it was a mistake immediately, and he tried to get out of it this week and announced we were getting out of it, and the Israelis prevented us from getting out of it. So that's the clearest possible example.
Right.
They didn't allow it, therefore they're in charge.
You will know that people, including the Vice President J.D. Vance, say things like, look, ceasefires are always messy to start with, give it a few days, it'll settle down. Let me move on, because I want to ask you about the British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, was criticised by the US President.
Sir Keir Starmer.
He said, this is not Winston Churchill we're dealing with.
Literally less cucked than Trump, which is unbelievable, because Keir Starmer is double cucked and double stuffed. Keir Starmer is not only cucked by Trump, but if Trump is cucked by Israel, then Keir Starmer is cucked by both. And in this circumstance, he actually is in a better position overall by just simply opposing Trump.
Do you think Keir Starmer has made the right calls in this war?
I don't think Keir Starmer makes any calls about anything. I mean, Keir Starmer's not.
Well, he did make a call about this.
Obviously. Right. Okay. No, Keir Starmer is every bit as enslaved as Donald Trump is. It is illegal. It is a crime for which you can be arrested in Britain right now, criticizing Israel. If you say you're for Palestine action, you can be arrested. A lot of people have been arrested. So in other words, it is not legal in Britain to criticize another country. And that tells you about Britain's sovereignty. It doesn't have any. Its prime minister has no.
Oh, she doesn't like that.
No sovereignty.
Mr.
Those are
Colson,
facts. I have family
that is not true. And in terms of this war, I'm specifically asking.
Wait, I'm sorry. What is not true about that? Have people not been arrested in Britain for criticizing Israel? They certainly have been. There's videotape of it.
If I may, Palestine Action is a proscribed group. It is banned. Therefore, people have been arrested.
Why is it banned?
That is correct.
Why is it banned?
I'm asking you a question specifically about Keir
It's
Starmer and the
banned
decisions
because the
he
Israeli
made
government
about the
wanted
war.
it banned.
And you will know that on
but
February the
hold on.
28th, if I may, on February the 28th, which was the day the US launched its action, the British Prime Minister told the country that he was not joining with the US because he thought it was illegal and that there was no viable plan. So clearly he made a sovereign decision, which he said was in the interests of the country. And I'm asking you, do you think he made the right call there?
Any government that bans criticism of a foreign government is not sovereign. The British government has banned criticism of Israel, therefore it's not sovereign. It's acting on behalf of another country to the detriment of its own citizens. So let's just be really clear about that.
The British government
Britain
has
is not
not
a sovereign
banned
country.
criticism of the Israeli government.
It certainly has, by banning Palestine action, which has nothing to do with Britain at all, or its
God damn it, dude. It's unfucking bearable seeing this guy hit bar for bar the shit that I would be saying in this situation. And I don't even know what his guiding, I have an idea of what his guiding principles are, including, but not limited to, potentially anti-Semitic opinions. But it doesn't even fucking matter at this point because he's saying all of the right words in the largest platforms possible and presenting himself in a contentious manner to those who are simply oblivious to the reality that's unfolding, simply oblivious to how large majorities of the public in the Western world see the situation. He is now the voice of reason. Worst guy to put as the voice of reason, by the way, because he has a million other perspectives that are unbelievably damaging and also outright hypocritical, especially in comparison to his assessment on Israel. Because he'll fucking turn around and talk about Israel like this, right? But he also has the exact same ambitions in America. He wants to turn America into an Israel-style ethno-state where he has control over the demographic makeup. So none of the liberals are capable of addressing that hypocrisy because on the one hand, they're too predisposed with defending business as usual politics, and that requires them to, in a certain way, be oblivious to the actions of the government against critics of Israel. There's also obviously the classic tendency to make it seem as though, America and even Israel to a certain degree as state actors are not behaving in a manner that is inconsistent with international law. They have to normalize it. There's always this level of sane washing. Okay? You saying he's anti-Semitic is the same thing media's been doing to you. You would think you'd be more careful throwing that around. We have to stop calling him anti-Semitic with zero evidence. Exactly how is he anti-Semitic? I mean, it's because of what forces he has aligned himself with in the past. That, to me, is impossible not to reckon with, right? Like, Tucker Carlson is the most palatable version. He'll never say it's the Jews, right? He'll never step on that landmine. He's got 30 plus years of experience in mainstream news not to touch that, right? But as far as like his worldview goes, I mean, it's virtually identical to all of these other fucking monsters. Now, what's really funny about this, and Tucker does do this every now and then, and Nick Fuentes has done this as well personally when he's been on Piers Morgan, is that there is a major hypocrisy line that they can hit. Like, for example, if someone were to turn around and tell Tucker Carlson, well, I think you're anti-Semitic because you gave a platform to Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is a Holocaust denier. Nick Fuentes is a neo-Nazi. Tucker Carlson can just as easily turn around and say, oh, really? Well, that's interesting because you give a platform to people denying the current Holocaust on a daily basis, right? You give a platform to people who are pro-Israel. You give a platform to people who are currently denying the actual active genocide that's taking place. So as far as like my personal beliefs or my personal disagreements with Nick Fuentes aside, I talk to everybody, right? He can turn around and literally say something like, oh, well, I talked to Mike Huckabee. Mike Huckabee is a far more repulsive figure. Mike Huckabee is a far more repulsive figure than Nick Fuentes. Mike Huckabee wants to do the Greater Israel Project. What's going on? Right? You can say, I'll talk to Randy Fine. Randy Fine is a far worse person than Nick Fuentes is. Right? Like, he could say something like that. You know? And basically cook whoever is advancing this narrative. Because there's truth to it. It is inconsistent. The reality of the matter is Nick Fuentes is a monster, right? For a million different reasons. On top of that, he's anti-Semitic. His anti-Israel critique comes from a place of jealousy almost, where he's like, I'm a fascist. I want to do what Israel's doing, but here in the United States of America for white people, white Christians specifically. But there is virtually no difference between Nick Fuentes and Randy Fine. And as a matter of fact, Nick Fuentes is anti-Semitic. Randy Fine is pro-Israel. Their worldview is almost entirely aligned, okay? Almost entirely aligned. Except Randy Fine is also pro-Israel, pro-Israel's genocide, and unbelievably Islamophobic, which Nick Fuentes is as well, right? Like, so they literally have the same exact worldview, the same exact opinions, except Nick Fuentes is anti-Israel, Randy Fine is fucking pro-Israel. So from the average person's perspective, you make Nick Fuentes marginally better than Randy Fine in that equation. The average person doesn't look at Randy Fine and go, well, that's a normal guy. That's a normal congressperson. I like what he has to say. You know? They think, holy shit, this guy's fucking insane. We are giving right-wing forces a tremendous amount of leeway as well. What is this? Maybe he changed. People can change, you know? Okay, dude. W. Tucker, maybe he's not a monster as you always present him. I don't know if Tucker Carlson has sincerely had an attitude change on the children that have been slaughtered in Gaza. That could very well be real, okay? But this attitude in this community is exactly what is so dangerous, because it's hard for me to fucking trust Tucker Carlson. It's going to require a lot more for me to turn around and be like, oh, maybe he's changed his attitude in general. Because like what a lot of people are failing to factor in to this equation is like all the other shit that Tucker Carlson believes. Yes, on the issue of Israel, I will admit, I don't know if it's coming from a place of anti-Semitism and mistrust for Jews, whatever, or if it's a sincerely held belief due to what he has seen in Gaza, or the third position, which is both of those things, right? Could very well be any of those three options, okay? Changed on what? Now he believes in healthcare? No. I'm talking about just Israel, man. Calm down. That's the broader point that I'm trying to make, which is that when it comes down to it, the rest of his worldview is repulsive, like is heinous. He wants to do what Israel is doing, that he's criticizing Israel. He wants to do that in America. He wants to turn America into an Israel-style country, a white demographic majority ethno-state. That is clear. That's what his primary purpose has been for a decade now. The reason why I still say, yeah, and this is also another reason why I don't trust him either. He was in that room. This is right after the Venezuelan operation. I can't believe how hard Tucker is clapping and smiling for Trump after kidnapping Maduro at his White House meeting with oil executives about how they're going to pillage Venezuela. Yeah, that wasn't that long ago, man. I need every Tucker defender in this chat to know this is why minorities don't trust Western leftists. These morons will call a white nationalist based on being on the right side of the easiest issue to criticize and gain credit. Yes. My anger and my resentment also revolves around how easy it is to win favors, not necessarily because like the audience is stupid, even though there is a little bit of that in it too, but it's because the media environment is designed in such a way where there's such a fucking massive vacuum with previously establishment media figures or currently establishment media figures, the political class. None of them are speaking on this issue with the same conviction that Tucker Carlson is, okay? It is their fault and their failure that people are far more receptive to assuming that Tucker Carlson has demonstrated real change about his worldview. I'm not even saying that for the record, okay? I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that Tucker Carlson has had a complete attitude shift. That's why I still say, given his past performance, nothing that he has said thus far and has even implied is what guides me into believing that there is, anti-Semitic opinions in Tucker Carlson's mind. That comes from not his own personal statements about Jews. He doesn't make those statements by design. He will never make those statements until it's like totally permissible to do so. He's a fucking media demon. Okay? This comes from his years and years long advocacy for white supremacist values. He has cribbed and straight up repeated a metric ton of white nationalist sentiment coming from open, avowed neo-Nazis and white supremacists and therefore anti-Semites as well.
Political interests at all. I often criticize Britain, but I love Britain. As I said, I have family there. And I don't think that Britons understand just how badly they've been shafted by the United States. And I am ashamed of that, and I hope that we will do everything we can to rectify it. I know that Keir Starmer understands that. He doesn't seem to care, or he doesn't have, again, the control to do anything about it, which is sad to see. The debasement of the country is sad for me to see. But I hope that our next president strikes a far more conciliatory and cooperative tone with Britain and tries to help Britain, because it has a lot of problems that will be very obvious by the next time there's a presidential election in my country.
You have said that you have been called anti-Semitic because of your opposition to the US joining Israel in fighting this war.
Yes.
In March, senior Republican Senator Ted Cruz said, anti-Semitism is being spread by loud voices, the most consequential of whom is Tucker Carlson. Republican Congressman Randy Fine called you the most dangerous anti-Semite
Yeah, okay. See, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Randy motherfucking Fine saying Tucker Carlson's an anti-Semite doesn't mean shit. Yesterday, Tucker Carlson released an interview which featured an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory about the Rothschilds. This week, Carlson flanked Trump, J.D. Vance, and Mike Johnson at the RNC. He remains one of the most influential voices in the conservative movement. Yeah, it's like shit like this over the last decade or so that lead me to believe that, yes, he will never personally say anti-Semitic shit, right? Anti-Semitism, like direct anti-Semitism in the way that rank anti-Semitism in the way that you hear from the likes of Nick Fuentes, you will never hear from Tucker Carlson until it is totally permissible to say that stuff. Okay? He's had numerous Holocaust deniers on his show and has not contested their position, right? Like that's all he does this shit all the time. He's just a talented fascist, a room reader who believes in little to nothing, just like every other talented fascist. Yes, he is the most dangerous propagandist. Okay? He is the most dangerous propagandist. He straight up mainstreamed the Great Replacement Theory. The Great Replacement Theory is now a key fixture in mainstream Republican politics. Okay? Tucker Carlson did that every single night on Fox News. Tucker Carlson played a major role in that because he platformed it every single night on Fox News when he was the most popular broadcast in the country. The most popular news broadcast in the country is terrifying. It's insane how easy it is for him to have moral high ground when pressed by a BBC reporter. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because this is the one issue that so many fucking liberals refuse to have conviction on. We think is the easiest one to speak out on, which is true. But there are, I guess, significant setbacks in mainstream outlets that stop them from doing so. And therefore, guys like Tucker Carlson look incredibly convincing.
In America. What do you say to that?
Of course I'm not an anti-Semite, and that's why they're calling me one. Because my position on Israel has nothing to do with the religion or ethnicity of Israelis. It has everything to do with decisions made by its government that hurt my country. And so in order to avoid having that debate, the fastest and most expedient way to end it is by calling the person trying to raise it a bigot. And I just don't think that works anymore. I would say that what matters in politics and in life is what you do. I think anti-Semitism and racism of all kinds, including anti-white racism, are all immoral and anti-Christian, and I oppose them. You shouldn't judge people on the basis of how they were born, period.
Sure. And you said a moment ago, what matters in politics is what you do. You had far-right commentator Nick Fuentes on your show, who, as you know, has said Hitler was really effing cool, Hitler was awesome, Hitler was right, the Holocaust didn't happen, and said on his podcast, in his view, Jewish people are the problem rather than Israel. I know you've said you've had him on because
I disagree with that.
Right. Do you have concerns that broadcasting Nazi-loving, Holocaust-denying guests to your audience and potentially mainstreaming and normalizing those views is an issue?
Look, I've said that I disagreed with Fuentes on those questions. I don't think that you should ever judge or attack people on the basis of their bloodline. I also interviewed Ted Cruz. I tried to interview Randy.
Told you. He's not even fucking entirely incorrect with that statement. The question here is not like, oh, how dare he fucking retort here. The question is, how do we arrive at a position where Tucker Carlson can shelter his like heinous worldview and is going uncontested pretty much, and the only contest coming from BBC actually makes him look like the normal person.
Fine, both of them have.
But let me go back to the Nick Fuentes stuff.
If I may finish my answer.
Sure.
I've interviewed both of them, or tried to interview Fine. He wouldn't, but I've interviewed Ted Cruz, as you noted, and both of them have defended the genocide in Gaza, the murder of children. And I would say that sending money to a military that murders children is a little bit more significant a moral crime than saying ugly things.
Do you think Fuentes is anti-Semitic? Do you think he is?
It sounded like it to me. I said that to him, and I said I oppose anti-Semitism, which I sincerely do. Right. And by the way, unlike the UK, we have a First Amendment. So if I was an anti-Semite, I guess I would just say so at this point. I don't know why I would lie about it, but I oppose it. And I've opposed it in public consistently for my entire public life.
Can I ask you what you thought when you read Donald Trump's post on Tuesday in which he said,
like, that's it? That's your... The way to cut across Tucker Carlson's commentary is not by being like, oh, you talked to Nick Fuentes. The way to expose the contradictions in Tucker Carlson's worldview is by saying, you don't like Israel, you think Israel's doing a genocide, that's fine, I agree with that. But some of the ethnic majority policies that you are railing against in Israel are identical to the policies that you want to advance in the United States of America. What do you have to say to your critics that complain that you are simply using this issue, this salient issue, as a way to win favors with the broad majority of people, and then simultaneously try to get them to arrive at your conclusions on America's demographic concerns? That's a question that you can only ask Tucker Carlson, though, if you also agree with the fucking universally acknowledged truth that Israel is an apartheid state that is currently doing a fucking genocide. But considering that a lot of these racist-ass liberals in mainstream outlets don't say that or can't say that, I don't know which it is at this point, you will never be able to address you will never be able to cut away at Tucker Carlson's worldview. You will never be able to undermine his perspective.
a whole civilization will die tonight?
Has he ever actually advocated for specific policies? All I remember is doing a lot of racial grievance and anti-white racism stuff on Fox. But he always left solutions implied, not stated. Yes, bro. What are you talking about? He's literally said every immigrant that's in this country is a rapist, parasitic force that's destroying the beauty of Western civilization. Yes, that's all he talks about. And that's all he used to talk about. Now he at least has, Israel to talk about. Tucker Carlson has been the #1 favorite, fan favorite of every single neo-Nazi and Klansman in this country for a decade now. And the reason for why is because he, as they correctly point out, correctly understand, takes these otherwise not so palatable positions that many people hear and go, ooh, gross, that's a little bit too racist for me. And he makes them palatable. Yeah. He'll say things like, how exactly is diversity our strength? You wouldn't want your family to not be able to communicate with one another. So why do you want your military? Like that's a direct quote. I know I have so many in the back of my mind. Okay. Yeah. White genocide is real, says Tucker Carlson, the white nationalist Peter Brimelow, who says the only real Americans are whites, and Tucker agrees. J.D. Vance's close friend Tucker is a white nationalist. Okay, this is from January. This is from January 21st, 2026.
The defining fact of our lives is that whites around the world are being eliminated, and I would like to know why.
The people running the society are anti-white, and they've been able to persuade or intimidate the entire legal system to operate in that anti-white way. Anti-white in this case really means anti-American, because the whites are Americans. The people who signed the Declaration of Independence, that's who Americans are.
Yeah.
Wait, what? You asked him that? Tucker literally told me to my face how much he's changed, and the whole exchange left me feeling slimy. He would lie and say he changed his mind about how race is used. He told me he believes race is used to divide the country to keep people from talking about class and wealth inequality. Well, here we are watching Tucker Carlson only a couple months ago interviewing a fucking white nationalist and openly telling him that no, racial grievances are primary.
Our legal system.
Yeah, the chatter didn't fall for it, okay? He's saying it made him feel slimy because he was like very clearly lying to him. Which is why he shouldn't be trusted at all. I'm saying right now how lying is OP. Yeah, chatter challenged him.
To operate in that anti-white way. Anti-white in this case really means anti-American, because the whites are Americans. The people who signed the Declaration of Independence, that's who Americans are. Yeah.
He doesn't, he will always lean back into legacy Americans, for example. Yeah, right-wing anti-Zionists are understandably intent on dismantling Christian Zionism, a core obstacle to their views, moving mainstream in MAGA. But rather than developing real solidarity with Palestinians, it's a lot easier for them to resort to anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Rich's new song, by the way, is at the top of the iTunes country music charts and #2 overall. While dogmatic support for Israel remains dominant on the right, dissenting views are hardly fringe, and I suspect these contradictions will continue to sharpen as isolationism moves more mainstream. This was back in 2024, July 17th, and it certainly has 2 years after. Ben Lorber clocked it. Do you understand? This is also part of the reason why Tucker Carlson will never have a conversation with someone like myself, because I'm very familiar with his background. I'm very familiar with the dangers of his worldview, and I actually oppose it, even if we aesthetically agree, or maybe even totally agree on the issue of Israel, right? There are so many other positions of Tucker Carlson that people who normally care about Palestinians would find to be horrifying, okay? Does he even know you? There's not a single person in the American political right-wing flank especially that doesn't know who the fuck I am at this point.
Horrified by it. And I was, look, as I've said, I don't think that Trump, who I continue to like, I don't think that Trump is in control. I don't think Trump is making these decisions. I know he's not, because I was present in the run-up to this. He's not making these decisions, and I feel sorry for him, as I've said. But more than Trump, anything to do with him or his future, is the effect on my country. Our leaders should not talk like that. They shouldn't. Our conflict is not with another civilization or another religion. It's with governments, at least conceptually, that do things that we don't like that are bad for us, and we have conflict over that. We can never declare war on a civilization. We shouldn't. That's immoral. What does that even mean? Does that include the children in that civilization? Of course it does.
Oh, yeah. Let's start
all
crossing
that
them.
masculinity, all that gender-neutral masculinity, things could get out of hand. So in the spirit of easing tensions and lowering the temperature at CNN a bit, we have no problem admitting, for the record, that Mr. Piker is one heaping, helping hunk of a man. We're not ashamed to say that at all. We have no problem admitting that. No problem whatsoever.
That's a meme. But the real coverage that he did on me was America Deserved 9/11 comments. He ripped into me pretty hard back then. And even if he doesn't remember that, which is perfectly fine because it was a long time ago and I was nowhere near the prominent media figure I am now, you know, he's definitely familiar with what I do.
You don't buy the argument, look, this is what Donald Trump does. I mean, you've known him for years. This is what Donald Trump does. He uses extreme language to put pressure on to get some sort of concession.
I mean, there are two levels on which to assess this. One, the practical, second, the moral. As a practical matter, did it work? Is the Strait open this morning? No, it's not. So it didn't work, okay? its only effect likely is to engender a generational conflict with another civilization, another religion, another part of the world. How is that good for my grandchildren? Probably not. So practically it doesn't work.
Okay.
Morally, the words you use matter, and the more power you have, the more they matter. And so to declare war on a civilization in my name is just not acceptable. It doesn't mean I hate Trump. It means that's disgusting and wrong and hurts my country, and my obligation is to stand up and say so.
You've claimed a couple of times in our conversation that Donald Trump is not in control. Many Democrats, and also some on the right, former Trump allies like Marjorie Taylor Greene, are now calling for the president's removal, with some citing the 25th Amendment, which allows the vice president and the cabinet to declare that a president is no longer able to do the job. Do you want to see him removed?
I want to see the system reformed. Once again, 2 days ago, the president... him, the president before him, the president before him, the president before him.
This is also bullshit. Here's the difference between me, someone who's fucking honest, and someone like Tucker Carlson who's a little bit of a grifter. I'm not going to sit there and tell you that Israel's the reason why America went to war with Iraq, because that's not the case. Was Israel a component in the decision making? Absolutely. That much is clear. We know that for a fact because Benjamin Netanyahu spoke very publicly in front of Congress about how wonderful it would be if America invaded Iraq. The other honest assessment here is that there was one president who told Israel no. There were two presidents that told Israel no, as a matter of fact, at different times. One was Barack Hussein Obama with the JCPOA, and the other was actually Joe Biden the first time in 2021, before October 7, where he called Benjamin Netanyahu, called Israel and told him to cut it out. Israel, subsequently after that call, cut it the fuck out. They were doing another mowing of the lawn operation, and they stopped it. Now, of course, post-October 7, Joe Biden and his deteriorating mental faculties. You mean Iran? You said Iraq? No, Israel with Iraq is different than Israel with Iran. We can make honest assessments here. Didn't Clinton also tell Israel who's the superpower here? Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. Tucker Carlson also clocked Israel's blackmail operations with and leaned into the Monica Lewinsky scandal, which there's decent evidence that like Israel may or may not have played a role in at least showing the American side that they had knowledge over the Monica Lewinsky scandal before it was unearthed. George W. Bush refused to allow Israel to attack in 2007 too. Yes, George W. Bush also pushed for elections in Palestine against Israel's wishes. Presidents before Donald Trump actually were, they were super pro-Israel at the end of the day. I mean, so was Barack Obama. Barack Obama did the MOU, $3.8 billion annually for the next 10 years after, right? He was done and he was out of office, and that was a concession that he traded so that he was able to get the JCPOA, which is a ridiculous statement in and of itself, right? Like, what a ridiculous situation that we have to give concessions to a random third party when we're engaging in a multilateral commitment with a foreign adversary of our own. That's fucking bullshit. Yeah. If Israel told us not to invade Iraq, we would have told them to fuck off. That's not the case for Iran. Yes. Great take. Great fucking take. We invaded Iran. We bombed Iran because Israel wanted us to do so. We have not been able to get out of this quagmire because Israel doesn't want us to get out of it. It's that simple. Very different dynamic at this point on Trump 2. Very different dynamic in Trump 2. Murat! Barma! very different dynamic in Trump too, as opposed to any other former president. Many former presidents have been urged to bomb Iran, invade Iran. They've said no. It's not just my assessment. John Kerry also said it.
All American presidents since 1963 have done substantially what Israel wanted us to do. And now it's really hurting us. And I've been aware of this for decades, and I haven't said one word about it because it's not worth the fight. But now I see our country, its economy, its understanding of itself, in the process of being destroyed because our leaders, and not just our president, our entire Congress, many of our governors, did the bidding of a foreign power.
Right.
And so the problem is not simply Trump. The problem is the mechanism of control that allows a country of 9 million to control a country of 350 million. What is that mechanism? I'm not sure I know the answer. We need to find out what that is.
Well, as you know, as Commander-in-Chief, he could have said no to Benjamin Netanyahu. Barack Obama, other presidents have. Joe Biden, Barack Obama.
You're absolutely right. And I made that point. And you're absolutely right, they did. And I wish our president had. But he didn't.
So it's not the system.
And he went into a...
He didn't make that point. He made the opposite point, by the way. He made the opposite point. He said none of the previous presidents have actually said no to Israel either. And I'm trying to figure out why. And then she turned around and tried to say Barack Obama. Couldn't even get her to... couldn't even mouth the words Barack Obama correctly, but said Joe Biden has said no to Israel, which is true. Both of those are true. There's only one president that has always given everything to everything Israel wanted unconditionally. Many presidents have given Israel a lot more than Israel deserves. So much more. Barack Obama and Joe Biden included, right? Especially Joe Biden post-October 7. Donald Trump is the only president that is like rarely ever limited Israel's ambitions. The only time Donald Trump ever did was at the end of the 12-day war.
Well, it is the system because the last president financed the Gaza genocide. The president before him, same thing.
You've said a couple of times in this interview that you really like Donald Trump. In March, you said you'll always love President Trump, no matter what he says about you. On Thursday, he called you low IQ, a nut job, a fool. Also, he suggested you should see a good psychiatrist. Are you going to continue to love him?
As I've said, I feel sorry for him as I do for all slaves, but I will always like him. I will say Trump is one of the funniest people I've ever met. I feel sorry for him. I think he has some great qualities. I've certainly spent a lot of time with him, and I will always like him. If he called me now, I'd take the call. I don't want anything from him.
Well, he says he says you're always calling him, and he doesn't pick up anymore.
Yeah, no, I think that's not true. You can check my phone records, but I'm sure NSA already is. I'm not defensive about it.
What do the splits in the MAGA movement that we see now, former Trump allies like yourself, on the front foot criticizing the president and the action he's taken, what do they mean for the future of MAGA?
I think MAGA as a movement was never clearly defined, probably for a reason. There was no real platform in the Republican convention in 2024. That was, of course, by design. And so I think the movement is whatever Donald Trump says it is. I think that's the definition. I don't know another. He turns 80 in June. So this is not a movement that's going to, persist through the generations, I wouldn't think, since it's based on one man. But the idea that the U.S. government should act in the interest of its own population, or that any government should act in the interest of its own population, is a kind of core tenet of democracy. In fact, that's the definition of democracy. The people rule. And
Hasan, I'm curious, what would you need to see from Tucker Carlson to convince you that his views have genuinely shifted, for him to openly come out and say that the ethno-nationalist, the racial superior, like white nativist, anti-immigrant agenda that he advanced for the last decade or so was actually very damaging, and he was wrong to do it. And that, the tens of thousands of hours of commentary that he pushed in that direction was wrong and should never be brought up, and that he will spend every waking moment going forward criticizing who he was and who still carry the torch of that same white nationalist, white supremacist attitude. as I've showed you, even all the way back in like January of this year, he's still advancing the same fucking bullshit. Right?
And I think that will long outlive all of us, I hope, because it's the only form of government that makes inherent sense.
I wanted to ask you about the Melania Trump press conference, very unusual, where she denied connections to Jeffrey Epstein and said that any claims linking her and him need to end today. What do you think is going on there?
Strictly speaking, I don't know what's going on there. I know the White House communication staff had no idea she was going to say that. So it's one of two possibilities. Either she was reading speculation about her relationship with Epstein on the internet and she was upset and wanted to clear her name, which is totally possible. Or there was something else going on. So the Israeli government has a long and well-documented track record of using sex scandal or the appearance of scandal to force American political leaders into doing its bidding. You hope it wasn't that. But I did notice that within an hour or two after that press conference, a piece came out, I think, in the Daily Beast alleging some connection between Melania Trump and Epstein, which was obviously hurtful to her and embarrassing to the first family. So I don't know if there's any kind of connection, but I do know, once again, this is a fact that sex scandals are used, probably not just by the Israeli government, probably lots of foreign governments. It's not just the Israelis. I just want to be clear.
I mean, I am going to point out, I probably don't need to because our audience can see and hear for themselves. Pretty much everything that you've said in our conversation, Tucker Carlson, you have put at the door of the Israeli government. Now, to some people, that will be evidence that you are anti-Semitic. You are anti-Jewish.
Oh, I know. I'm very anti-Semitic and anti-Jewish. Well, first of all, the state of Israel does not speak for all Jews at all, despite its claims. It does not. There are many, many.
Dude, this argument is God. Liberals, man. Fucking liberals, dude. This isn't like they literally think that this is a bar. They think like, oh, well, you're anti-Semitic. Israel has said you're anti-Semitic. Who's next? Adolf Hitler? Like, what? Who gives a fuck, dude? What are you talking about? Adolf Hitler said you're anti-Aryan. The fuck are you saying? What the fuck are you saying? Randy Fine said you're anti-Semitic. Randy Fine is somehow an even bigger villain than Tucker Carlson, man. At the end of the day, he's a propagandist. He's a dangerous one. Randy Fine believes every single thing that Tucker Carlson believes. And then on top of that, Randy Fine is pro-Israel and pro-genocide. Okay? So Tucker Carlson is better than Randy Fine, objectively. Because they literally believe every single thing. Okay? They believe the identical shit. Except Tucker Carlson is anti-Israel. Randy Fine is pro-Israel, which makes him worse. That's what's so unbelievable about the modern Republican Party. So when liberals turn around and try to do this shit, it's like they do not realize that they're not actually hitting a line that they think they're hitting. Maybe 10 years ago, this would have been very significant, right? In 2026, this doesn't mean anything. Yeah, Bin Laden says you're Islamophobic. It's like, oh shit, dude, what am I going to do? Yeah. Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi said you're Islamophobic for criticisms of ISIS. Oh no. Like, the fuck am I supposed to do? Okay, fine.
Jews, many of whom I know, who don't think the Israeli government of Benjamin Netanyahu speaks for them.
No,
I'm speaking of the government, not religion.
Hold on. Because I wasn't suggesting that.
Of course you were suggesting
what
that.
I was suggesting was that a lot of the
I've been in
things
this
that you
business
discussed
longer
today,
than you, and I understand what a slur looks like. And you're attempting to call me an anti-Semite in a passive-aggressive way. Some people would say that. Well, I'm responding to your slur and saying that it's untrue. It does not apply to me. Doubtless there are anti-Semites who don't like Israel. I'm not an anti-Semite. I don't hate Israel. The Israeli government, this is documented, and I saw it personally, steered the United States into a war that hurts the United States and the world. I'm offended by that. I didn't want it, and I'm mad about it now. I have every right to feel that way. That does not make me an anti-Semite, despite your insinuation. And I think it's important that I say that. And by the way, I hope that you run this. I can't control whether or not you air this exchange. I hope that you will, because I think it's important to push back against slurs like that, because they limit our ability to understand what's actually happening. This is not an attack by Jews on the United States. This is Benjamin Netanyahu moving the United States to do something he thinks will benefit him, but that does not benefit us. It's that simple.
Tucker Carlson, thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Is it accurate to say being called an anti-Semite is a slur and an example the person is not exhibiting anti-Semitic behavior? I mean, it's a smear. I don't think it's a slur. It's a heinous smear. And every single day that people deploy it, ironically enough, every single day that people deploy it as a heinous smear, it becomes less of a heinous smear. What I mean by that is you've softened the impact of this sentiment when less people care about anti-Semitism. And less people care about anti-Semitism because you keep deploying it against people who are critical of Israel. Oops, she bit off more than she could chew. I feel sorry for him, as I do all slaves. Incredible, brutal truth. Victoria Derbyshire is so frightened of criticizing Israel. Does she quote Randy Fine to make her point? I love how Tucker doesn't allow petty attacks slide without a rebuttal. Yeah, everybody fucking loves him. He cooked her. He looked good. He looked great in this video. Okay? What is this? Good luck to Shapiro shaming Americans that are like in this war for Israel. Shapiro, people need to touch grass. Go talk to people that you go to church with. And what you'll find out is most of those people agree with the president. Actually, when you touch grass, as Ben Shapiro suggests, you will find that only 36% of voters approve the war in Iran and that the majority of the country doesn't. He has a plan or doesn't think he has a plan or has explained why we're at war. All right. Jeremy Ben-Ami wrote this long effort post about fucking J Street. He's the president of J Street. We're going to look at this. I'll take a look at Adam Johnson's commentary, and then I'll move on to the Pod Johns, okay? Jeremy Ben-Ami, a bipartisan consensus is emerging to end unconstitutional taxpayer subsidies for Israel's military and enforce U.S. laws on the use of American weapons. In January of this year, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told The Economist, I want to taper off military aid within the next 10 years. Asked if he meant reducing it to zero, he replied, yes, we've come of age and we've developed incredible capacities. Bullshit. Within hours of Netanyahu's interview, Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, one of Israel's staunchest Republican allies in the Senate, tweeted that he would propose accelerating that timeline. I will always appreciate allies who are willing to be more self-sufficient, he wrote. Given what the prime minister said, we need not wait 10 years. But Netanyahu and Graham pointed to the same underlying reality. Israel today has one of the most dynamic and advanced economies in the world. With a per capita GDP higher than countries like the United Kingdom, France, and Japan, Israel's more than capable of paying for its own defense, just as America's other wealthy allies already do. Yet the United States provides Israel with $3.3 billion annually in foreign military financing. More than half of all such funding the U.S. distributes globally, on top of an additional $500 million a year for joint missile defense systems and other occasional significant supplemental appropriations. That reality raises a straightforward question. Why should American taxpayers continue to subsidize the defense budget of a prosperous ally, particularly at a time when the U.S. faces its own significant fiscal pressures? Netanyahu and Graham are not alone in this view. For years, analysts and policymakers across the political spectrum have been arguing that Israel no longer needs generous economic subsidies. Across the political spectrum, a growing view is emerging. The U.S.-Israel relationship should be normalized. Supporters of Israel, many raised on the vision that the Jewish people just want Israel to be treated like all other countries, should welcome the development. The benefits of disproportionately large financial assistance today are outweighed by the damage to Israel when that financial support becomes a divisive wedge in American politics. To be clear, a call to end American financial subsidies for Israel's defense is not a call to end the U.S.-Israel security relationship. See, this is what I mean. I am calling for that. I'm calling not only for that, I'm calling to punish Israel as well. And many Americans should also be calling for that. And now that the bottom has been established as no defensive or offensive weapons to Israel, Efendim anne. What's up, Mom? You're calling me. Hello? Okay. She's like right next to my door, and she's like calling me on accident. Okay. Israel faces significant threats and security challenges from Iran, terror groups, and more. The United States should continue to support Israel in confronting those threats. No, wrong. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Because what Israel perceives as a security threat is countries fucking existing. Okay? Israel creates natural resistance because Israel destroys all of the countries that it militarily invades in and around this region that it occupies. Okay? This is before we even get to the inception of the Israeli state. This is why I say I oppose J Street. Okay? Because this is still, at the end of the day, a comfortable landing pad for Americans who are questioning our loyalty and questioning our relationship with Israel, but still want some kind of continuation of this relationship. No more, I say, no more relationship with Israel until Israel is no longer the Israel that we know, until Israel is no longer the Israel that has done a genocide, until Israel is no longer the Israel that is committing an apartheid. Okay? That's my argument. Security assistance does not have to and should no longer take the form of unconditional financial subsidy. Arms sales paid for by Israel and governed by U.S. law should continue in accordance with all relevant statutes, including the Leahy law. Okay, this would mean Israel gets no arms, okay? I know he doesn't mean that, but that is literally the case. If you were to do any arms sales that Israel is paying for in accordance with U.S. laws, Israel would not be allowed to get a single fucking piece of arms ever again from the United States of America. Right? The U.S. should continue to sell Israel important and jointly develop air defense systems like Iron Dome, David Sling, and Arrow. Wrong. Wrong. No arms sales whatsoever, even defensive weapons, because Israel is violating international humanitarian laws. Israel is committing war crimes. Israel has done a genocide. Israel doesn't get anything. Okay? Not a single fucking bullet goes to Israel. And that's not the only thing that I'm demanding. I'm also demanding punishments for Israel. Okay? Boycotts, divestments, sanctions on the state of Israel until it no longer is enforcing a blockade on Gaza. It no longer occupies 50+% of Gaza, which it currently occupies in the aftermath of the genocide. That Israel doesn't get to militarily annex or occupy the West Bank, which is illegal. Israel either destroys its settlements or creates a singular, solitary, secular state where everyone has equal rights and representation, that Israel allows a right to return to all Palestinians so they can go back to their ancestral homelands. And Israel also pays reparations to all the Palestinians it has wronged, it has harmed, it has destroyed the lives of, and killed. Okay? That's the only way to fix this problem. You can't just not fix the fucking problem and then be like, oh, they'll just pay for the weapons. Get the fuck out of here. That's bullshit. Okay? I cannot emphasize enough how important missile defense systems such as Iron Dome are to the Israeli people. Oh, no. Oh, is it? Oh. Oh, shit, dude. It's really important. Okay. I cannot emphasize enough how important it is that Israel take over southern Lebanon. It's living space, right? Oh, too bad, Not on our dime. Not another dime. Not with our support. Over the past few weeks and years, these systems have saved the lives of countless civilians. The technology underlying them was developed jointly by Israel and the United States, and the manufacture of the interceptors and launchers is governed by bilateral agreements. The United States should continue to supply what Israel needs. This is literally still demanding defense weapons to Israel, by the way, because that's what Tamir interceptors are. It's the Iron Dome, the Arrow, David Sling. Those are defensive weapons, right? Which we currently pay for, is that Israel receives for free, okay? Just so you understand. This approach aligns with the center of gravity in American Jewish opinion, reflecting the emotional attachment that what is this emotional blackmail? Oh, dude, sorry. That's my emotional apartheid state doing a genocide. Oh, shit. Oh, brother. This is the problem with liberal Zionism. You understand? This is the issue I take with liberal Zionism. And this is low-key why I say it's still fascist. There's just a liberal varnish, a liberal patina on top of it. Okay? That's my emotional comfort apartheid state is a ridiculous fucking argument to make. Okay? 70% of Jewish Americans feel for Israel simultaneously the opposition of 70% to unconditional American military and financial assistance. Congress should retain, exercise, and expand its authority to review and, when necessary, block specific weapon sales that do not align with American law or interests. Okay, it's all of them. That's why Jay Shree supports the Ceasefire Compliance Act, new legislation which would ensure that if Israel continues to pursue policies of Gaza and West Bank that run counter to American interests, it should not be able to use U.S. weapons in those areas. It's also why Jay Shree urges senators this week to vote to disapprove 2 sales to Israel, one large bombs and one of bulldozers, both to demonstrate consequences for misuse of these items in Gaza. A transition towards more normalized security partnership would place the relationship on a more sustainable and less politically polarizing foundation. It would align U.S. policy with Israel's own stated aspirations for self-reliance. The technological, economic, and defensive achievement that Israel has accomplished that make it self-sufficient should be a matter of pride for Israel supporters around the world. Like, he's not selling it to us. He's selling this to Israelis. Okay? He's not selling this to us. He's selling this to fucking Israelis, bro. Do you see that? Where he's like, come on, you guys said you wanted self-reliance, and this is the best way to do so. Okay? It's fucking ridiculous. The exact timetable for phasing out taxpayer subsidies should be worked out carefully. The United States should honor existing commitments, including those in the 2016 Memorandum of Understanding, through their conclusion in the next 2 years. But after that, a responsible yet rapid phase out is needed, a step that would move U.S. and Israel towards a more mature, balanced, and ultimately resilient partnership. Adam Johnson had a lot of words to say on this. Note how this new spin, designed to let Dems distance themselves from Israel and the genocide without fundamentally changing anything, hinges on nebulous enforcement of humanitarian law, which, like with Gaza, will be unilaterally done by the same State Department helping carry out the genocide. This is why the demand was for an arms embargo to avoid such spin. The issue has never been simply subsidizing genocide. It was arming it and diplomatically and militarily defending it. The U.S. never funded Saudi war crimes, yet the demand was to stop facilitating them. With a lot of these shifts in rhetoric, it's tempting to say it's progress. But in this instance, once one reads the fine print, it's clear it's PR, reducing the issue to a non sequitur or offsetting it onto some vague, further international humanitarian law determination that'll always be rigged bullshit. Simply doing Leahy law for existing Leahy laws that will be blown off just like the first Leahy laws accomplishes nothing but simply buys Israel time and manages PR headaches for its current exterminationist project, e.g., the function of liberal Zionism. What's the plan for when U.S. presidents invariably ignore Leahy 2? This time we mean it. Past Leahy 3? No, seriously, we will arm Israel liberally this time, we promise. When do we move beyond spin and buying time and acknowledge this fundamental nature of this project? How many meta-Leahys do we need exactly? Every single arms shipment to Israel under Biden was a clear-as-day violation of Leahy laws. This is true. This is like you got the drop on someone and they're begging for their life with a knife in their hand. Why don't you tell people when you were yelling at Dan Crenshaw it was for the Saudi genocide on Yemen? What the fuck? You should mention it when they bring it up. I did. I do. This is why Blinken buried internal reports saying as much. Guess what? It didn't matter because those carrying out the genocide will never find themselves responsible for genocide. Lots of noise on this side from both Jay Shree's left and right about what our position is on the Israel security relationship with the U.S. Jeremy Ben-Ami explains where we actually are. It's time to normalize the U.S.-Israel security relationship. The U.S. should rapidly and responsibly phase out direct financial subsidies for arms sales to Israel and treat it as it does other U.S. allies. There's broad consensus on this from Bibi Netanyahu and Lindsey Graham to AOC. Israel can buy its own stuff. These guys also don't realize that bringing up Benjamin Netanyahu's agreement with this issue only calls further suspicion into what your position is. Okay? You only say this if you are factoring in the Republican attitude or the attitude of ultra-Zionists or the attitude of Israelis in general. Okay? This is not in the calculation. No fucking American gives a shit that Benjamin Netanyahu is on board with this. No fucking American cares that Lindsey Graham is on board with this. AOC is being used in this circumstance to whitewash and launder this new perspective that is not dissimilar to the old perspective. Okay? We should still be selling the necessary components of Iron Dome and other missile defense systems to Israel. Wrong. We are not arguing for a total cutoff. I am, and we should be. Many Americans are. U.S. arms sales and other forms of assistance to Israel should be consistent with U.S. law and align with American policy objectives and interests. It already doesn't. Those laws are already in the books, and they're not abiding by them. So, great. Now, let's move on. I went on the Pod Johns, and I think there were raving reviews, very positive reviews. Big chunk of my conversation on the Pod Johns also revolved around my defense of Palestinian resistance, as a matter of fact.
Welcome to Pod Save America. I'm John Favreau. This Sunday, Hasan Piker, someone I'm sure no one has a strong opinion about. Hasan stopped by the studio to talk about his move into electoral politics. He recently hit the campaign trail to stump for Abdul El-Sayed in Michigan, and to talk about, well, everything you've seen in the news about him lately. We ended up talking about the many statements he's made that have sparked a discussion inside the Democratic Party about whether candidates should associate themselves with him and his audience. We also debated his views on Israel and Hamas, how he thinks about the words he chooses, and his theory of political organizing. It's a conversation you need to hear for yourself, so we will get right into it. But before we do, please consider becoming a Crooked Media subscriber if you haven't already, so that you don't miss out on any of the great content we're putting out for our friends of the pod. Subscribers get our new extra episode of Pod Save America called Pod Save America Only Friends, other subscriber-only shows like Polar Coaster with Dan Pfeiffer, access to all of our excellent Substack newsletters like Pod Save America Open Tabs, and friends.
It's good to be back.
You've somehow become the most argued about figure in Democratic politics over the last few weeks, so I'd like to have a conversation about why that is hopefully more nuanced and useful than much of the discourse.
Yeah. I mean, I goes to show how serious we are as a movement, as an opposition party, this is the primary focus.
Central to the discourse.
Yeah.
Just a quick recap to set the table for people who, lucky for them, maybe, haven't been following along. A few weeks ago, Third Way, centrist Democratic think tank, published a Wall Street Journal op-ed calling on Democrats to stop engaging with you. They describe you as anti-American, anti-woman, anti-Western, and anti-Semitic. Their evidence is a long list of things you've said, which we'll get into. They also specifically singled out a few Democrats, us, for inviting you to Crooked Con last year, Ro Khanna, and Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed, also a former Crooked host who a few of us have donated to and who you campaigned with this week, which fueled even more controversy. Now, you and I scheduled this conversation weeks ago. I'm sure some people have had enough Hasan Piker discourse, but I do think it's an important conversation to have because, even though you and I have different politics, we've actually debated our disagreements on this show. I think there's value in doing that in person in a format that's not mediated by algorithms or a fucking 5-minute cable hit. So with all that said, here's where I want to start. I think the rallies with Abdul this week were the first time you've been a featured speaker at a candidate's actual campaign event.
When exactly was this interview? This Friday morning.
And I wonder how you, self-proclaimed Marxist anti-imperialist, decided to be a campaign surrogate for a Democratic candidate, even one as progressive as Abdul. What was your thinking there, and what has made you get more involved in Democratic politics?
So I've been very involved in Democratic politics for years at this point, but with AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, who I'll be interviewing later today. But I've never actively, stumped for a candidate, and I didn't even realize. Maybe I'm too I'm not old school enough to understand this, but for me, the difference between Abdul coming on my stream, which I've done many times prior to this, and me going to Dearborn and us working out together and eating kebabs, is probably more significant than me going on a rally and talking for 5 minutes in front of a live audience. So I never thought of that as this major new step. I guess it is, because the DC bubble was freaking out about it, where they're like, "How dare you do this? This is the most devastating thing anyone's ever done." And I like the guy. That's the reason why I did this. I trust him. I think he has a lot of great policy opinions. I think he is much more responsive to the needs of the base than some of the other Democrats that I've been very upset with for many, many years. And I think he's exactly the type of guy that the party needs to have more of. My goal has been very clear since Zoran. When we linked up during the primary, it was a very crowded field, and he was able to cut through that noise and become a beloved mayor of New York now. I want to get people into positions of power that I align with politically, even if we don't 100% agree. I even have disagreements with Zoran from time to time. I'll text him some stuff. I'll be like, yo, cut this out. What are you doing? But at the end of the day, I understand that like politics is in some ways the art of the possible, right? Like I see that. My expectation is never going to be someone coming out and advocating to seize the means of production. I'm a reformist. Many to my left, which does exist for those of you out there, there are people who are further to the left than me who will say bourgeois elections are unnecessary, and all you're doing is taking away revolutionary potential and feeding it back into the Democratic Party. You're a shepherd for the Democrats and therefore a reactionary, a social fascist even. But all of that stuff is going to break the brains of your audience. I shouldn't even be getting into that. Yeah, I think if someone wants to improve the material conditions of the working class in this country, if someone says no to unnecessary like endless wars and advocates to bring our productive output back home, to work on ourselves, in some ways not a dissimilar message to the lie that MAGA told about isolationism and no new wars and being the peace president. If someone actually identifies with that and wants to advance that agenda, I'm going to be there for them.
Just to broaden it out, because I do think it's useful for people who don't know and are now wondering, like, what's he up to? What does he want? Like, what is your theory of political change? Like, how do we get from where we are now? What is the mechanism to get from where we are now to the world that you want to live in?
Great question. So I am a firm believer that one of the biggest issues in the United States of America, which is the heart of empire, one of the most capitalist countries, is a proto-capitalist country before capitalism and industrial revolution even happened, is the idea that most people do not have class consciousness. Most Americans don't understand that they're a working class and that there are people who generate most of their revenue, most of their net worth off of capital accumulation. But the overwhelming majority of Americans, and the 99%, as Bernie likes to call it, they don't do that. They get a regular wage. They're not business owners, or even if they're business owners, they oftentimes operate their own business. So like the overwhelming amount of money that they're making, that they're putting in their pocket, is coming from their own labor. And they don't identify with that at all. They're hopped up on American exceptionalism, American individualism. So my goal is to instill class consciousness in people and help them identify what would be more help them identify who is actually causing harm to them. And in my assessment, it's the billionaires and the corporations who actually control the levers of power in this country, and not the vulnerable populations, the marginalized communities that the Republicans very effectively take people's frustrations and redirect them towards, right? It's not a trans person or a Guatemalan migrant that's like raising your rent. It's your landlord. It's not a trans person or a Mexican undocumented immigrant that's working in a field that is responsible for why your grocery prices are going up. That's that's greedflation and corporate consolidation. That's at the heart of that issue.
And when you think about your own show and your own audience, like, what do you think actually changes people's minds? Like, what has worked for you?
I mean, talking to them and explaining to them exactly what I'm explaining right now, which is that, I mean, I had this conversation with Theo Vaughn where I felt like, a light switch came on in his mind when we were having this back and forth, when I said exactly this thing about, it's not a trans person that's like hurting you at all, but isn't it weird that the Republicans are constantly angling it in that direction and never really talking about big corporations and big pharma and all of these capital owners, all these very powerful people that basically run the show in an almost bipartisan manner. And when I have that conversation with a lot of regular Americans, ordinary Americans that haven't put a lot of thought into it, they go, wait a minute, that does kind of make sense.
Yeah.
I feel like that's, not only do I think that that's true, but I also feel like it's a very effective way to try to unlock people's class consciousness.
Yeah. And sort of build coalitions of people who are different. You have over 3 million followers on Twitch, 1.75 million on YouTube. I saw that you've done something like 20,000 hours of live streaming that is all off-the-cuff political takes and responding to viewers in real time, which I imagine must be like constantly fighting with people in your mentions real time.
Yes. No, exactly.
I mean, so like, I am not surprised that you've said some stupid and offensive things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm even less surprised that you've said stuff that sounds even worse when it's clipped out of context. Here's what I'm wondering. As you've grown your audience and influence, and as you've gotten more directly involved in electoral politics, do you feel a responsibility?
What the fuck is this? Renouncing Israel won't save anti-Zionist U.S. Jews? Why is Haaretz writing this? The author, deep inside every goy is an anti-Semite. That's what the guy who wrote this said. Haaretz, for every like 8 articles, that's like, Israel has become a genocidal nation. We are becoming the monsters that we once avoided. There'll always be one article that's like, did you know hummus absolutely was invented in Israel? Here are the top 10 foods that were actually invented in Israel. And then the foods are like shakshuka, hummus, pizza, or classic this article where it's like, yeah, look alive, anti-Zionist Jews. You will also be sent to the concentration camp, so you better support Israel. Good luck on Z-Way Unk. She's coming for you hard.
On Z-Way as a dominatrix, Hasan shirtless. She's flogging him gently, asking him, what makes you think you know more than a qualified black woman? I'm thinking thoughts. Okay.
That's it. I hope that's not what happens. Jesus Christ.
Responsibility to choose your words more carefully, or at least in ways.
Haaretz, my autistic son is calmer as Iran's missiles fall on Israel. I'm trying to learn from him. That's classic. That's classic Haaretz. Classic Haaretz, dude.
That are less likely to be misconstrued.
Yes and no. So yes, because obviously I don't want to cause any harm to any of the candidates that I'm associating with or this movement that I am obviously a part of. What I like to call the left flank candidates or the Bernie-crats, people who are more responsive to the needs of the working class folks all around the country. I don't want to ever be a burden to them because being associated with them is not beneficial for me. The way that DC media perceives the situation is like, oh my God, he went out to stump for Abdul. All of a sudden, he's like a legitimate political force. I'm like, I've been doing that already. Like I was infinitely more effective sitting at home and just talking shit.
Yeah.
Right. Than I am sitting in front of a live audience with like 600 people. Although that's still good, and I enjoy it personally, but and I do that for candidates that I trust, candidates that I want to endorse and fight for. But I'm already fundraising for a lot of these folks, right? Small dollar donations from all around the country keep flooding into all the campaigns that I work with. But yeah, I am cognizant of that. On the other hand, one thing that I'm thinking about is, well, this medium lends itself so perfectly to being clipped out of context. And I think we are now in a media environment where that doesn't matter as much. I mean, Donald Trump's the president, right? Like, he is the president. It's not just his words that are messed up, that galvanize some of the most reactionary forces in this country and normalize some of the most heinous, most toxic, repulsive types of politics. I mean, he campaigned on saying Haitians are eating cats and dogs. Like, that's unbelievable. That's white supremacy through and through. And he won. So on the one hand, I think that we are now existing in a very different media environment than the one that like MS Now, New York Times, and CNN want to exist in. I think that kind of stuff is over. Like, you're a vulgar person as an independent content creator. I think most people don't care about that. Most people care about like who you are and what your values are and what you represent. And I've been able to withstand these kinds of smear campaigns on even the independent side far before I ever drew the ire of RNC research department. So, and as a matter of fact, they're using a lot of the same clips that I've had to deal with that are circulating on the internet anyway. So it's not It doesn't bother me that much. It doesn't do anything to my audience. My audience knows what I stand for. They're listening to me for 8 hours a day. They know exactly what my values are. I'm sure it might stop some people or maybe cause them to second guess whether or not they want to be charitable to what I have to say. And that's a problem. But at the end of the day, most people that see that stuff go, wait a minute, I have the capacity to, I have free will. I have the capacity to think critically. What's going on here? Why is the Republican Party saying this, claiming that this guy is racist or claiming that this guy is a misogynist? When I know what the Republican Party stands for, let me go check him out. And I think a lot of people do that, and then they check me out, and then they realize, oh, they were just lying. Like, that's that simple.
And I have experienced this myself and have thought about it over the last couple of weeks, because I'm like, if I did not know you, if I hadn't interviewed you before, if I hadn't like been familiarized myself with your content, which I came to probably later than most, and I just read the coverage of the last couple of weeks, I would be like, oh yeah, he's a fucking asshole.
Yeah. To be fair, I am an asshole.
Yeah, but you're an asshole, and I think in different ways than you are being portrayed.
Yeah. I'm an asshole to bullies. Like, I bully bullies. I'm an asshole to reactionaries across the board. I'm an asshole to Nazis. It doesn't matter to me. If you're right wing, if you're a Nazi, if you're a reactionary, I'm not going to be nice to you. And I don't think we should be nice to them. They're not nice to us. They're not nice to random uninitiated people. They're not nice to entire swaths of the population. So yeah, if that's your ideology, if that's your worldview, I find that to be very damaging. I find that to be very toxic. I find that to be violent and dangerous. I'm going to fight back. I'm going to use some mean words every now and then.
Yeah. Well, and it's less the mean words, right? Because, like, at least for me, because I was looking through the hit list, which I want to get into here.
All right.
Or at least some of them. Because there's some where I'm like, that was clearly taken out of context, whatever. There's some where I think like the underlying point is still worth debating or talking about.
Mhm.
So the one I've seen just about everywhere is, I think this is the most common one, is your comment that America deserved 9/11.
Yeah.
Which you walked back in 2019 by calling it inappropriate, a poor attempt at satire, and said that you meant America the government, not Americans as people.
Of course.
But do you still think that America as a country deserved 9/11? Because saying America or any country deserved to be attacked, to me, is...
You're not going to win someone over and change their mindset by fucking their ass, first of all. Maybe they like it. Secondly, there are certain minds that I want to change and certain lines that I don't want to cross. You know? If someone is a heinous, repulsive, toxic Republican politician, I'm not gonna change their minds.
different than saying you understand why they were attacked and what actions might have contributed to that attack. Like I get the blowback argument, but that is different than deserved is like a more of a normative kind of.
Yeah, that was me responding to Daniel Crenshaw, ironically enough, on the Joe Rogan Experience, where he was making this ridiculous argument that like, we have to go out and fight these people all the time because they hate us because they ain't us. And I was like, that's insane. That's not the reason. Like, and this was actually echoed by Robert Kagan, one of the godfathers of neoconservatism, just last week, where he came out and was like, yeah, actually, we have been messing around in the Middle East for, upwards of 60 years. And that's precisely the reason why 9/11 happened. And that's precisely the reason why these guys say death to America and Iran, for example. So like, that was exactly the same sentiment that I've addressed a million times over. But of course, in this moment, it was a heated response, an impassioned response. And people will consistently use that against me over and over again. Some people hear that and they think, I understand exactly what's going on here. Some people hear that and go, how heinous. Oh, my stars and garters. I am clutching my pearls. I don't even want to learn what this is about. I don't want to understand what he's saying. His name is Hasan. He must be Al-Qaeda.
I mean,
and that's fine.
You also can like bring it to the present because like I have a very real fear right now that because of what Donald Trump has done in Iran, he has increased the risk of terror attacks on Americans abroad and maybe even here. And God forbid one of those happens. we will know that it could be a result of, or
Yeah.
at least Donald Trump will have contributed to that.
It will 100% be a direct byproduct of everything that we've done. It's
And
like
look-
impossible not to recognize that at this point.
Yeah, and it's very easy at that point for me to say, oh, now we know what led to that versus, yeah, you know what, we deserved it. Like, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah.
Hasan has gotten tubby. No, it's my beard chatter. Classic.
But I would say, like, I
Civilians
understand.
don't deserve to die. I mean, I'm anti-civilian murder. I'm anti-civilian
I'm gonna
death.
put that down.
That's like one of my first principles is that I'm anti-imperialist. I'm anti-war for that reason, because I don't want civilians to die. I don't want random people to die. I don't even want people to go out and die in the process of trying to kill people.
Pod Save America, brought to you by Simply Save. If you're
Oh my God, his ad is long as
CBD,
hell.
CBG, and L-theanine delivers a feeling to enjoy life in the high country. It's been circulating. This is one from January. Hamas is 1,000 times better than the fascist settler colonial apartheid state of Israel.
I stand by that.
Well, so I will say this is the one that bothered me most when I first heard it, and I remember having a reaction to it when I first saw it in January.
Mhm.
Because I think even if you believe what happened in Gaza is genocide and what's happening in the West Bank is apartheid,
Mhm.
those are different claims from Hamas is 1,000 times better. Because like Hamas is an organization that has massacred, raped, kidnapped civilians on October 7th. They've also been catastrophic for Palestinians by almost every measure. Governance, corruption, they made choices they knew would result in mass civilian death of their own people. So my question is, when you say Hamas is 1,000 times better, do you actually mean that? Or is that a rhetorical move or like a solidarity signal? Like what?
I mean, it's all of the above. I do mean it. I think it's a rhetorical move because it frustrates a lot of people. I've also said I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time because I'm looking at the situation as a paramilitary organization that has like a political party as well, a Politburo as well, that is entirely comprised not as an alien force, but of orphaned children that have, had their parents killed by an apartheid state that has been dominating the lives of Palestinians for 80 years at this point. And they've done a genocide at this point as well. But like it started off with the Nakba and has only evolved as technology has gotten better to become more heinous. And Gaza is this hermetically sealed area that many people correctly point to as the world's largest open-air prison before October 7. So my perspective on this has always been that I think that Hamas's tactics, which I oppose at times, right, or it's like internal governance issues, are secondary to this conversation because it's like placing a lot of emphasis on the Nat Turner rebellion, or instead of talking about the much larger, much more consequential, much bigger harm that chattel slavery was to black people, to like sell black people and to rape them and treat them as though they weren't human. I think that's a far larger systemic force that is going to make the Nat Turner Rebellion look inconsequential in comparison to the greater harm. Same with, for example, the ANC. The ANC had a militant wing called the MK. I'm not going to try to even attempt to say it. And Nelson Mandela went to prison and was imprisoned by the apartheid state. And MK and the ANC did a lot of stuff to collaborators. The collaborators that have worked alongside the apartheid administration. They had a practice called necklacing, where they would put a tire around the necks of collaborators and light it on fire. It was a heinous practice. And it was, of course, condemned after the fact, but none of the people that were engaged in it, if I recall correctly, even in the Truth and Reconciliation Committee, were actually legally charged for it. Because there's this understanding when we look back at like some of the more heinous things that resistance groups have done and militancies have done, we match that up against the far larger, far broader systematic violence that an entire people have been subjected to. And it makes me feel silly to consistently, talk about what Hamas has done, especially when there has been an October 7 times 1,000, if not more than 1,000 at this point, in the hands of Israel against the Palestinian population in its entirety. I mean, they're doing an October 7th to Lebanon right now as we speak.
Just take it from the Palestinian perspective.
Yeah.
Don't you think Hamas's decision to attack on October 7th and to massacre civilians on October 7th was a catastrophic mistake for them, for the Palestinian people? Like, do you think the Palestinian people are in any way better off than they were before October 7th?
No, of course not. But at the end of the
So
day,
that's why I'm asking.
I mean,
more.
but at
It's
the
more
end
for
of
me
the
like a resistance movements wherever they are need to come up with strategies.
Yeah.
Right. And I guess my view is, and I understand that there is a huge power imbalance here, but I think that
Can you explain why you engage in harm reduction for this but not the presidential election? This part confused me. What? I'm saying harm reduction, so it's something that liberals can contend with. Okay?
resistance movements that engage in, mass slaughter or civilian targeting and all that, like they just have less success than resistance movements that are nonviolent. I mean, it's obviously in history. I know we've had a revolution here. I get it.
I wouldn't agree with
that
that
armed
one.
revolution. Yeah, but I do think if you look back over the last 100 years, nonviolent movements have been more successful than armed resistance movements. That's just
I think they work hand in hand. But I think it might have been Kwame Ture who said it. You can only shame someone who has a conscience. And if your enemy has none, it's impossible to get them to react to your civil movement. Because the Palestinians have tried civil movements. I mean, the Great March of Return, where hundreds of Palestinians were sniped directly by the Israeli occupation forces, and they openly celebrated that too. They said we have an accounting of every single bullet that we shot at the Palestinians, and then they had to delete that. I mean, this is just the tip of the iceberg as far as the war crimes galore that we're talking about, because even the everyday maintenance of apartheid, which Israel is an incredibly violent endeavor. That maintenance requires you to constantly be a military force that is ever present, that is dominating and ritualistically humiliating and subjugating millions of people. So my perspective is always looking at this from the perspective of the people that are being dominated, rather than placing a lot of the emphasis on structural violence, or rather on state-backed violence, which we have a predisposition to lean into no matter what. Someone fights back against a cop, the automatic suspicion is, well, the police are actually maintaining law and order, so it must be a criminal, right? That might not always be the case. So I like to look at this stuff with a more open-minded framework, where I can try to figure out exactly what led to a day like October 7 that was unbelievably violent, right? And I think it's pretty clear that 75 years at that point of ethnic cleansing and apartheid and subjugation was a big part of the driving force. And as far as Hamas goes, we oftentimes talk about just Hamas. It's almost like a catch-all term. Hamas is only one component of the Palestinian resistance. The Al-Aqsa Flood was actually conducted not only by Hamas, but Palestinian Islamic Jihad's own militant forces, PFLP, DFLP, and numerous other, even including Fatah militias as well, that still existed in Gaza. So this was a military operation initially that was
Couldn't you say that October 7 had a positive effect on the world's view Israel's hated now? No, he didn't ask me that question. And also, I wouldn't say that regardless. He asked me on Palestinians. I mean, Palestinians were genocided in the aftermath of October 7. This is me taking the long road in a way that is more palatable to liberals to help them identify that, genocide is unjustifiable against the Palestinians regardless of October 7. And not only that, but also things weren't fine for the Palestinians pre-October 7, which is exactly what led to October 7. Okay? I am explaining things to a liberal audience as to why Palestinians resist. Okay?
Conducted by virtually every single active organization inside of Gaza. So it's not, that's why I always say, like, Hamas is not an alien entity in the way that we think about them, or we say, oh, they're these like evil oppressors of the Palestinian people. Are there disagreements within the Palestinian coalition against Hamas's governance? Absolutely. No people are a monolith. But the only thing that every single Palestinian, with the exception of those who work for like the Atlantic Council or whatever, that are there to just, do regime propaganda, do Israel propaganda, with the exception of those people, every Palestinian I've ever talked to, Christian Palestinians, who might even have major disagreements with Hamas, who might even be critical of Hamas, will always say the number one thing that we want is the end to the occupation, is the end to the apartheid. The number one thing we want is dignity and sovereignty, and that is what Hamas has been trying to achieve militarily.
The message that you just said that Palestinians want, an end to the occupation, dignity, self-determination.
Yeah.
For people who are not as familiar with the issue as you, but that you want to reach and that you want to, because I assume the purpose here is to build a movement that supports Palestinian self-determination. And if I was someone who didn't know a lot about it, and I knew that Hamas committed October 7th, and then I heard a message that Hamas is better than Israel, I would be less receptive to the person delivering that message than I would someone saying, look what Israel has done and what the Palestinian people really want. Aside from this organization that is serving them poorly, is most Palestinians just want dignity and they want an end to the oppression. Like, I would feel like, okay, I could get behind that, and I'm going to be more attracted to that message.
I have a policy of saying the truth unconditionally and standing by my principles, even if that's sometimes hard to hear. And that's precisely what I did after October 7 on October 8 when I went live and talked about the systematic forces that have led to October 7, and a lot of people were not receptive to that message at all, and some of which actually became haters of mine and left the community, where I lost a third of my entire community for like the first year of Israel's maximum violence, Israel's genocide, where people simply did not want to hear that message at all. But I know, and I knew back then, that as long as I say the truth, that one, history will vindicate me, and two, as long as I say the truth, there will always be people who are more charitable and more receptive to that regardless. Because I see no reason in sheltering people from that perspective. Do I obviously manage in a much longer format, in a much longer conversation like the one that we're having? Yes, I am obviously more capable of explaining that position. But I think saying what I said there, that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel, cuts across that narrative in a way that I think even liberals have to think about, because someone who is immediately reactive to that kind of sentiment that goes, wait a minute, but Israel is a liberal democracy. It's the only democracy in the region. Why is he saying that? They understand at least one part of it, where they think, okay, he's saying, Hamas killed 1,200 people. A third of them were soldiers. A third of them were, military people who were active duty in the military, and then civilians as well. Israel has done that, 1,000-fold to the Palestinians. So I think even in the most reductive ways, to try to comprehend what I'm saying there, people can understand that. I think people are not stupid. We assume that they're stupid.
I will tell you. Well, I'll tell you how it landed with me, because I was like, it wasn't like, oh wait, why did he say that? Israel's some great. I was like, Israel has committed just horrific atrocity. I have moved so far on this, but I'm like,
it's the final piece of the puzzle for liberals. Understanding why militant resistance forms against the United States of America and also Israel and the United States of America's allies align with the Western world. That's it. That is something that a lot of liberals cannot contend with, because that requires them to break their previous understanding that America and all of its allies are a force for good. Okay? That's the reason why I, try to educate as many people as possible using language that people are more comfortable with. Personally, I think he's being way more charitable to you than the previous ep you did with him. Yeah, for sure.
Hamas is they're fucking. What did they do? Like October 7th was catastrophic for them. It was also like we've all seen the images, like kids and people, and a lot of like these are like leftist peaceniks, Israelis at a concert, and they fucking massacred them. And I'm like, these people are like, I just want to have, and I do think it's important in politics to have like universal principles, right?
Yeah.
Which is like if violence is always wrong. Civilian violence is always wrong. Targeting children and women, always wrong, no matter which side does it, right? And I do think that it's important, not just from a moral perspective, but from like a building a political coalition perspective to say, if I think one thing is wrong, one action is wrong on this side, then it also has to be wrong on the other side.
Yeah.
Even if there is an obvious power imbalance, and even if there is a history.
But we don't always do that, is my point.
Oh, I know.
We don't do that when the dust is settled. We don't do that when the historic forces have played itself out and we look back at it. And I don't see a reason not to apply that same interpretation, because I see both. I see the civilians on both sides as human beings worthy of dignity. And I think a lot of people don't realize that they do have a little bit of an implicit bias where we've been trained as Americans living here during the global war on terror to collateralize one side and to see the other side as like a European-style country that's under attack. So we have the capacity to see the violence that Israelis are subjected to as like real human beings, maybe even your neighbor dying in the hands of scary brown people, as opposed to Palestinians that die, entire city blocks reduced to rubble, is something that we've seen so many times on the TV, whether it be the Syrian civil war, whether it be Iraq, Afghanistan. So we automatically collateralize the lives of those Palestinians. So that's part of the reason
I will
why
say that those images are, I think, the most like that is what personally has moved me.
Yeah,
the most is seeing those images. Like I remember, like
ironically, this also answers the question. Like, was it worth it? Is up to the Palestinians, and I'm damn sure not going to allow I'm certainly not going to fucking stop my advocacy so that Israel ends up winning in the long run regardless and continues its domination. But that's it. He just, he just said it. I don't think it's worth it. Nothing is worth that kind of death and destruction, right? But that was part of this. That was part of this puzzle. That Israel it behaves like this unrestrained natural disaster. It's not a natural disaster. It's people that are making those decisions. It's people that made the decision to conduct a genocide.
In post October 7th, and we talked about it a lot here, and the student protest movement and all the craziness over that. And I remember thinking, like, there was that Columbia student who I think was eventually suspended or expelled or whatever for saying like, you're lucky I didn't kill more Zionists and all that. And I remember thinking to myself, like, someone says something like that, and it's just a reaction that I can't even, like, it's just a human reaction to be like, oh, maybe I don't want to be with these, like, this is bad. I don't want to hear, like, that's, now you want to kill Zionists, or you're, like, that's fucking crazy. That's hurting your movement. You know?
I've been, look, here's the thing. I've been around protest movements my whole professional media career for a very long time. I've been doing this for a decade plus. There's going to be cringe people. There's going to be passionate people that say unhinged things that I totally disagree with.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, this is exactly what happened with Black Lives Matter as well, where, there'd be like there'd be someone that says like, yeah, fry him like bacon. And then the media would laser in on that to disparage the entire movement. So I have a policy of looking at what the actual movement represents. Do I identify with those values? Do I agree with them? Rather than, key offenders that have said something that I consider to be heinous as well, right? And I don't spend a lot of time or put a lot of emphasis on people like that, because I've been to these campuses, I've been to these encampments, and they were some of the best organized movements I have ever seen. They had messaging discipline. They had all of the right things. They had protest marshals that would keep everything intact. They refused to talk to the media unless they had someone who was doing communication for the entire encampment that would talk to the media, and they still got brutalized. UCLA is the one I went to. I couldn't believe it. Like these pro-Israel groups they set up these massive they set up this like massive auditorium, or not an auditorium, I don't know what it's called, but like a projector where they were blasting October 7 footage and calling these student encampment student protesters like heinous words. They threw fireworks into the encampment. They brutalized these students, and these weren't students that were doing that. These were pro-Israel people that just came from around the area, right? And I couldn't believe what I saw, where like the media's coverage was either both siding it or oftentimes siding with the pro-Israel people. So like for me, again, it's I look at the values, and I also don't place a lot of emphasis on like whatever the media narrative is, because we love doing that.
Yeah.
We love having a conversation about like whose feelings are being hurt in the Western world, when the conversation should be about, who's dying in Gaza.
This podcast is brought to you by USA for UNHCR with conflict spread.
Use the code CROOKED at checkout for 15%. Zionists, are you rejecting the premise that a Jewish homeland is a legitimate project at all? Or is your anti-Zionism specifically about the policies and practices of the Israeli state as it exists today?
I think Zionism is a fascist ideology. It truly.
And how do you? Because I think part
and
of
I'm
the
not
issue.
alone
I think
in
this is like a definitional issue for two.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
sure.
obviously, but I do
Yeah.
think that like there's probably a lot of probably secular liberals and even secular Jews in this country who think of Zionism as
They do.
Like I like the idea of a Jewish homeland,
Yeah.
and do not think ethno-state, do not think any
Yeah.
of that other stuff. And then there's people who who very much define it as no, it must always be a Jewish majority state,
Yeah.
and if democracy and equal rights come second, then so be it.
Yeah. Well, that is what has happened, right?
That is,
which is
de facto,
precisely-
that's what we have right now.
It's de facto what we have right now, and it was something that we were always going to head in the direction of, because, I mean, even Stalin was a big advocate of Israel initially. I mean, they were the ones who trafficked weapons in 1947 that were used on Palestinian villages by way of Czechoslovakia, right? Illegally going through the blockade. There was this idea that, like, initially labor Zionism and Ben-Gurion was a socialist, right? Like, this was going to be like almost like a Marxist project, but it was just ethnic cleansing from the start. And my assessment on Zionism as an ideology is not that different from Albert Einstein's assessment of Zionism, because when he saw Deir Yassin and these and the violence that the early Zionist brigades were engaging in, Haganah, Irgun, Lehi, these militia movements before the IDF existed, before Israel existed, and he was actually asked to be the first president of Israel. He wrote about what Zionism was turning into. And he warned that what he was seeing was exactly what the Nazis were doing. And he warned about it. He said, if we do not have a commitment to binationalism, if we do not have a commitment to the people that are already living there, the atrocities that I'm seeing that, Zionist brigades are engaging in.
Invoking a lib intellectual hero is a strong play. Yeah. Albert Einstein, the original Dr. Jihad.
Right now, committing right now against the Palestinians is going to turn into exactly what the Nazis have done. And he was right. He saw it ahead of time. I mean, he knew what the Nazis were. He lived through it, right? And so my perspective is shaped.
Also, Einstein wasn't a lib. What are you talking about? He might be a liberal hero. He might be a hero to liberals, but he was literally an open socialist. He wrote extensively on how he was a socialist.
By people who have done either extensive research on this, like Israeli historian like Ilan Pape, Avi Shlaim, or people who have lived through this process, many of which are Jews who have lived through this process and could not comprehend it. One of the first people that I interviewed after October 7 was Dr. Ofer Kasif. He is the only Jewish anti-Zionist in the Knesset. There's a Palestinian citizen of Israel who's also an anti-Zionist in the Knesset. They have like two people, basically. It's a lone voice, but they exist, right? I care about the perspective of people like that as well. So I develop a better understanding of like what it looks like to have to fight fascist forces in the country that you're a part of, in the country that you love, in the country that you want to change in a better towards a better future, towards a better trajectory. Because I see it as the same fight that I'm fighting here in America. Because Zionism, at the end of the day, like I said, is an ethno-religious supremacist ideology that is exterminationist, and it's in many respects no different than what we see in MAGA, right? Christian nationalism. That is a fascist ideology. I don't think you would disagree with that, right?
No, but there's also
layers to it.
ethno-nationalism. Israel has like laws that have put this into place.
Yeah.
But like,
Yeah.
there's de facto ethno-nationalism in many different countries around
Yeah.
the world. You could make the same critique of Hindu nationalism, the Turkish treatment of the Kurds.
Again,
right? Japanese immigration policy.
Things that I oppose vehemently and things that I talk about extensively, oftentimes people will yell at me for my criticism of both of those things.
Yeah. You've said you abhor anti-Semitism. You've drawn a distinction between being anti-Israel and anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
I take that at face value. Here's the harder question. Like, where exactly do you draw the line? Because I think most serious people agree that anti-Zionism isn't automatically anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
But there is disagreement where the line runs in specific cases. And I think, some of your rhetoric, whether it's out of context or not, has landed in the gray zone, like calling ultra-Orthodox Jews inbred, comparing liberal Zionists to liberal Nazis, the pig dogs comments.
The pig dog one is, I didn't even know that was like a thing. Did you know that it was
Nope.
Yeah, I don't, because even Jake Tapper, when he brought it up, he's like, I don't know what this is, but he was like clearly reading a quote from in front of him. He's like, the ADL gave me
Well,
this
I know.
quote.
I went through it and I'm like,
Yeah,
I've seen it, and there's like, well, it's.
I never understood the pig dog thing. Yeah, me either. I guess it's like something that Nazis would say about Jews or something. I don't fucking know. I've only heard it in like Red Alert in context of referencing like capitalist pig dogs. It's not. I've literally never heard that as like I've never heard that as like an anti-Semitic thing at all.
Yeah, I didn't even. It's like one of those things.
I
Where
guess,
I was like,
I
I
guess
didn't
the
know.
larger question is like, how do you think about, as you're talking about
Yeah,
that?
Nikolai and Cod Zombie says capitalist pig dogs too. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's not like pig dogs is just a somewhat common German insult, I assume, my whole life. Yeah. I think that was just people pushing it, It's just, Monty Python has used it in sketches to insult the British. It's just, I think they were just like really desperate to find anything. So they just like landed on that somehow. And it's more so a testament to how little opportunity I've given people to present me as an anti-Semite.
Drawing the line in a way where you're like, okay, if I'm going to, I'm anti-Zionist, I want to make this argument, I want to talk about the project, but I really don't want anyone to take it as anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
Not just because it hurts your feelings, but because you're trying to build a political movement.
Yeah, well, it's not just because I want to build a political movement. It's because I also genuinely abhor anti-Semitism. So it's a great question. It's one that I answer all the time because this is a real problem right now where like anti-Semitism is growing in this country. It's undeniable, as it historically always has. Whenever Israel does these sieges, the mowing of the lawn operations, and it's doing it, and it's tying itself to Judaism in this very sinister way. And people see that and they think, okay, well, this is the Jewish state doing this. Maybe it's the Jews, right? There's already a lot of people that have these opinions about, Jewish billionaires and Jewish millionaires controlling the media, controlling the banking system. So like it pairs up perfectly with what they're seeing.
Yeah.
And we've definitely seen a great deal of that, right? So what I try to do is stress the importance and showcase that this attitude is not monolithic inside of the American Jewry. The reason why I think it's very important, even though I'm a Muslim guy, so most people, when they hear me say that, they don't give a shit, right? Because they're like,
yeah,
you're goy-splaining. But the reason why I stress that importance is because it's true. I mean, there's a funny saying. It's like, what, 2 Jews, 3 opinions, right? Like no group is monolithic, and Jewish Americans certainly are not. They have very different assessments of what's going on, and we see that. We see that in the polling that is conducted, right?
We see it within Israel as well.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, well, Israel's a little bit different because, like, at a certain point, there is an overwhelming force of people who are on board.
You're there. It's a different perspective.
Yeah.
I get that.
So, what I show always to people is that there's a difference between a lot of Jewish institutions and how Jews actually feel. And I actually sometimes will make a plea to not only my Jewish fans, but just to whoever is listening. And hopefully people will take away this message as well, to try to separate Israel from their institutions and to show themselves as if you consider what Israel's doing to be repugnant, then stress that there is that distinction between a Jewish institution that you might be a part of and how much they celebrate Israel, or how much they try to fundraise for the IDF, for example, or do settler fairs, which are illegal inside of synagogues, right? Because from what my experience, there are a lot of Jewish advocacy organizations in this country and a lot of Jewish institutions in this country that simply masquerade as Jewish institutions and Jewish advocacy organizations when they're just pro-Israel advocacy organizations and institutions. The ADL is a great example of this. The Apartheid Defense League, as I like to call them, led by Jonathan Greenblatt, is very obviously not invested in combating anti-Semitism at all, and is simply using anti-Semitism in this cynical way to attack critics of Israel, prominent critics of Israel that have spent decades fighting anti-Semitism and still continue to do so, myself included. And that separation, that lack of separation rather, is teaching Americans who have not been inundated with Zionist indoctrination, who don't have any association with Jews other than watching Seinfeld and thinking, they control the media, but they make good movies, right? Like, that's the attitude of the average American about Jewish people, who are I think the most celebrated religious minority in this country, most celebrated religious group in this country. I don't know where it is right now, but that's what the polling is consistently. And the least is, I think, Mormons, weirdly enough. But anyway, surprising. But the way that people see it is they watch heinous violence unfold, and they see the Israeli state call itself the Jewish state, and then they see American Jews and Jewish institutions say, yes, that is the Jewish state. Zionism is important to us. It is the most important thing. We are tied to Israel in this inseparable way. We do care about it, and you as an American should shut up. You as an American should be canceled. You as an American should not have a job if you speak out against Israel because you're being anti-Semitic. What lesson are we teaching Americans? We're teaching them that every Jewish person demonstrates dual loyalty, which is false. It's a trope. It's a lie. It's not true. But that's what we're teaching people. And we're also teaching people that everything that Israel does, it does for Jews. Every time we call Israel the Jewish state, that's what we're doing. That's what we're teaching regular Americans. So I try to combat those forces on a daily basis. And ironically enough, I would say this, like, at my size, in the streamer universe especially, where most of the prominent Israel critics are, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, and many other right-wing forces, they don't care about making that distinction. I do. So it blows my mind that groups like the Apartheid Defense League spend most of their time trying to deplatform me.
And when you hear them too, you'll hear, some of them are just all conspiracy all the time, but
Anyway, that's all I got for today, because I got to go get ready to go to the airport and fly out to New York. You go watch the rest of the video. I thought it was pretty good. The rest of this is also about my criticisms of the Democratic Party, which is definitely, what's the timestamp? 5140. 5140 is the timestamp. But yeah. Going back to Bomdanistan, Eric Swalwell dropped out of the gubernatorial race, by the way. ladies and gentlemen. He said, I am suspending my campaign for governor to my family, staff, and friends and supporters. I'm deeply sorry for mistakes and judgment I made in the past. I will fight the serious false allegations that have been made, but that's my fight, not a campaign's. He should be fighting the legal system. Let's be real. Sorry, fucked that up. But yeah, that's what I got for now. I'm gonna be in New York. I'm doing Z-Way. So get excited. Donald Trump met with Florida. Oh, he met with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. I thought that was Rick Scott for a second. I was like, oh shit. If he's with Rick Scott in Florida, I'm fucked. He's doing a post about me. But yeah, that's all I got for today. Unfortunately, only 7 hours and 20 minutes. I would have kept going. But like I said, I got to go. Yeah. And I'll see you tomorrow as always. Same time. Not the same place, though. In New York City, ladies and gentlemen. And then the next day, I'll be at Yale. Not shaving the beard yet. Keeping it going.
Starting off the day.
Peace.
All the chatter's trickling in. Hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topic's just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kyle place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll do jet vice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.
How do I start an F-16? The question's real. I stole an F-16. Flip the master, all the lights begin to feel. I stole an F-16.